Shadowhunter, Book 3 of the Beast Brigade Series by Matt Tyler, available on Amazon and YouTube. Chapter 1. Creed. Creed Bravo needed to kill a vampire tonight. If he didn't, he was sure he'd be dead himself. Killing a vampire is no simple task, however, not when one was as inexperienced as Creed. He was not his brother Hank. The man had killed 1,000 monsters. Creed had been a lawyer before a pack of vampires turned him. His most audacious act had been choosing to take the bar, no matter that he didn't sleep for a week ahead of the exam. Well, now Creed was in a lot of trouble, and he wanted to survive. "Creed," a hard voice called from the front of the tavern. Creed was hiding in the back behind some crates, and at the sound of Scudder's voice, he started. How had the man found him? "Creed, come out here. If I have to come get you, it'll make it worse on you." Creed slipped out of his hiding place, trudging up there like a dog that knew he was about to be kicked. Scudder was alone, a big-bellied stout man with a permanently scruffy face, slovenly clothes, and an unlit cigar hanging from his mouth. He wore a dirty bowler hat, which he kept cocked at a jaunty angle. His eyes glowed crimson. "There you are, Creed. I didn't think you'd come out." "What is it, Scudder? What do you want?" "Don't play the fool, Yank. You know why I'm here." Creed did. Scudder had been a tentative ally of Creed's pack of vampires, at least until the new mistress Veronica had arrived in London. She'd gobbled up all the smaller packs, killing any who did not fall in line. And she'd chosen Scudder to be one of her new leaders. "I don't want any trouble," Creed told him. "Wish I could just let you be, mate, but Veronica told me to wipe out Dom's entire pack, and that's what I gotta do, you know? No hard feelings about it." "Others have joined her. Why can't I?" Creed asked. "Now what would she want with a petty worm like you? You can't fight, can't do no special tricks. You got nothing she needs, Creed. To rise as a vampire, you got to have something that gives you an advantage." The tavern was empty, except for the pair of them, the tables and floors still dirty from the custom of the night before. Creed gazed around, hoping for an avenue of escape or an ally to appear, but there was no one to help him. He told Scudder, "I can learn to fight. My brother—" "Oh, right, your brother. Famous monster killer, is he? Well, that don't make you tough, do it?" Scudder grabbed Creed's shirt and yanked him close. The man's breath stank of rancid alcohol and a wet cigar. Creed had not spent his last few hours as idly as Scudder might have imagined. He'd visited a certain warlock in the city and paid the man a good deal of money, his pack's entire stash, in fact, along with a pint of Creed's tainted blood. And what he'd gotten in return was a special stake made of white oak with silver inlays, a potent vampire killing weapon that was now tucked in his belt, though his hands shook too much to use it. "Well, do it? Are you tough 'cause your brother is?" Creed shook his head. He fiddled with his belt but failed to grab the stake. Scudder noticed. He squinted and looked down. "What are you doing, Creed?" Then he saw the wooden weapon and his eyes widened in surprise. "Were you going to kill me?" He laughed and shoved Creed away. Creed crashed into a table which broke under the impact. He groaned in pain. "You think a little worm like you can kill me?" Creed rolled to his stomach and tried to crawl away. Strong hands grabbed him and yanked him back, rolling him over. "Well, I never thought you had it in you," Scudder said. "I just want to live," Creed told him. Scudder grimaced. "I know, mate. It's too bad, really." He studied the stake in Creed's belt. "That's a nice-looking weapon. How'd you like to be killed with your own stake, eh? Never known a vampire to carry a stake. Pretty smart. Maybe I'll just take this one." He reached down to grab it, and as his fingers closed on it, the flesh sizzled and smoke spouted. Scudder yelped out with pain. He tried to drop the stake, but his fingers wouldn't open. The longer he held it, the worse it got, the smoke growing and his hand blackening. Creed backed away and used a table to pull himself to his feet, scrubbing at his eyes with his sleeve, as he watched Scudder writhe in pain and try to pry the stake loose from his fingers. Finally, the big man managed it, and the stake fell to the ground. Creed picked it up and showed Scudder his gloved hand. "It's white oak and inlaid with silver. Have to wear leather to hold it." Scudder's chest heaved from the shock of the pain, and he held his burned hand. "You tricked me." Creed leaned in close to Scudder so their eyes met. The confidence that glowed there was now gone, replaced with a swirl of emotions. Pain, surprise, fear, and utter shock. Creed held his gaze and said in a dangerously low voice, Yes. Scudder died instantly, and Creed searched through his clothing quickly. He found money, a knife, a soiled handkerchief, and finally, the red dragon badge of Veronica. That's what he needed in order to get close enough to talk to her. He stood up to leave, but he knocked loose a small pouch from Scudder's pocket. 2 yellowed bone dice rolled out. He frowned at them, picked them off the floor and studied them. Creed had never been a gambler. He'd always taken the safest course in every decision, the polar opposite of his brother, Hank. When they'd been children, he'd never climbed trees or swam rivers as Hank had. He'd always watched from the bank or the ground. When it had been time to choose a vocation, he'd become a lawyer at his father's insistence. He'd never practiced in a courtroom, however, because of the risk involved. He'd only ever had one girl, and when he'd found out about Mildred's family and their poor business choices, he'd broken it off with her. He regretted that decision to this day. She'd have made a fine wife. She'd been a fine woman, been worth taking a chance on. Yet all that risk avoidance hadn't kept him safe. The vampires had come for him. Perhaps it was time to become a gambler. He rolled the dice. She considered turning her minions loose on them and murdering them all. That would be messy, however. These people in England didn't know that side of her. She'd held it in check, even during her bloody removal of the old pacts and covens to replace with her own. She was wiser than she'd been in her youth, not given to flights of chaotic terror without cause. She turned her attention back to her current subject. The vampire before her had a grievance against a witch. Something about a spell he'd purchased that she hadn't delivered. The witch vehemently denied the claim. Veronica was a princess, and this was how her father had taught her to rule. One must hear their problems so that one can help them, but oh, how it bored her. A vampire had gotten drunk on blood wine and fell asleep in a clearing. When the sun came up, he'd still not awakened in time to get to shade. He'd burnt to a crisp. His friends wanted compensation from the blood wine vendor. A witch had consorted with a pair of satyrs, and they'd robbed her cache of spell materials. She wanted Veronica to refill it, saying the pack should have protected her. On and on the litany of petty problems came. Finally, Veronica grew irritated and waved them all away. As the group turned to go, she felt her blood rising. She needed to kill soon. To feed as well, but to kill was the important thing. Then she saw a low-ranking vampire, a worm, shuffling away with the others, while holding a bag sodden with blood. She perked up. Now that was likely an interesting story. "Bring that one to me," she said to her servants. Soon the man knelt in front of her, holding out the bag. "What's in it?" she asked. "Scudder's head," the man said, his voice cracking with fear. "You killed Scudder? Why?" "He was trying to kill me." "Ah, you are one of Dominic's pack?" "Yes, I was." "What are you now?" "Just someone who wishes to be left alone," he said. "Why come here then? You might have run. I hear your accent. You could have gone back home to America." The man pointed at the pair of hounds lounging at her feet. "You said you wanted all of Dominic's people dead, and I don't think you'd have let me be. You would have sent your hounds." He was right about that. She considered this man. He was unimpressive in appearance, thin and slight, and she could sense he was freshly turned. He had no gifts, she assumed, yet he had some steel about him, certainly, if he'd killed that bit of dung Scudder. The man had been a thug, but also competent and tough. She'd have wagered 100 to 1 that Scudder would kill this man in a fight. "What is your name?" she asked. "Creed Bravo," he responded. "Is it now your brother is—" She let the question dangle. "Hank Bravo," he replied. An interesting landscape of possibilities opened before her. "Do you know where your brother is now, Creed?" "No. India. At a place called Narakund. I'm headed there as well," she informed him. The man kept his face blank, which was impressive, actually. Even passively, her charm should have had this worm groveling at her feet. Yet he kept his wits about him. There was more to this man than met the eye. "I think you will no longer be one of Dominic's people. You are now one of mine," she told him. She assumed he would collapse in gratitude, showering her feet with his thankful tears. She didn't like it when that happened, but appreciated the sentiment. Instead, the man merely inclined his head. "Yes, mistress, thank you." She almost thought better of her decision then. She sensed a strong will in this one. His body might be weak, but his will was not. Perhaps it would be better to kill him, rather than let him grow stronger. She tapped her lips. No, she'd made her decision and wouldn't go back on it now. Besides, he might be very useful. "You will come with me," she told him. "With you, mistress?" "To India. We leave tonight for Narakund." Chapter 2. Smite You. Sister Caroline Smythe stood before the locked strongbox like a mother bear guarding her cubs. She would take the secret of the artifact to her grave, she decided, rather than turn it over to these heathens. She thought she might like to die, that it would be a relief from this awful Indian summer heat and the afflictions of this life. Angels would carry her aloft, and her Lord would take her up unto heaven. No more pain, no more sorrow, and no more ignorant fools impeding her labors. She was sure they did not tolerate ignorance in heaven. Or else how could it be a place where the holiest of all dwelt? Only efficiency and rational thought must exist in that most exalted of spheres, and she couldn't wait to arrive and become a part of its blessed purity, its righteous order. Yet was her mission completed here on earth? She had vowed to convert the entire nation of heathens in India, to turn them from their sensual oriental natures and make them clean in the blood of the Lamb. And she had most assuredly not reached that goal. The recent rebellion had been a beacon for her, a sign that her endeavors had never been more needed. However, the strife got out of hand near their parish in the Gokulam Valley, with several villagers and a British family murdered, and they left to find a safer haven for their flock. The bandits set upon them while they were on their way to the Christian mountain communities, or villages of the cross. They had come within a few days of reaching safety, but the followers of Lucifer were everywhere. "What in chest, fat woman?" one bandit asked her, a cruel smile on his face. He took a step toward her. She held a stout bamboo cane and she used it to swipe at the man. She thought they toyed with her, like a cat with a mouse. They carried swords and a few muskets. One shot and they'd have the strongbox. Yet she must be as brave as David as he stood before Goliath. "Stay back, heathens, or I'll smite you down," she proclaimed, and they fell back, startled at her vehemence. The one closest to her almost fell, and his fellows got a good laugh at that. His face darkened, and he gave her the evil eye. Near her, a half-dozen men knelt in the mud. The bandits had dragged all the fathers away from their families, murdering one in a most cowardly fashion when he fought back. Two of the bandits held him, while a third stabbed him repeatedly. The reprobates, and he lay dead in a pool of his own blood. She prayed his soul would speedily find its way to salvation. They also clubbed goodly Reverend Shashank after he tried to interfere, and now he lay prostrate, insensible. But they hadn't killed him, and they hadn't killed Sister Caroline. She thought it might frighten them to kill people of God, even people not of their own faith. As the bandits eyed them with hungry delight, the Christian women and children huddled in a group nearby and wept. These native families were all accepted into the forgiveness of the holiest one of heaven. They had forsaken their base desires and become as the sheep in the fold of the shepherd, and she would die before she allowed these men to despoil any of them. The leader of the bandits strutted out in front of the others, hands on his hips, and looked her over. A bright pink scar near his eye made it droop, and he was missing one of his front teeth. He also wore the tan uniform of a sepoy in the East India Trading Company Army. Though it was soiled, the belt that should be about his waist was absent. Tied tightly round his neck, just like all the others, was an orange scarf with a crouching tiger upon it. He asked her, "Why you guard this wooden box? Don't you care we'll kill you?" "You'll not harm me or you'll die a most ignominious death," she bellowed at them, pointing her cane at him and scowling. "What is in box? Gold, money?" another asked. "We should kill her," one declared, though he made no move toward her. A few of the bandits drew apart and whispered to one another with their heads together, eyeing her up and down. Another sidled up to the frightened women, leering at them and looking them over like a buyer come to a market. "You'll not touch them either, scoundrel," Caroline told the man, jabbing her cane at him. His grin didn't fade, though he did nothing more for now. "Let them have the chest, sister. We can replace items, we cannot replace you," Reverend Shashank whispered. She ignored him. It was the best move for dealing with him. He meant well, but like most men, he was a complete idiot. Soon the leaders came back. "Give us box, we let you two holy ones go," the man with the droopy eye said. No. They conferenced again, this time for just a moment. "We give you the last warning, woman of the crucified God." She held her ground. "Kill her," the leader told his fellows. The bandits all shared looks. None of them were eager. After a moment, however, one bandit lifted his sword high and strode toward her. It was time for her to become a martyr, to die. She vowed to put up a worthy fight. She could surrender her life in no other way. "I swear to you, heathens, if you attempt to kill me, you will be smote by the power of heaven," she spat at them. The bandit, who'd been eager just a moment before, hesitated. He glanced back at his fellows for support. The leader barked orders, and her attacker growled and took another step, and his head exploded in a blossom of red. The bandit leader shrieked. Another shot rang out, and he clutched at his chest. Yes, a bullet had struck him, just as one hit the man attacking Caroline. She registered the gunshots moments after they struck, one that killed her attacker, then another to kill the leader. Bewildered, the bandits milled about, in a panic. Caroline felt a spray of blood coating her face. She stood in numbed disbelief. What was occurring? A lumbering man wearing a turban wrapped round his face and head charged from the bush near them, holding aloft, of all things, an ancient broadsword like some kind of holy knight. He set about the bandits, cleaving both left and right with vicious chops. Then a bald giant emerged from the other side of the road, raising a long rifle. He brought it to bear and shot another bandit. Now the bandits recovered. Now lacking leadership, most of them scattered to the four winds rather than fight. A third man stepped into their path, a silver sword held aloft. He was a handsome, tall sort, though slovenly in appearance, as they all were. There was something almost animal about him, a kind of leanness that reminded her of a hungry wolf. He dispatched one bandit with his blade, then faced off with another, though the bandit recoiled and ran in a different direction. Shockingly, a young woman suddenly stood where the bandit tried to run. She held up a pistol and fired it with a steady arm, blasting a big hole in the criminal and knocking him back on his rear before he fell to his back. Caroline gasped in horror. What form of bad breeding or upbringing had turned a woman into a heartless killer, as this one seemed to be? Caroline placed a hand over her heart, feeling the silver cross necklace tucked there. She promised that she'd help to redeem this poor waif's soul if there was any way possible to do so. A bandit raced at Caroline. She was not sure of his intentions, but she struck him about the head several times with her cane until he collapsed onto his face and did not move. Within moments of her putting her opponent down, the battle ended. Their peculiar group of rescuers were the victors. The rest of the bandits were fleeing or dead. The motley group wasted no time celebrating, however, but quickly turned to plundering the deceased. "Congratulations. Divine Providence has chosen you to be our deliverers. Now you must see us to safety," Caroline told them. She put her hands on the strongbox and clutched at her necklace, ensuring the ring was still present. The treasure was safe. They ignored her. The handsome one told the kneeling men, "Go join your families, sahibs." What Anglo referred to natives as sahib, it was most unusual. His accent was also most crude. He might be Irish, perhaps. She wasn't sure. If he was, she must watch their valuables more closely. Probably a shifty papist. The Christian families reunited, except for the one with the dead father. His wife and children came and made a spectacle, calling out in anguish. "You must take me to England," Caroline told the ruffian rescuers, stepping closer. "I'm on a mission of utmost importance." The giant one walked around her without so much as looking her way. He picked up another firearm like his own and threw it to the handsome one, who caught it. They were a sober and efficient lot, she determined, and this put them in a temporarily good light in her estimations. Few people reached that list, even for a brief span of time. The wolfish one tried to get round her, but Caroline stepped in his way. "I'm speaking to you." He stopped and smiled. He possessed golden eyes. She staggered back and clutched at her cross. Golden eyes! Heaven protect her. "Are you harmed, sister?" he asked her. Opening her mouth to respond, she found herself unable to speak. She looked at the others. Were they all devils? She glanced first into the eyes of the giant. Normal pupils, but how can a man be so large? The young woman, who was rifling through dead bandits' pockets and taking food and other items, possessed normal blue eyes. The turbaned one avoided her gaze, but there was something off about him as well. Who were these rescuers? And had her little group just gone from the cooking pot to the fire? Reverend Shashank got to his feet and limped over to them. "Thank you for saving us. Bless you, my children." "Sorry we didn't get here sooner, Father. Are you hurt badly?" the wolfish one asked. The priest held a hand to his scalp. "No, my son, it will heal." "Call him Reverend. He is a clergyman of the Church of England, not a Catholic," she corrected the wolfish one. Reverend Shashank gestured with his hands for Caroline to calm herself. It was infuriating. "We better get off this road," the giant said. Caroline cleared her throat to get their attention, then ordered, "I insist you take these families to the Christian mountain communities, then escort me to England." The wolfish man bent down and pulled an orange scarf from the arm of a dead bandit. His lip curled in a half-smile, though it was a grim one. "For now, sister, we'll go quietly to our camp. We're all still in danger." The young woman was quietly conversing with the natives in fluent Hindustani. She picked up a toddler and beckoned to the others, who prepared to follow her. Caroline whispered a silent prayer, grateful for their deliverance from evil and asking for protection and strength to deal with whatever future events might bring. She wished, especially, that these rescuers would not prove to be dangerous devils or, worse yet, fools. "What is your name?" she asked the leader of the rescuers. "Hank Bravo," he answered, his eyes the color of a harvest moon. Chapter 3. The Camp. Bravo heard the travelers coming up the road early that morning before any of the others. He and Jane then carefully stalked out of their camp, intending to observe them and to warn them from going any further if they were merchants. If they were bandits or rebels, the pair would stay hidden in the jungle. At least that was the plan. Back at the camp, Radu and Nimrod kept the wounded quiet and stood vigil, Nimrod armed with the frail rifle, and Radu clutching his rusted but ever-sharp broadsword, Pommeldrake. "I can hear them now," Jane whispered to Hank, and he nodded in response, also clutching his frail rifle, watching the road from a concealed vantage. The excitement of the moment had his heart pounding, but he fought to keep control. He had no desire to turn into a werewolf. As they watched the road, he took deep breaths and focused on the flower bud inside himself, pouring his tension into it. It was a trick Lieutenant Ram Singh taught them while teaching them about meditation, and Bravo was a diligent student, hoping the practice of it might help control the beast inside him. He formed the picture of a singular flower bud in his head, green and closed, sitting at the top of a tall stem, and then he pushed the tension and uneasiness of the approaching travelers into this bud. Who were they? Was it the bandit army finally coming after a week? Was it a group of rogue sepoys, Indian soldiers rebelling against the British colonial rule? Or was an unsuspecting merchant about to wander into the deadly village with the snake cultists? As he pushed those disturbing questions into the flower bud, it opened and radiant light spilled out of it. He imagined it as a red rose, Bella's favorite. At the thought of her, his carefully formed rose faltered, shimmering the way a mirage in the desert does, and he took a deep breath. Jane eyed him warily. "Is something wrong?" "My focus wavered," he told her. Jane, of all the others, knew what he meant. Jane also practiced meditation with Ram before the ambush injured him, and she'd been working at it particularly hard since the night of the battle. Hank could guess the rationale for her sudden interest. The lieutenant's wounds festered, and she hoped the meditation might help her heal him. She'd grown quite close to Ram before that fateful night, and his wounds from his brother were not healing. The lieutenant weakened every day, only some powerful will to live, and his hardy physical state keeping him alive this long. It wouldn't be much longer, however, before he succumbed to his wounds. Hank was sure of that. Also, Jane's magic had deserted her right after the battle versus Ram's brother, the Night Shadow, as he styled himself. She overstepped herself in that dank clearing, she explained to Hank, and she wasn't sure if she'd ever get her power back. Bravo assumed that by meditating she was trying to recapture that spark that allowed her to defeat the Night Shadow and save them all. Jane asked, "Do you need to go back to camp? I can observe these travelers myself." He shook his head. "No, I'm in control." They found a suitable spot, crouching in a sheltered clutch of neem trees in the slanted low point between two hills, with an excellent view of the road. Soon after their conversation, they'd seen the priest, the nun, and the families traipsing up the road, and then they saw a pack of mangy bandits overtake them. Now, after the rescue, Bravo stepped off the trail and eyed the passing reverend, not priest, the nun, and the half-dozen native families trudging along. After their ordeal, they were all wide-eyed and clumped together in a tight, wary group. The nun was a stout woman, with a missing English chin and a glare that Bravo recalled seeing on many a disappointed school marm. As she passed him, that glare swept over him, and he felt himself stand straighter. He suddenly wished he had cleaned his clothes of the bloodstains. Her eyes fell away from him, and took in the scene where the battle with the villagers and snake cultists occurred a week earlier. And she stopped, clapping a hand to her mouth. "Oh my," she declared. The expedition camp was no longer near the road. They'd moved it for protection and to keep away from the dead bodies and the scavengers, relocating to a horseshoe-shaped grove of curious trees with clusters of sapling-thick trunks that rose up to balls of heart-shaped leaves. The grove offered abundant shade and concealment, while still allowing the party to move about. But they were now passing the old campsite and location of the desperate hill battle where Clara died, as it was on the way to their camp. Bravo turned to observe what the nun was seeing. The scavengers were thick, the flies, maggots, and beetles forming great black carpets, where the dead lay so that one thought the hilltop consisted of vibrating mounds of grey, and the clicking and buzz was a constant disturbing hum. A trio of jackals worried at a body. Packs of the creatures had been early scavengers, and they yipped at each other during the day and bayed and cried all night. The grunting oinks of a family of boars also feeding echoed through the hills. The boars were not as plentiful or as noisy as they had been. Their grunting and carrying on had continued for days, until Hank and Nimrod grew tired of it and shot a few, driving the others to the far side of the hill where they were not as aggressive or as loud. A rat stood on its hind legs near them. Colonies of the vermin wiggled through the grass, poking bloody noses up whenever someone came close. They were not shy of humans, and the expedition members killed more than a dozen that tried to steal into their camp, the grimy little thieves. But fighting off all the scavengers was impossible, and they mostly let nature run its course. Besides the carrion creatures on the ground, great flocks of birds wheeled in slow circles in the sky. In one patch of brush, giant vultures settled in thick groups, squawking and flapping about, arguing with cawing crows and adjutant storks who'd also come to feed. Even kites and kestrels joined in, swooping down and tearing at flesh. "Close your eyes, children. Mothers and fathers, shield them from this scene," the nun ordered, and the families did their best. She whirled on Hank. "You should have taken us via another route, Mr. Bravo, to spare us this." "I apologize, but we must hurry," he replied. Her lips pursed together in reproachful disgust. The expedition burned most of their own dead in a pyre. Though a strange custom to Bravo, Jane explained it was their way for some of the Indians. They had cleaned the others, the Mohammedans, and buried them with their heads facing to the west, pointed toward some place called Mecca, or so Bravo was told. Frail insisted on digging most of Clara's grave himself, though Nimrod pitched in when the doctor's body weakened. Hank thought to see grief, but the doctor displayed none that a normal person might recognize as such. Yet the man seldom spoke, and then only said what was necessary, instead of giving his usual verbose explanations about any topic. Sometimes Bravo found the doctor watching the hill where Clara lay buried. Up there, in a patch of soft earth, they'd put her deep in the earth to keep the scavengers away. "Well then, if we must hurry, why are you standing there gawking, man?" the nun reproved him. "Bandits set upon them," Bravo told him. "You were the leader of these men?" Sister Caroline asked. "I am the leader of this expedition, sister," Primcourt corrected her. "No longer, sir. This is now a mission for the Church of England, and I charge you as a representative of the Bishop of Calcutta to heed my direction." Primcourt turned away from her, scowling, and spoke to Bravo. "Bandits?" Bravo handed the Count one of the orange scarves worn by the bandits. Count Primcourt took it and clenched it in a death grip. Damn it, men of the bandit Lord Thapper, looks as if they've arrived. His was not the only dark look. The expedition had seen the bandits raiding towns at the beginning of their expedition, and it still stung them they'd been unable to help the poor people. Thankfully not the entire army, or we'd be in a much tighter noose. It looked like part of the advance guard or some scouts, Bravo told him. Deserters, maybe. They might have run off from the main group, Nimrod said. It's possible, but I think we should plan as if they are on their way here, Bravo replied. None of this matters, the nun interrupted them. She slapped her hand down on a wooden strongbox with a hefty padlock. This matters. It is of utmost urgency that we bring this sacred artifact to England. Chapter 4: The Current Situation. The entire expedition turned to regard Sister Caroline. What is in the box? Primcourt asked. Who are you, sir? She asked. He drew himself to his full height, only wincing slightly at the effort. I'm Count Ernest Primcourt, special aide to Her Majesty, Queen Victoria. Long may she reign. The nun's face turned a bright shade of red. Long may she reign, she mumbled automatically. She pondered a few moments, then said, If I can verify you are who you say you are, I will tell you what this most sacred of artifacts is. There isn't time for this. We should be moving, Nimrod said. I need to find Bella, Bravo replied. You've been out every day with not a sign of her, Nimrod said. Hank studied the ground, attempting not to bark out an angry retort. He had found a few signs. He thought today he might go back to the site of the battle with the Night Shadow, where he'd found Bella's trail originally. It couldn't hurt to check it again. Yes, I'm afraid she's gone, no matter how I may wish differently. Primcourt's voice was soft as a whisper. He turned to the nun. Sister, let me explain our situation. We are running out of food. A mile to the east is a village of murderous people who have tried to kill us before and would likely try again given the chance. They send out patrols, though their efforts are half-hearted, and they've yet to stray this far. Presently, we can assume that from the west an army of murderers and cutthroats likely approaches. And we have the wounded as well, Jane said. She stood near Ram, who was unconscious as always. Beside him lay two of his sepoys. Both men's wounds were grievous, and they hung on by the slimmest hair. The nun stepped over to them. All heathens, a pity. We might baptize them before they die, lest they go to hell. Jane's eyes flashed. Get away from him. Calm yourself, Miss Avon. She is simply doing what she believes right, Primcourt said, but then spoke to the nun. Still, I suggest you control what you say among us. These wounded men and those who died were our close comrades, and we won't let you speak ill of them. It is hardly speaking ill to wish their souls salvation rather than purgatory, she replied. Salvation? There is no salvation, Dr. Frail put in. He hadn't even come over to see the new arrivals, but stayed where he was at the edge of the camp, watching everything without expression. The new arrivals weren't sure what to make of this declaration or this strange, sickly man who held himself aloof. Reverend Shashank watched Frail for a moment to make sure he'd finished speaking, then said, We should all go to the villages of the Cross, the Christian mountain communities. There is a hospital there, and doctors and your wounded man would receive much better care there than you must be able to provide here. Where is this place? Primcourt inquired. 3 days to the north, the Reverend responded. 3 days there and 3 back. Can we afford to lose another week? Primcourt asked, though to Bravo it seemed as if he were talking to the air rather than to anyone else. What else would we do? Leave them here or take them with us? Jane asked. The nun's eyes narrowed. She said, There are goodly Christian soldiers there in the villages of the Cross. We might easily be able to press some of them into our cause. Primcourt stumbled, and Bravo lifted a hand to help steady him. The unsteady Count sat on one of their wooden stump stools. Thank you, Mr. Bravo, he said. And there are provisions there by the wagon load and carts and horses. Plenty to restock an expedition, the nun said, though the Reverend's eyes rose in surprise at this declaration. Provisions and soldiers, 2 things we desperately need, Primcourt said. What is so important that you cannot take the time to shelter yourselves until this unrest passes? The Reverend asked. We are on orders from the Queen herself to give justice to a criminal in the forest of Anantavan. It is vital we complete this mission speedily, Primcourt told them. Bravo had been about to spill out the details of their real mission to tell these strangers about the Chaya Talwar, about the Demon King and his minions. He kept his mouth shut, however, thinking that prudence was probably the wise course. Primcourt used his aristocratic voice and said, "I asked you once, what is this sacred artifact you believe needs to be taken back to England with such haste, sister?" The nun looked round at all of them with a suspicious glint in her eye. "I would rather share it only with you for now." Primcourt breathed out a long, throaty sigh. "Very well." He turned to all of them. "Tomorrow we will embark on one of these paths. Let me speak in private with the good sister here, and we'll meet in council later this evening." "I'm going to search for Bella," Bravo told him. Primcourt nodded. "Godspeed, Hank." The two men had found common ground in their shared grief over the mysterious disappearance of Bella. If they found her today, Bravo was sure they'd be right back at each other's throats. But for now, a tentative peace existed between them. Their dire situation caused part of the unexpected accord, Bravo knew. They were all working together well out of necessity. It felt as if they were skirting the edge of a precipice, carefully threading their way along. Bravo glanced at the wooden strongbox the nun rested her hands upon. When she saw his interest, she placed her formidably stout body in front of it. Whatever could this sacred artifact be, and why was it in the heart of India? Bravo inhaled deeply, noting the scents in the air. There were so many plants, however, it overwhelmed him. The fragrant trees, bushes, shrubs, all conspired to make his task difficult. "What do you suppose is in the box?" Radu asked. "Gold, maybe." "It might be an old Indian treasure they'll melt down," Bravo said. "You think she'd act with such a protective nature for a golden bauble? I wager it's another sword, or perhaps a dagger. Who knows, it might be the bones of a saint as worthless as any others." Radu clucked at him. "Don't speak such sacrilege, lest you be cursed." Bravo chuckled. "We're both cursed, my friend, you remember? I by the bite of a werewolf, and you by the enchantment of the vampire princess Veronica, her spell making you a zombie so that she might inflict pain on you endlessly." "Ah, she was beautiful. Did I tell you that? I intended to ask her father for her hand." "You did tell me, Sir Radu." Radu bolted upright, then let out a long groan. He turned unseeing eyes toward Bravo and moaned, "Oh, not again, Radu. And not here where our enemies are so close." Bravo knew it was not his friend's fault, but still these acts of stupor were most unsettling and perhaps dangerous. Sometimes Radu would wail and moan in a loud voice, and that just wouldn't do right now. Thankfully, this time the tense moment passed quickly. The zombie knight stumbled about for a few seconds, then shook himself and said as if he had not missed a beat, "What if there's a powerful magic item in the box? A wand or a staff?" The box was not large enough for a sword or staff. Bravo stopped and faced left. This is where one of her companions disappeared. He stepped into the trees, and it instantly grew dusk dark, with long shadows covering everything in sight. Radu followed him. "What do you suppose happened to the man? Can you detect any trail of him?" "Perhaps he grew frightened and ran off," Bravo said. He bent close to the low clusters of grass and inhaled deeply. There was a faint scent of boot leather and polish, a subtle note of rosewater from Bella. "Whatever happened to her companion, Bella and the other came through here looking for him, I assume, though after this I can find no more tracks of him." "As if he was one of those shadow creatures," Radu said. "Yes, as if," Hank agreed. They followed Bella's trail down to a piece of low ground with quite thick, marshy grass. "I don't think they went further than this," Hank said. Still, he couldn't be sure. So much changed in the jungle so quickly. Animals walked this way every day. He caught the scent of a fox who'd tapped with soft footfalls along this path less than an hour before, and sometime last night a she-tiger bounded across this spot. The reptilian musk of serpents was strong here. It all confused the trails, which to his senses were like streaks of paint laid all over the top of one another, smearing together and twisting this way and that. "Where did she go after that?" Radu asked. They followed what Bravo supposed was the trail, paralleling the woodcutter's path. Eventually, they came out close to where Bravo and the others fought the Night Shadow and his minions. This time Bravo knelt among the grasses, closed his eyes, and imagined the flower bud. He poured all his emotion into it, banishing his disquieted thoughts. He took several deep breaths in through his nose and out through his mouth. The odor of vegetation was overpowering. A pack of jackals had bedded down here recently, and their scat was rancid and strong. As he filtered through the list of scents, he smelled a bare, light touch of oil. That was different. It was close to him. He breathed in one more time. He'd smelled it before. The snake cultist venom. Opening his eyes, he glanced down into some thick scrub and noted a gleam of silver. 2 gleams of silver, in fact. He carefully picked his way over and pulled Bella's pistols from the grass. And there, right next to them, was a tiny needle with a tuft of fur on the end. He gingerly picked up the needle and saw the tiniest smear of red blood. He sniffed at it. It was Bella's blood. The beast pushed at his chest. It wanted to break out. "Snake cultists shot Bella with one of their poisoned darts," he whispered. "Oh, that can't be," Radu responded. Bravo's entire body felt numb and cold. She was likely dead. He'd seen what that venom did to a person. "But she didn't die here. Do you suppose the cultists took her back to the village? Perhaps they have an antidote?" Radu asked, ever the optimist. Bravo stood up and stuck the needle in a leather pouch where it wouldn't harm him. He also thrust her repeating pistols into his belt. "You might be right, Radu. To the village we go." "We haven't been back since that night," the zombie knight replied. "True, and we best be careful. Caution is my watchword." Bravo's heart raced. Where was Bella? Chapter 5. Back to the village. "How did we miss the pistols? We've been to that spot a dozen times," Radu said. "A good question, Radu. The vegetation is so thick, I just hope Bella's body isn't there." He trailed off. "It isn't, Hank. She's alive." "I hope you're right." "Have you partaken of any more of the elixir, Hank, after it failed so horribly when we arrived in the village?" Radu asked. Hank winced. It was a sore subject between them. Radu warned Hank about the backstreet deal he'd made with a drug-addicted chemist before they had left Europe, but Hank's desperation had won out. The elixir he acquired never worked properly, not mimicking the control bestowed by the real formula. The original potion that granted a werewolf 7 years of control over their curse came from Lord Akiva in Transylvania. But since his death, his daughter had been unable to reproduce it. They'd tried with Hank assisting her but fell short. The counterfeit brew made Hank's senses dull and numb, but in the end, the beast still made its way out, and he lost control. "The elixir spoiled, and I poured it out." Radu sighed. "I hope you didn't kill any plants with the vile concoction. Why, if some little creature came along and licked that drivel up—" "No, I buried it." "The poor earthworms," Radu said. "I take your meaning. I'll be more careful in the future." Radu grunted. By unspoken consent, they fell silent as they neared a hill that led down into the farm fields and the village. The green pond, which Bravo now knew the natives called a geel, lay as murky as ever. Bravo studied the rows of huts and houses. The raging fires sweeping through the village had destroyed many of them, leaving their shells blackened and jagged. Other than those burned houses, the village was a peaceful-looking place. Several villagers cleared rubble or worked on repairing buildings. The early evening sun was fading. Surrounded by hills, the village would fall into sunless twilight for a couple of hours now. They needed a closer view. Bravo pointed to a hill with good sightlines to the village. They stalked through a vine-choked draw. When they neared the top of it, the scuffling of boots caught their attention, and Bravo settled into a crouch, Radu following his lead. Soon a head poked into view. A bare-chested, slight villager with a soiled grey turban hacked at the vegetation with a heavy, curved blade that reminded Bravo of a machete. More men followed. Bravo glanced back at Radu. His stalwart companion was mimicking Bravo, crouching and still. He also wore dark clothing. Since Bravo managed to convince the zombie knight to remove his ringmail, he'd grown much quieter, though he certainly was not as stealthy as Bravo's wolf-enhanced movements. But he might have been whistling for all it mattered, because the patrol of snake cultists and villagers trampled the jungle, looking neither right nor left, nor showing any signs of discipline as they passed the hiding spot of the 2 men. The last one, a villager, paused for a few moments, looking down the draw. Bravo swore the man's eyes passed right over him. Bravo readied his sword. He'd rush up there if the villager gave any indication of having seen them. Likely the man would call out, and Hank and Radu would need to make a hasty escape. But if the villager saw something, he gave no sign. He turned wearily to join the others, and soon the patrol passed from sight. They settled into a spot with an excellent view of the village, watching for a time. Radu pointed at one home. A cultist? Yes. The man wore all black. He was supervising a work group of villagers as they rebuilt a home. Then another stepped out of a hut. 2 others. Yes, the cultists were here. She could be in one of the homes, Bravo whispered. He tugged at Radu's sleeve, and they took a circular route around the edge of the village until they found another spot. More work gangs. Several tables bore trays of food, and several cultists were eating, but no Bella. "What do we do?" Radu asked. "We sneak down there and snatch one of them," Bravo replied. Radu nodded. "Right." He mimicked the act of grabbing something. "Snatch one up, with none the wiser. We knock them about the head, then carry them to the camp. Have to not hit them too hard. Perhaps you should do it, Bravo. Hit him, I mean." "Why?" "I'll accidentally brain him too hard, kill him, or knock him into a permanent stupor. We need some method to make someone senseless, but not permanently harm them." "Perhaps Dr. Frail might have some formula." Bravo nodded. "Perhaps. For now, however, we just do the best we can." He drew one of Bella's pistols, holding it like a club, and mimicked the act of striking something. "I'll hit one of them on the back of the head." Someone in the village screamed. The 2 men bent lower, thinking the villagers spotted them. But no, a great commotion arose among one of the work crews. Several villagers raced away from whatever was happening in a mad dash, a few screaming. Splintered timber tumbled through the air in an explosion, though one without fire or smoke. "Bella, perhaps?" Radu asked. Hank's heartbeat quickened. He readied both his sword and his revolver. If they spotted her, he was going down there, no matter the risk. From out of sight, a cultist raced around a corner at a dead sprint, and a shadowy pair of arms reached down from a low tree and yanked him upwards. His feet dangled in the air. Blood rolled down his legs. He kicked hard a few times, then stilled. He dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. "It's those shadow creatures," Bravo said. Columns of black smoke, almost like liquid, poured from the shadowy canopy of trees and formed into the same cloaked, featureless figures who had done so much damage to them during the battle in the jungle. Whenever one of them turned sideways, it vanished, a most unsettling sight. More screams. The shadows were attacking people, but not at random. They focused on the cultists, slaughtering them. Only when a villager got in the way did the shadow things cut them down. An old man raced out of one of the huts. Gold piping adorned his dark apparel. 2 of the shadow creatures fell near him, grabbing him and sucking him up into the darkness, where they vanished, his screams fading. Once the old man disappeared, the shadows floated back up into the dark treetops and were gone. A woman wailed. Other villagers sobbed. The cultists all lay unmoving, great rivulets of blood pooling together in the street. "What does it mean, Hank?" Bravo shook his head. His mouth was dry, but he must see something. He must find out if Bella was in there. "I'm going into the village." "There'll be no sneaking into it now. There isn't a person asleep for miles, I'm sure. I have to know if she's there. Stay here or go back to the camp." "I'll join you for a little stroll through the village," the knight said with a grin. "Bella," he called, loud enough that she would have heard if she was there. Several villagers came to see what they were doing, but none interfered. Hank yanked one of them around for a minute, asking him questions, but the man wet himself and told them nothing useful. "Was there an Anglo woman here, black clothing, black hat?" Shaking heads was Hank's only answer. Frustrated, he smashed a wall of one of the homes in the process of being built. He grabbed another man, shaking him. "Why did you attack us?" The villager put his hands up in surrender. "The snake cultists gave us no choice, Sahib. They gave us the Afim, and they threatened family." "Afim, what is that, a drug?" "Opium, Sahib, please, there was no choice. They threatened our children." Bravo let the man go, not tossing him to the ground as he had the last man. Radu stood where the night shadow had taken the old man up into the shadows below the trees. "I wonder where they absconded off to with that old man," he said. Bravo also studied the trees. He thought about Bella's companion vanishing with no trail nor scent of him. Then, the same thing happened to Bella. She'd disappeared, all trails ending in that place where she'd lost her pistols, and the venomous dart struck her. That's it, Radu. Those shadow things must have taken her. But she must have been dying from the dart. Do you think she survived the trip? Bravo shook his head. He didn't want to contemplate it. He croaked out, "The Demon King turned Ram's brother into a hideous creature. That wouldn't happen to Bella." "Why not?" "She'd fight them off and stop them." Radu's voice held a strong but brittle note of hope. "They took her to Narakund," Hank said. It fit with the evidence. He wished he'd seen it earlier. "What would the Demon King want with her?" Bravo closed his eyes, not wishing to think about that. He turned back towards the hills that would lead to their camp. Far above the two men, the giant bat Chiropter watched them from deep in the recesses of a towering banyan tree. Chapter 6. Rest in Peace. Lieutenant Ram Singh. Jane sat by Ram's side. His wounds were still as tender as they'd been after she healed him. The Night Shadow himself had attacked Ram, cutting him more than once, and Ram's wounds were inflamed and hot to the touch. Criss-crossed red lines wound up and down his sides and arms, spreading from the wounds. He did not stir when they changed his bandages. He never woke. She studied those closed lids for a long time, wishing them to open. Now she closed her own eyes and found that place inside where her magic once dwelled. It reminded her of a well, that place, and learning magic had been like operating the bucket to dip down and pull more water from it. But wells dried up, and that's what happened to her after the battle. That well in her gut where the magic came from, it was empty. She tried again, however, certain that if she desired this thing enough, the magic would come back. There must be a method to force it to issue forth again. "He doesn't look well," Dr. Frail said. He'd stolen up and stood across from the wounded man. She studied the sickly doctor. He never ate. None of them feasted, but Frail turned away even the small rations given him. His garments hung on him like a child wearing his father's clothes. "He'll recover," she said. The words felt like a lie. "Not likely," he replied. "I wouldn't want to give you false hope," he then added when she glared at him. "Perhaps if you tried to help," she said, her tone as icy as she could make it. "How would I help? My devices, my concoctions, all of it has proven useless." "Your devices saved many lives, including my own. You could at least work with me on the magic. Help me find it again." "Magic? Yes, find it," he said. He turned and strode to his bedroll, pulling the magic tome out, then bringing it back and handing it to her. "See if this helps." She reached up to grab it and saw tears brimming in his eyes. Oh, how he hurt. He let go of the book, then turned away. It occurred to her then that he was attempting to find a way out of his pain and back to them. She wondered what it would feel like if Ram died. How would she respond? Dr. Frail knew Clara much longer than Jane knew Ram. Perhaps she would feel nothing more than the loss of a friend. That seemed likely. She hardly knew him. A mere acquaintance, really. "Sit with me, Doctor." "No, I need to work through my crates. Sort it all. He looked off into the jungle. Despite his words, he sat. Nimrod stepped over and regarded the pair. She nodded, and he turned away to see to something in the camp. "Mr. O'Toole is a good man," she said. "Who?" "Oh, Nimrod. Yes, we'd have all died." "What was that?" "I was just saying if it wasn't for him, all of us would be dead." "He says the same of you. He told me your machines made all the difference during the Hill's defense. Hardly useless, as you called them." "Machines? They were mostly devices, not machines." She frowned at his correction, then pressed, "What other devices do you have for us?" "I have very few useful items left." His head turned to gaze at something in the trees. "I need to have Clara help me." He trailed off. "Oh, I'm the biggest idiot. She can't help at all. Can she?" He tried on a smile. "I'm afraid not." The doctor's smile faded as he looked down at Ram. "Jane, how would you like to come and see my devices right now? Perhaps you could help me with the crates." She sighed. "Well, I suppose I could. She glanced down and saw that Ram had turned a shade of blue. She put a hand up to his neck, but felt no pulse. She put her fingers over his nose and mouth. No breath. Ram. Dead. The doctor's hand rested on her shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Miss Avon." Jane looked away from Ram. "Yes, it's tragic. He was a good man. I didn't know him well, you understand, but he seemed most honorable." Primcourt heard them talking and came to check on Ram. No, not Ram. The sepoys also gathered, the few remaining, and some of the Christians came to pray. Jane didn't see them really, though she responded to each platitude with, "Yes, tragic, such a good man," until her voice was hoarse. She asked the sepoys, "Please retrieve the Raja's sword. He wished his father to have it." "We do not have it, Mem Sahib. We thought perhaps you possessed it." "You must have it." Her breath wasn't working correctly. There didn't seem to be enough air. Not enough in the world. The sepoys assured her they didn't. "Search through your things, empty everything out of your packs, find it," she told them. "Please, Mem Sahib, the Rajah was special to us. If we possessed his sword, we'd tell you." "Just find it. Find the sword." Dr. Frail took her by the arm and led her out of the camp. "Let us walk for a while, Miss Avon." "Keep those Christians away from the Rajah. He would not want their blessings," she told the sepoys, then let herself be led away. On the way, they crossed paths with Hank and Radu returning to the camp. "We think we know where Bella is," Hank told them. Each carried a large bag. "The village donated food to us," Radu said. "Thank you." He was. "A good man, though I didn't know him well," Jane mumbled, before Frail led her off down the trail, leaving Bravo and Radu to glance at each other in puzzlement. Primcourt said, "I believe we should escort these people to these so-called Christian mountain communities. The sister and reverend assure me we will find provisions and soldiers there to help us." Bravo had told them about what he and Radu saw that day at the village. "I would like to continue on to Narakund. Time is of the essence," he told them. Primcourt replied, "We have no provisions. There are just a few of us now, and these people need our help." Bravo clenched his fists at his side. "Yes, of course, you're correct. I meant I would journey there alone." "They'd catch you and know we were coming," Nimrod said. Bravo grunted. The thought of Bella being tortured or turned into one of those things, if she was even alive, was hard for him to bear. "I would demonstrate caution and would simply reconnoiter the site, rather than trying to infiltrate it myself." "We will go together," Radu declared, which no one found surprising. "I think we should stay together, Mr. Bravo," Primcourt said, "but I can hardly stop you if you wish to go. Come and see me after the meeting, and I'll give you some money for the journey." "I have a spyglass you might use," Frail told Bravo. Strangely enough, Ram's death seemed to have snapped him out of his stupor. Jane stood close by his side, looking off to where Ram's body was being prepared for the funeral pyre, but she perked up now. "I wish to travel with you, Mr. Bravo," Bravo said apologetically. "I'm not sure if that's wise, Miss Avon. We'll be moving quite fast, not resting since neither of us need it." "You'll leave us practically defenseless if you and Radu leave, Bravo," Nimrod said, folding his arms to show what he thought of the plan. "I hardly think that's the case as long as they have you and Frail, Nimrod, and Jane's no slouch either." The big man glared at Hank. "I'm not asking you to serve me up a compliment, man. I'm quite serious. Until we reach those Christian villages, we're going to be awfully short-handed, especially if you and Radu leave. I can only take so many shifts at watch. Maybe the best plan is for Radu and I to accompany you to the safety of the Christian villages, then to slip away and head to Narakund with all speed." Nimrod grunted. "That's a wiser plan. I'll go with you when the time comes." Bravo didn't like the idea of a delay, but he pointed at Nimrod in a gesture of agreement, then changed the topic. "What did Sister Caroline tell you about that artifact she believes is so important?" Primcourt scratched his nose. "She claims it is a magical ring. Why not? We have special swords, a werewolf, a wizard, and a zombie. Why not a magic ring?" Nimrod asked, and the others chuckled. "Only someone who is powerful can use the ring, of course. Otherwise, I would suggest one of us try it on and see if we can use it," Primcourt said. "My assumption is that some charlatan sold her a golden bauble for an exorbitant amount." "Well, it'll save one of us from a trip to England, to escort her there if it's a hoax," Bravo said. Yes, I disabused her of that notion entirely. She'll have to find some other protectors for this treasure of hers, the Count said with a grim smile. So as to where we go, we settled that then? We leave for the mountains tomorrow. Bravo went to Jane as the meeting broke up. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but she held her chin high. Mr. Bravo. She forced a smile. He sat next to her and waited until all the others moved off back to the camp. Have you seen his sword? We can't find it, she asked. Not since that night of the battle with his brother, when you tried to heal him and snow exploded all over. Right. Could it be there in that clearing somewhere? Bravo shook his head. I don't believe so. I've been over every inch of that area. If it would make you feel better, however, we can go there and look tomorrow. I loved him, you know, she said, and her voice caught. I know. It's silly, really. I barely knew him. But just the same, I loved him. The heart is uncontrollable sometimes, he told her, thinking of Bella. Our relationship would have ended. He was Indian, which Mother never would have accepted, nor society in general. You'd have lived here, probably in India, Bravo agreed. I could have done that. I love it here. Still, we'd have had a difficult time of it. He was quite a man, brave and of impeccable character. Why, you know, I worried about him at first, thinking he might betray us. But he gave his word to join the expedition, and once he did that, there was nothing that could have happened that would make him betray us. There are very few men who would hold to their word in such extraordinary circumstances, Bravo said. Jane stood up. I need sleep. Breathing. It is easy. One draws in air, and one lets it out. Good night, Miss Avon. I'm sorry this happened. Yes, everyone's sorry. It is tragic, she muttered, the words barely audible. Above Ram's body, Chiropta the bat clung to a tree. There was a familiar smell about the dead one. Chiropta crawled closer. He'd lost his master, and now the blood kin of his master was dead. He crawled down the trunk of the tree until he was close to the body of the kin wrapped in blankets. The scent of this man reminded him of his master. He felt a comfort he had not for days and curled up next to Ram's body. He would only stay for a little while. Chapter 7. The Bandit Lord. The Bandit Lord Thakur Thapa saw a shadow stretch and move. He was sure of it. But he thought it might just be the last vestige of the sunset, shifting as it departed the sky. Around him the town of Kirtipura was filled with his drunken soldiers, lounging and lazing about. Besides his bandits, only the dead remained. A group of his men strolled by, arm in arm, singing a bawdy song. One lifted a bottle to him as they passed. Behind them, ignored by the revelers, lay a pile of bodies contorted and twisted together in death, many of them very small. Swaths of brown were splashed on the walls near the bodies. They could never scrape the blood from the walls of this place. If he moved here permanently, which he was considering, he'd tear it all down and rebuild. But right now he didn't have time to do that, or time to burn the dead, or even to cart them out of the town into the jungles where the wild beasts would devour them. He must get his army moving, he knew. His master's, his true master, was not patient. He took a hard look at his leaders sitting in front of him, awaiting his word. They were not officers, and calling his disorganized group an army was a generous descriptor, he realized. The term soldiers, when applied to this rabble, was also a misnomer, though he led a few dozen real military men, all sepoy deserters. They were the most ruthless of his followers, and enough of them eyed him disrespectfully that he felt wary of them. We go north, one of these men said. He'd been a senior sergeant, a havildar in an East India Trading Company regiment, and that made him the most important of the contingent of deserters. A formidable man named Ravi Saxena. The sergeant bullied and cajoled the other soldiers. He scared most of them, especially because of the bag tied at his waist. No, we go east. There is a group of Christians we must find and kill, Thapa replied. The sergeant regarded him with a mocking smile. Some said Saxena was a thuggy, but Thapa didn't believe that. The thuggies were gathering in other places, and they wouldn't have left one of their own stranglers with Thapa. They knew he'd have killed whoever they sent, but Thapa understood the rumors. Sergeant Saxena carried an evil countenance. Perhaps it was his thick shoulders or bull neck, or maybe the dead look in his eyes, but he made people in his presence uncomfortable. Saxena knew this. He toyed with the bag at his waist. It contained human ears taken from his victims in the pillaged towns. Thapa swallowed hard, but made a show of being unconcerned with the belligerents. "Some wisdom you wish to share, Sergeant?" he asked the man. Saxena's smile widened. "I wish to know why a handful of Anglos is worth delaying our journey to Delhi." He spread his hand as if unveiling an item of wonder. "The Rajas gather a mighty army there, one large enough to throw the Anglo invaders into the sea. I do not wish to be stuck here, lolling about the jungle when we might be in the vanguard of the battles of liberation." It was an old argument, and one which Thapa agreed with, but he must make the opposite seem to be his decision. "No, these Christians we seek are important to the Anglo war effort. Our endeavors here will aid in our victory." "In the army we say that we must always keep our true aim in mind," the sergeant declared, and many of Thapa's lieutenants nodded or grunted in assent. Saxena liked to lord his army time over those like Thapa who never served. He shook one meaty fist in the air, finger extended. "And our true aim is the liberation of India. What better way to achieve it than to remove all the Anglos from our lands? Kill them or force them to leave, I say." Thapa ground his teeth as several of his leaders murmured their agreement with the bullying sergeant. There were moments when Thapa wished he was still just a common bandit leader, with never more than a dozen raiders in his band. The small little hideouts in the mountains with women, drink, and good food. The plunder of merchants or the occasional raid on a village when he felt daring. He had led the British and Sepoy soldiers on more than one chase that left them frustrated and unable to capture him over the years. The good old days, he thought. Now he was a murderer of women and children. He'd never intended to be, but once the rebel Sepoys in his army made it into the towns and slaughtered the helpless Christians and whites of all lands, his men fell into a kind of madness, and he knew if he showed hesitation that they'd have killed him too. Still, it might be better to be dead than a butcher of babies. He regarded Sergeant Saxena and his grisly bag of ears. Many of those ears were very small, he knew. "Why do you play with your ruby earrings, Thapa? Are you a woman?" Saxena asked. Most of Thapa's leaders did not laugh, though a few smiled. As Thapa opened his mouth to reply, a woman appeared, striding toward them from the jungle. She was tall, thin to the point of emaciation, but way she walked with a swagger few could master. His mouth went dry. He knew he'd seen a shadow, but not that kind of shadow. She wore what looked like normal clothing until he scrutinized it. Then it was obvious that it never moved in the breeze. It was as dead as she was. Saxena, noting Thapa's object of attention, turned to regard the woman. "What is this? Who is this ugly creature? Where's her hair? Is this one of your wenches, Thapa?" The woman stepped under the open-walled tent. Never taking her eyes off Thapa, she thrust a hand down towards Saxena. The hand stretched, morphed into shadow, and her black claw, fingers over large and spindly like a spider's legs, grabbed the top of the big sergeant's head. Saxena screamed. Many of the others shot up to their feet or stumbled away. The clawed hand wrenched Saxena's head around with several loud cracks. He tumbled backwards, dead, a look of grisly surprise upon his face. "What's wrong with being a woman?" the Night Shadow asked, a hint of a smile on her face. Thapa prostrated himself on the ground, pressing his face to the dirt. "Rise, Bandit Lord," she said the title with derision. Thapa scrambled to his feet. "I never took you for one to stomach the stench of the dead, Thapa," she told him, gazing at the piles of the dead townspeople. A dozen of her soldiers formed around her. They were indistinct figures, partially translucent, hovering in the air, silent as the dead. It was as if shadows had taken on life. Thapa licked his lips and regarded his officers. A few were still running. Most of them hid, watching the proceedings with wide eyes. None of them knew he conspired with these kinds of creatures. "Where is your brother?" he asked. Her brother was more cautious. "Dead." "I'm sorry, may he—" "Quiet. You will gather your men and be on the road in 1 hour." He considered the poor state of his men. 1 hour, that is too short a time. I'll do my best, but it will be a day before— She turned to the nearest of her servants. Crucify 5 of his bandits. That will properly motivate them. For every hour they take to make ready, crucify 5 more at random. Make sure one of his lieutenants is one of the 5. Why are you doing this, mistress? I'm looking for those you seek. He kept his voice low, ashamed that his lieutenants would know about the pact between himself and these demon creatures. How are you looking? With all the tools at hand? She gestured at the lazy groups of soldiers sleeping, eating, drinking. He did not think it a good idea to lie to her, so he clamped his mouth shut. They are east of here. Today they killed some of your men. We will find them, she informed him. He swallowed a hard lump that seemed lodged in his throat. We? It only took 3 hours for the entire bandit army to be on the road, ready to march. As they left the deserted ruin of a town, many of them stared back in terror at the 15 crucified men they left behind. Chapter 8. Funeral Pyre. Jane put the pieces of metal formed like drops that had hardened into her pocket. She put her hand on the grass where Ram's body had lain, matted with dried blood, and regarded the grove around her. Where could his sword be? Mr. Bravo walked in a straight line, every few steps stopping and scanning the vegetation. Radu followed his lead. They were back in the clearing where the battle took place. Despite the grim circumstances of Ram's death, Jane felt awe that she had unleashed such power here. Splintered and sheared trees and piles of ash lay all around. Where Ram's brother died, the grass was yellow-brown, the bushes shriveled and wilting. "Mr. Bravo, come look at this," she said. She showed him the bits of melted steel she found. "Orange lines like Ram's sword," Bravo said. "Surely it wasn't hot enough to melt steel?" Radu asked, coming closer and regarding the metal as well. He wore a turban that covered most of his face. She would ask Dr. Frail if he could make up a mask for the zombie again, now that the doctor had recovered somewhat from his fugue. Thoughts of Frail led to thoughts of Clara, and those brought her right back to memories of Ram. Her eyes brimmed with liquid, but she fought off tears. "No, it wasn't hot enough to melt steel," Hank said. She also discovered a buckle from Ram's uniform. Clenching it tightly in her hand, she turned to Mr. Bravo. "We should get back. Mr. Primcourt only gave us an hour." Nimrod and Frail worked with the sepoys to build a funeral pyre, a platform raised 2 feet off the ground. Bravo held Jane to his shoulder as the men lifted Ram's body up onto the platform, surrounded by dozens of chopped logs. "How will we take his ashes to a sacred river?" Jane asked. "What?" Bravo didn't understand what she was saying. "In Hindu custom, his ashes should be spread into a sacred river once we collect them." "I'll stay back and retrieve them," Bravo said. Soon enough it was time. The sepoys conducted rites, whispering and chanting. One of them attempted to light a torch, using the old remnants of their cooking fires, but the torch would not light. Jane watched the soldiers' failed attempts with frustration. Nearer to civilization, this would have been a grand affair, with elaborate ceremonies and gifts given to the dead man. A Brahmin holy man, or perhaps his father, would have lit the pyre, not some humble army private. Yet, she thought it suited Ram to have such simple events on the day of his funeral. He served others almost constantly as they traversed the jungle. And, oh, how she gave him grief. She wished she'd said a kind word or two when he helped her. There had been that moment in the jungle when she touched his cheek. He'd held her hand there and smiled, his eyes sparkling. That's when her magic soared into its zenith. The happiness of the moment, she realized now, gave it to her and made it controllable. She regarded the ugly little combustible altar. If she had married him, the custom was that she would burn to death with him. She doubted he would want such a thing. Would she have done it? Thrown herself on her lover's funeral pyre and burned to death? It was the custom in the land, though not among the British, of course. She imagined him smiling at her dilemma and having some witty comment about it, then solving the problem in his practical way. He would have figured it out. He had intelligent, dark eyes. She thought that eyes might be the only thing in the world that could be dark and bright at the same moment. She couldn't believe she would never see them again. "What of the afterlife?" she asked Dr. Frail. He was putting his shirt back on after helping to build the stand for the pyre. "Afterlife?" he said with a light gasp. His chest was heaving. "Yes. If a Christian and a Hindu marry and both die, are they together afterward? I'm not sure. I could probably find a book with the answer. She frowned. I'm not sure either. We worship different religions, but I once heard a Hindu wise man say that all good people worship the same God. Wouldn't that mean we would go to the same place? What if there is no God and no afterlife? Frail asked. That makes this life either completely pointless or vitally important, she replied. She found it hard to stand up suddenly, and Frail took her arm. The pyre was lit finally, and black smoke hung low about the trees. It reached her eyes, and she wiped at the tears it caused. We need to leave. The smoke will draw attention, Primcourt told them, his hat in his hands. The convoy of people picked up their burdens, the crates, bags and bundles, and wound their way down to the road. Then Jane heard the flap of great wings ripping at the air, and an enormous bat landed on Ram's body, still whipping its wings back and forth. The sepoy called out in alarm, one of them waving a torch at the creature, while another fired its musket. But the shot must have gone wide, because the winged thing showed no result of the blast. It grasped Ram's body and tried to pull it up off the pyre, digging with its wings to gain power. Mr. Bravo unlimbered his special rifle and loaded it, but with the sepoys crowding around the thing, he had no clear shot. The bat disappeared into a stand of trees, its wings still frantically beating against the air. Mr. Bravo raced after it. Jane cried freely now. What happened? What would that creature want with his body? Straining to catch some sound of it, he noted other noises. He heard the jangling and clomping of soldiers. He smelled horses. Tucking back into the shade of a thicket, he watched while a line of British soldiers, all white, came into view. Riding a horse in the center of them was Colonel Worthall, the pompous windbag from Bombay with the golden monocle. Bravo attempted to puzzle it out. What was he doing here? Next to him rode two others, Corporal Shuck, the slovenly, insolent soldier he met outside the Regency Inn back in Bombay. On the other side of the colonel rode a hatchet-faced man nearly as tall and large as Nimrod, though Nimrod won by virtue of sheer bulk. Wait. That massive soldier accompanied Worthall at the pier the first day they arrived in Bombay. Another of Worthall's shifty cronies, Hank would bet. Bravo took time to study the other soldiers. He'd never seen a sorrier lot. He couldn't believe this was a British Army unit. He regarded Worthall again. The man must be following them. It was the only answer for why he moved along the same remote route. Bravo snuck back to the expedition camp. What kind of trouble? Primcourt asked. Colonel Worthall with a platoon of British soldiers. Silence greeted his announcement. The nun, Sister Caroline, was the first to speak. Praise heaven, we are saved. She put her hands together as if praying. I don't believe so, Bravo said. Right, it's too convenient for my tastes. What's that nosy bastard doing here? Primcourt asked. What about Ram? Where is he? Jane asked. I'm sorry, the bat flew away with his body, Hank told her, and she covered her mouth with a cupped hand, closing her eyes. The others, however, were more concerned with the unexpected arrival of the colonel. Worthall must have followed us, Nimrod said. Why would he do that? Primcourt asked, then answered his own question. He must see some advantage in this. There's no chance he's here because he feared for us. He's not that kind of chap. Maybe the company sent him with orders to protect us. You are the Queen's aide, after all, Dr. Frail put in. A possibility, Primcourt admitted. Bravo disagreed. I don't trust him. You should see the state of his soldiers. I've seldom seen a more untrustworthy-looking group. No British soldiers under official orders would abuse the uniform as these men do. What are you all on about? He's a British officer. He must be on our side, Sister Caroline scolded them. I don't trust him either, but we could use his assistance, Count Primcourt said. He walked over to inspect the funeral pyre. The sepoys had put it mostly out, though a pall of grey smoke rose. He patted one sepoy's shoulder, giving the man a grateful nod. Hank realized now that Primcourt was the right man to lead a group like this. His bearing inspired confidence, and he'd softened somewhat since his wounding and the unfortunate events on the hillside. Where is the body of the Rajah Sahib? A sepoy asked him. I'm not sure, Private, he replied. They took him, as the dead Zothan told us they would. He'll walk forever in shadow, another declared. In total, there were 2 servants and 3 sepoys left alive. The servants remaining were a stout porter and a cook. The cook was a grizzled, one-eyed man who had been a soldier in his youth. Of the three sepoys, none looked old enough to need to shave, and so the steady, one-eyed cook became the leader of the remaining Indians. The man, whose name was Yuvan, spoke to the others in Hindustani, and they moved to their uniform jackets, putting them on. Yuvan told Primcourt, "The men will be fine, Sahib. With your permission, I've ordered them to prepare themselves for our journey." The Count inclined his head. "Very good, Yuvan, I appreciate your efforts." The cook turned on his heel and gathered his own belongings. "What was that creature that took Ram?" Primcourt asked in a low tone, frowning at the smashed pyre. "A bat," Hank told him. "No bat can carry that much weight. It's impossible," Dr. Frail said. "Werthel's path will take him right to the village. He'll either get there and be ambushed, or one of his men will note this smoke and come to investigate," Nimrod reminded them. "Right, we best decide what we should do," Primcourt said. "I don't believe there's anyone left to ambush him. The Demon King's shadow soldiers slaughtered the cultists. The rest of the village seems terrified," Hank said. "Yes, they ran from the two of us," Radu put in. "That is no surprise if any of them recognized Hank as the Rakshasa," Jane said, her voice without inflection, and eyes still scanning the distant tree line. Looking for that bat, Hank was sure. "An excellent point, Miss Avon," Primcourt agreed. "Rakshasa?" Dr. Frail asked. She said, "Rakshasa means shape-changer, in this case a werewolf. I will go and see Werthel myself with Hank and Radu ready to come to my aid, while the rest of you get these families on the road to the Christian villages," Primcourt said. "Can you get me close enough to see his caravan without him knowing I'm there, Mr. Bravo?" he asked, suddenly formal. "Yes, Mr. Primcourt, I'm sure I can." "Very good, everyone. Dr. Frail, you'll lead the convoy to get these people to safety." "Me? You're the right man for it, Doc," Nimrod put in. Frail straightened, adjusting his tie. "I'll do my best." Chapter 9. Chiropta. Ram dreamed of a free India, though even in his fantasies he couldn't help but question how there could be peace. Even without foreigners, they had found reasons to kill each other for thousands of years. Ruling India was not a job he would aspire to. The feuds would never end. A dull blue sky greeted him, but he didn't recognize it for several minutes. "Jane?" he asked the air. A black shape moved at his periphery, a blurred figure with very wide arms moving jerkily. Not Jane. He lifted his head and a tree branch creaked. What did that mean? He tried to move, but a strong cloth blanket and dozens of hard, knobby appendages held his arms and body. With effort, he turned his head and saw that the creature near him was a giant bat, one much too large to be natural. It regarded him with matte black eyes, twisting its head this way and that. In another time, the appearance of such a creature might have surprised or worried him, but today was not a day for that. He was back from the dead, he knew, and he hadn't come back to be killed again. Not today. And if the creature wanted him dead, why hadn't it already killed him? He worried it might be one of the Demon King's minions, but some problems could wait, and that seemed like one of them. He tried to work his arms free, the gripping things under him swaying with each movement. Glancing down, he saw their perch was at the top of a grove of neem trees, and whoever tied this death sack had done a fine job. He'd have to work at it to open it. He flexed his fingers, unused to movement, working them open and closed. The third time he opened them, they flicked again, and razor-sharp claws tore through the blanket. He let out an oath, staring down at the claw points as sharp as any dagger. He wriggled his fingers, and the claws moved. Tearing through the rest of the sack, he freed his hands. His fingers were swollen, or larger at least, his hands padded like a cat. 2-inch claws tipped the nails of each finger. He flexed his hand again twice, and watched in amazement as the claws sank back into his fingers. The pads recessed, like they'd never been. "Perhaps I'm dreaming," he said. The bat clicked its mouth a few times. The world was sharply in focus. Below him a deer picked lightly along the ground, but he caught every tap of its hooves on the grassy earth. He caught its scent. There were perhaps 1,000 scents in each breath, but where that once would have been confusing, he could now sort through them just as he would with the sights in a market, focusing on the chai vendor or the butcher shop, rather than losing details in the myriad of colors and sights. "What's happening to me?" He carefully sat up. The branches holding him bounced and one cracked. "I probably should get down from here." The bat shuffled toward him, then stopped an arm's length away. It was as large as a child of maybe 10 or 12, and black of body, with a reddish tint to the fur when one scrutinized it. Muscles rippled and flexed as it adjusted its position. It might be the height of a child, but it must be powerful if it carried him all the way up here. Yet there was a kind of innocence about it, he admitted. It keened at him, a sound in a pitch he'd never known before, the note one of mourning. "Who are you? Do you know what's happened to me?" he asked, though it was probably too much to expect the thing to speak. He knew the creature was an affront to nature. He should kill it. Glancing down at his hand, he recalled the claw. Was he such a creature? And if he was, did that also mean he should die? Die again, that is. The bat cringed backwards, stepping lightly back across the branches until it was well out of his reach. Had it somehow known his thoughts? The creature keened again. An image flitted across Ram's mind, then vanished. Ram rubbed his face, then blinked his eyes. Weariness settled on him. But there were miles to go for him that day. He must find the others if any still lived. Jane. The bat made that wailing noise once more. The image entering his brain was more defined this time, yet still faded like a painting forgotten in the rain. A boy so pale his skin was grey. Ram knew the cut of that chin and the shape of those eyes. The boy reached out and patted the bat, scratching its ears while the bat rolled its head the way a cat does when being petted. The keening stopped, and the image vanished from his mind. "Anand, you knew my brother?" The bat's grip on the branches tightened, one snapped. A tide of unexpected emotions rolled over Ram, like an unobservant beachgoer strayed too close to the waves striking the shore. His brother was dead. Images from the bat joined his own. The bat had lived for generations serving the Demon King. Ram flinched at the image of the boy huddled. In darkness, crying, the bat had quickly befriended him. The images, rough moment-in-time sketches, fell away almost as quick as they arrived. At the end of it, he thought he understood. This creature was a servant of the Demon King, yet it had been more Anand's than anyone else's. And Ram reminded it of Anand, likely in some primal way that he did not understand. "You may travel with me, Bat," he said, deciding at once that though Anand turned into one of those night shadows, the boy was not to blame for it. Those years must have been difficult for him, alone and so young. And if this creature showed kindness to his brother, the least he could do was continue that kindness. The bat keened again. Chapter 10. Colonel Worthall and his sorry lot. Colonel Worthall held a perfumed handkerchief to his nose while he studied his men. The platoon of soldiers Shuck had rounded up were a disgraceful lot, but he knew they were exactly the kind of men he needed on such a jaunt. But oh, how he wished they at least possessed a tiny sliver of respect for their uniform and their appearance. They'd done nothing to care for themselves since leaving Bombay, and several men had taken off their coats, sporting only undergarments without requesting permission. Two of the men walked around bare-chested like damned natives, gross insubordination, and yet he allowed it. He looked the other way with shaving and uniform standards, knowing he was among cutthroats with not one honourable man among them. The good news in all this was they wouldn't be missed. He doubted a single mother-loving one of them belonged to a family that knew or cared where they were. And the army. They wouldn't miss these men in the slightest. And even if they did, the current mayhem with the rebellious sepoys was a chance that couldn't be passed up. It was likely many British soldiers would disappear during the chaos. Who would notice a few more? In any case, his plan was to kill most of these men after they looted whatever treasure lay at the end of their path in the place called Narakund. The plan was a matter of expediency. This must be kept a secret. Perhaps he would kill them with poison, though he was amenable to other means. It would be best if it happened along the route in natural ways, but he wasn't sure how he could arrange such a thing. There were plenty of rivers with crocodiles. He slapped at a fly. His horse was in constant states of whipping its head around and snapping at bugs with its tail. He couldn't blame the beast. The only thing worse than being in India was being in the hinterlands of India. "When the good Lord created the world, why did he create India, Ernstmeyer?" Shuck asked. Ernstmeyer grunted. Shuck nodded. "That's right, old man. He had lots of pieces left over, he did, so he stuck 'em all here." Their trip had gone horribly so far. The train ride had been uncomfortable, the carriage sweltering hot, and the damn clicking of the rails about drove Worthel mad. One of the porters died right off the train of some kind of fever, and the men immediately started complaining and worrying about whatever ailment killed him, thinking perhaps they were next. The village where they should have been able to press porters into service sat empty, and there'd been a mess of rebels about, though the rabble thankfully showed no interest in Worthel or his men. Now his makeshift unit was already running low on provisions. The servants were on half rations, and the soldiers would be next. They'd have to raid the next village they found, which might not be a bad idea at any rate. Give the men a bit of sport. Worthel wouldn't mind a little bibby himself. A man appeared on the road ahead. The train of soldiers reacted with lazy unconcern. "By heavens, is that Count Primcourt?" Worthel asked. He spurred his horse forward. Indeed, it was Primcourt. Bandages covered his side and one arm, and his clothing was dirty and tattered. The shirt he wore once likely cost more than some men made in a year, Worthel wagered. Yet it was soiled, and one sleeve ripped open. Nonetheless, he held himself erect, with a bearing that spoke of aristocracy from a mile away. "Mr. Primcourt, is it?" Worthel asked. "You know it is, Colonel Worthel." "Whatever are you doing here?" "I'm on my archaeological expedition, though I've run into a spot of trouble." Worthel looked around at the jungle. He didn't see any others. His ruffian soldiers were gathering around now, intensely curious. He wished he'd ordered them into columns and could halt them now. Would like to show off some military pomp, give this count a demonstration of good British order. Instead, Shuck rode up near Worthel, picking his nose, and the rest of the men strolled up as if they were gawking at a curiosity at a county fair. "Who the hell is this?" asked a grimy private. He was one of those who wore no shirt. "Silence, men," Worthel ordered with a raised hand. He heard a snicker or two from the rabble. "Where are the other members of your expedition?" "A few remain, all injured. I'm in the best shape." Several of the men let out murmurs or exclamations at that. "You don't say," one private called. "What of Singh? Did he desert you as I said he would?" Primcourt shook his head. "No. He died in an ambush. He was a good man who stayed true to the end." Worthel waved an irritated hand at a fly. "And the big man who accosted me?" "He is no more," Primcourt replied. "A pity, I'd have liked to kill him myself." Primcourt's face turned a shade of red, though he held his bearing. "What a thing to say. I'll report you to the Lord Governor." "No, Primcourt. You'll show us your maps and we'll kill you quick. If you refuse, I'll give you to Shuck here. His knife can make anyone sing." "Or dance, sir," Shuck added. A few of the men snickered. Primcourt shook his head in derision. "I thought to find integrity from a British officer. And I'd thought to be long gone from this wretched hellhole, yet here we both are, disappointed." He gestured, and a pair of men stepped toward Primcourt, rifles held lazily. "Now come along, Governor, all's well," one of them said. A shot rang out, catching one of the advancing soldiers in the chest. It was fired from close range, in the bush, right off the road. Before the other soldier could react, a second shot caught him in his side and he screamed as he fell, clutching his wound. Worthel's soldiers reacted like the undisciplined lot they were. Some shouted, others observed. A few ran, muttering about ambushes. A dozen of them, however, brought their muskets to bear, ready to fire as Primcourt disappeared into the jungle. "Get him back," Worthel asked. "How many of them are there?" "Perhaps there's a whole squad of them sepoys waiting," Shuck replied. "You think he'd have come upon us by himself if he could muster a large contingent of men? Get after him." "Who, sir?" Shuck asked. "Ernst Meyer, you go. Take a half-dozen of this sullen lot, and someone silence that wounded Beliarker." "Silence him?" one soldier asked. "Keep him quiet or kill him. I don't care which," Worthel replied. Ernst Meyer slid off his horse, drawing a cavalry saber and growling. He crooked a beefy finger at a handful of men, and they stalked in the direction from which the shots had come. Primcourt had fooled Worthel with his deception. It was well played. He could almost admire the man. It took a good Englishman for such displays of superior wit. "Be careful, Ernst Meyer, that bush is dangerous," Shuck warned his friend. Worthel glared at the corporal. Quiet. You'll rattle the men, Corporal. You were right, Hank. I'm sorry I doubted you, Primcourt said. Hank holstered his pistol and took back his rifle, and they scampered on as soldiers crashed through the jungle chasing behind them. I could smell the deceit on them, though that's a hard thing to explain to someone. Well, if we make it out of this, I'll trust your nose in the future, Primcourt quipped. A redcoat shouted behind them, and a musket ball smacked into a tree between their heads, the report coming a moment later. Hold your fire, fools, one of the other redcoats bellowed. Hank turned back with his rifle and fired a quick shot that drove the soldiers' heads down. They took an abandoned trail that Hank had spied for just such an escape and doubled back around to cross the road around a bend behind Worthel and his men. The soldiers shouted and pursued them. There, Shuck, go in after them, take a dozen men. Me, sir, in the jungle? Immediately, Shuck, they are getting away. Shuck reluctantly complied. Meanwhile, Worthel bellowed for the rest of his men to follow him, and he paralleled the 3 escaping men from the road, his soldiers trotting to catch up. Behind them, the first group came into view. A big man at their front with a saber drawn gave out a menacing grin and strode toward them. A musket ball tore branches from the trees nearby, and they all ducked down. We go further into the bush, Hank ordered, and they broke right, escaping out from the pinch of the 2 British groups coming together. Primcourt held his own pistol now, and Radu his broadsword. The big soldier was making up ground on them. I'll face him, Radu offered. Hank shook his head. No, if they slow us down, they'll catch us up in their net. We need to keep moving. He's almost upon us now, Primcourt said. Hank turned and fired a shot with his rifle. A voice screamed in pain. All he'd done was aim back into the jungle. A lucky shot. Then a trio of redcoats burst out of the jungle near them, bayonets affixed. One drove his blade right into Primcourt's gut, shouting with a war cry. Hank let part of the beast out. He grew fangs and claws, which also meant some fur sprouted along his forearms and around his mouth. He'd never done such a thing on purpose before, but found it simple to pull off. And importantly, he stayed in control. He tore into Primcourt's attacker with tooth and claw. Radu hacked another of the redcoats down, and the third raced off, disappearing back into the trees. The grim soldier with the saber leapt from cover, and Radu whirled to block his first strike. Meanwhile, Hank helped Primcourt continue, a dark splotch of blood slickening his shirt and the bandages already in place. Ah, heavens, that's smart, Primcourt said. Radu and the big brute matched up well, but the redcoat was not alone, and his fellows also attacked the zombie knight. They jabbed and cut him over and over until he fell to his knees. He slashed one and hacked open another man's boot, slicing into his foot. The big man punched Radu with his sword hilt, and the zombie knight tumbled to his back. Chapter 11. Frail and Caroline Struggle. Sister Caroline found it impossible to remain silent under the leadership of the bumbling heathen, Dr. Frail. The muddy trail to the road climbed steadily. It was barely a few feet wide, and the canopy overhead made it difficult to see more than a few feet to any side. Besides the ever-present chirping and chittering of the jungle, the only sounds were the heavy thumps of feet on the trail, the jangle of their straps and gear shifting, and the sighs under heavy loads. Sister Caroline would need to find another spot in the line, perhaps at the front, because walking behind the sepoys as she did brought several unpleasant smells her way. They stank of smoke from the pyre, sweat from the labor of building it, and of the heavy spices the Indians used in all their dishes. She did not appreciate the foreign aroma. Her escorts also insisted that everyone stay quiet, a chore with the children, of course, but more a difficulty because they would not allow singing. A song of praise lightens burdens and makes the feet want to dance. Not that I condone dancing, mind you, yet when loaded down as we are, a little spring to the step would be most welcome. Don't you agree, Dr. Frail? She'd asked. The doctor had not agreed and forbade them from any sort of noise that could be avoided, and this put the whole blessed train of them in a sour mood, or so she thought. It's a poor decision, Dr. Frail. You're not conducting yourself in a manner befitting a leader, she told him when he came back to grab her Bible. She'd just been reading a few verses. If they could not sing, reading a few passages would not be unwelcome. What do you have against the good book? Nothing. I am against having my throat slit, however, and against watching these women and children put to death. We cannot have you loudly belting out Bible verses, he told her. Father Shashank reprimanded her as well, the frightened little mouse. Please, Sister Caroline, we must keep quiet. You're only spreading panic for no reason. Providence will protect us. Never you fear, she admonished them with a stern glare. Frail didn't heed any of her advice. They finally found the road and all breathed a sigh of relief. All except Frail, Jane and Nimrod, who understood that being out in the open like this was a sure way to run into trouble. And they were right. Coming round a bend, Nimrod, who was scouting ahead, spotted a bedraggled line of natives coming the other way, armed men with orange scarves and a banner with a crouching tiger upon it. He raced back to Frail and told him what he saw. There's at least 20. Did they spot you? They didn't act like it, Nimrod replied. They wasted no time getting the people off the road, but with its muddy state and all the feet trotting upon it, they left telltale signs. Observing the tracks, Nimrod frowned. They'll find us. He looked off the road at the escaping families, then declared, I'll hold them off. A few shots will likely hunker them down for a time until we can get the people farther away. Jane drew her pistol. I'll come with you. Frail handed them each one of his mushroom-headed sticks that exploded with a bright pop. Get them away, Doctor, Nimrod said. He and Jane trotted up to the bend. They found a place where an exposed dirt and rock wall poked from the jungle. Spying around the corner, they saw the bandits marching up the road. Jane swallowed. There's a lot of them. Nimrod grinned grimly. Not too many. What shall we do? We fire a few shots and hopefully they'll take cover in the brush and consider what to do next. Her face brightened. That's easy enough, then what? Likely they'll try to use the jungle as cover and get close to us. Or if they're really crazy, they'll race down the road at us. That momentary lessening of tension left Jane's face. When I tell you, you'll run back and find the others, he said. Do you understand? She'd heard about enough of men telling her to run when they said run. This thought reminded her of the last man who said that to her. Nimrod raised his rifle. Are you ready? She nodded. Truthfully, she wanted to use her magic. She felt for it inside of her, like a blind woman reaching out to get her bearings. Nothing. They pointed their weapons, tucked as close to the hill as they could come. Jane climbed up a few steps to rest her pistol on a steady, flat rock. At this distance, her chance of hitting anything was non-existent, but the weapon would make noise and perhaps kick up some dirt. Fire into the middle of them. You might hit something, he told her. Exactly as I planned, she replied. He fired at the standard bearer out in front of the others, and the man stumbled a few steps to the side. It would be comical, Jane thought, if the man wasn't wounded or perhaps dying now. Still, if these were the bandits who raided the towns they'd seen, the killers she saw in her vision, they all deserved to be gut-shot, which she understood to be the most painful of the ways to be killed with a gun. Nimrod flipped open his weapon, flicked out the old shell, then replaced it. Well, Missy, he asked, nodding at her pistol. Jane squinted down her barrel and fired a shot. Remarkably, she hit one, likely because they were in tight formation, and he cried out and dropped his rifle. The bandits were ducked and a few took cover, though most seemed unsure what was happening. Nimrod fired again, hitting another, followed by Jane, though her next two shots were off the mark. She wished she carried one of those rifles. She'd need to ask Frail for one. Now the bandits retreated off the road, ducking down in a ditch on the lee side, opposite where Nimrod and Jane could see them. Jane reloaded. She hadn't the expertise that Nimrod had with weapons. She burned her fingertips, pulling out the 3 spent rounds, pocketed the pieces of brass in case Frail might have a use for them, and reloaded. We shouldn't stay here. Let's climb up this knife edge here to gain a higher vantage, she said. He looked up the hill at where she pointed. A wise suggestion. They scrambled up the steep hill on hands and knees. The brush here was drier, stiff, and Jane got a cactus thorn in her palm, which she pulled out with an oath the workmen in her family's fields used. A few shots smacked into the stone near their original spot on the road. Jane wasn't sure the shots would have hit either of them, but it would have been close. She spied movement and caught the tail end of a dozen bandits racing across the road, headed toward their position in a way that would put them on level ground until they were parallel with Jane and Nimrod. Nimrod fired at the group, making them all duck, and the shot struck something hard and whirred off with an echo. Blasted inaccurate rifle, he said. They'll come even with us and shoot us to shreds now. I don't think we can stay here, Jane told him. You're correct. We picked the one spot in this cursed country with no tree cover. He studied the terrain. We backtracked to that small draw. See it? Like a pocket between the hills? I see it. They kept low, scrambling along, bent almost on all fours like animals. He tried to sound as confident as Mr. Bravo or Ram might. We must hurry. The goal is to get to a place of safety. Distant shots rang out, some back along the road where Nimrod and Jane were, but others echoing across the valley and much farther away. He turned to the people watching him. I want a pair of sepoys in the front and the other 3 of you in the rear with me. Keep going until I send word up to you to stop. He knew they couldn't go on forever and hoped it wouldn't be necessary. More gunshots, this time closer. Some of the children cried. Go, get moving, he ordered. He wished he had more weapons, but they used them all when Clara... The thought was like scorching his hand, but inside his brain. Clara. He hadn't thought of her for hours. The only benefit of the scramble to save their lives, he thought wryly. The long, unruly snake of families finally unwound and slithered deeper into the jungle, and he followed them. Jane whispered, Mr. O'Toole, being in a battle is a curious mixture of heart-thumping terror and extreme boredom. He chuckled. Stay vigilant. These lulls are when people lose their focus and get sloppy. In these sorts of situations, it is often the one who stays alert who wins the day. She regarded the simple-looking man with some surprise. He noted it and said, I'm not just a brute, Missy. Certainly not, I would have said caveman. He snorted, then scowled at her. I thought you'd turn your tail and run for home 6 times by now. It would have been smart for you to do that. I'm thinking you're the one who's playing the game with half your deck missing. Very amusing, Mr. O'Toole. Can't I just be doing this because I'm a patriot? He grinned darkly, his eyebrows raised. She admitted, The truth is I wish to have adventures, or rather wished to have them. But no longer. I'm not certain. I will say I'll do a good deal more research before I sign up on one of these ventures in the future. Not the holiday you expected? Not at all. Silence overtook them once more. She tried to be like Nimrod, sitting still as a stone, but couldn't pull it off. Where are they? She whispered. They might have passed by where we were, and that put her on edge. That would mean they are close. Yes. They didn't have to wait long to find out. A head poked around the corner near the knife edge of rock where they had been. Then a few more popped around the corner and carefully stepped out from behind cover. But where the ones were who had crossed the road and disappeared into the jungle, she didn't know. What do we do? Jane asked. We're closer to jungle now. We can ease back into it if needed. You watch the other side of the road and I'll take a few shots at these brave souls out in the open. He lined up the rifle and fired, the shot booming, the bullet catching a bandit and tossing him back against the rocky wall. He lolled around on the ground until one of his companions grabbed him and pulled him back around the corner. Then, directly across the road, Jane caught a bandit's turban poke out of the brush, looking their way. She drew her pistol and fired a shot that missed its mark, but caused the bandit to duck back out of sight. Let's go, Nimrod said. He trotted up a windy, hard dirt path that took them right into a thicket of trees, the bandits hot on their tail. They were in some trouble. Chapter 12. Tussle in the Jungle. Werthel had grown weary of waiting upon word about the capture of Prim Court. He dismounted. When you want something done right, as they say. He flicked his reins to a porter. The rest of you lot, follow me, he ordered, and the remaining soldiers more or less obeyed. Or at least, he heard an adequate amount of clomping boots behind him, so he thought they had. Ernstmeyer, Shuck, where are you? He bellowed. He discovered early in his career that blustering and shouting created progress. It had been his principal leadership tool for some time, but this time his shouting produced no results. Right off the road, the world changed into a dark place of twisted roots made to trip one up, a warren of vegetation-walled tunnels where sometimes one needed to crouch or crawl to make it through. Though it was not even noon, it was night dark, with occasional pillars of light swirling with dust motes slashing through the canopy of trees overhead. He snagged his jacket on more than a few thorny bushes, vines sought to trap him, and the mosquitoes attacked in swarms. After only a minute of this confining experience, he leaned against a tree, chest heaving, and bellowed, "Shuck, Ernstmeyer!" The jungle swallowed his words, and he doubted his men heard him. What was the point of being a colonel if one had to work? He glanced back and found only a handful of soldiers with him. "Damn it all! Where are the others?" The soldiers looked behind them, and one said, "There were more of us, sir. I think some took a different route, though I don't know where they went." "Go back and find them, Private, and bring them here." The man swallowed and rubbed at his arm, while gazing suspiciously at the foliage. "By myself, sir?" Worthel pointed at another man. "Both of you go, on the double." After the two departed, a musket ball smacked into the trunk of the tree next to Worthel's hand. He cursed and crouched, firing his pistol into the jungle toward where he thought the ball had come. His breath stalled. The jungle closed in on him. "Stay close by my side now, men." The trio of remaining redcoats must have agreed with this sentiment, because they crowded in tight. His blood sang. The beast was just under the surface, waiting, hoping for release. Primcourt shot another soldier, before falling to lean against a tree. It was at this moment that Corporal Shuck happened upon the scrap. When he saw the pandemonium, Shuck did a crisp about-face and ran. He was a coward. He'd always known it, and that knowledge kept him alive on more than one occasion. As Worthel had bragged about him to that unfortunate native mapmaker, Shuck was a fantastically skilled knife fighter, but he'd lived through a dozen scrapes because he never fought fair. He ambushed opponents or stabbed a foe in the back. His victim even knew he was there. He didn't fight healthy foes one-to-one. That kind of foolhardy bravery put many of his mates in the ground, both here and at home. The soldiers with him watched him go, bewildered. One asked with wide eyes, "Corporal?" But Shuck didn't turn back. After a moment, several of the others followed. There were other soldiers, however, who liked a good tussle or felt some loyalty to their comrades, and these men raced into the fray. Back at his spot, Worthel heard the commotion of an animal growling, slashing swords and gunshots, and considered his options. The colonel had more in common with Shuck than he ever would have admitted, but where Shuck only played the bully when it enriched him, Worthel relished any situation where he had an advantage over another. He wanted to witness Primcourt's fear and dread as he slowly realized that Worthel held the pompous aristocrat's life in his hands. He wanted the Primcourt to know that Worthel was his superior in every way, regardless of circumstances of birth. Worthel wished to take his troops back up onto the road with the flush of victory upon them, and to have his men celebrate him, laud him for the outfoxing of his opponent. He shivered with the expectations of glory. He might even get a medal out of this if he worked the story correctly. He attempted to save Primcourt when mutinous sepoys attacked. No, waves of murderous mutineers who killed most of his men. That would be the story. He charged toward the melee, pistol and sword held aloft and ready for battle. Behind him, however, the three soldiers watched him rush off with uncertainty. "Where is he going?" "Looks like he's going that way," another said, pointing. "Should we follow?" "I've no plans to do that. It's hellishly dark in here. I'm considering getting lost and ending up back on the road." His fellows nodded, and they turned back for the safety of the road. "I thought you'd be further along," Nimrod admonished Frail. "I wish we were. These trails are confusing and wind back around on themselves." A crash further up the line announced trouble. A woman screamed. The horrific sound of metal-cutting flesh rang out. The line of people pushed back against them. "Help!" someone called. Without a word, Nimrod bulled his way through the line of frightened women and children, jostling them aside, though none hard enough to hurt them. Jane tried to follow, but the jungle and the tumbling people in the wake of the big man's passing blocked her way. When he came upon a trio of bandits murdering families, Nimrod flew into a rage. When he was done with the foul fiends, they were all but unrecognizable, and none drawing breath. When Frail and Jane finally arrived, they found the big man trying to save a bleeding woman. Frail froze in his tracks at the sight of the mortally wounded victim. "Clara?" he asked. Jane rested a hand on his arm. "Dr. Frail, we must keep going. Movement is our best chance to escape these killers." Nimrod growled as the woman died and stood. He whirled on Frail and Jane. "You two get this lot moving quickly. I'll give you the time you need." "I want to come with you," Jane implored. He thrust one of the bandits' long muskets into her hands, along with a pouch of powder and shot. "No, Frail needs your help. Push them, Jane. Get these people moving faster." Nimrod picked up the other two bandit muskets and worked his way back along the trail until he found the road. The remainder of the approaching bandits would have to pass this way, and he would be waiting for them. Jane enlisted the help of Sister Caroline. She recognized the woman was a natural bully and brought her into the chore of getting the families moving with some motivation. The stout nun picked up a newly orphaned child with a blood-speckled face and said to the families, "Come now, follow me, and keep up." Small trails crisscrossed the valley. There were also two roads. The first ended at the river Krippajal, the one they had taken when they passed through the village the night of the fateful ambush where Clara died. The second road was a mountainous route known as the Highland Highway. This route was so well hidden that most villagers did not realize it was there, and most travelers on the road did not venture off it to the villages. However, a few small trails connected to it, leading off to good geels for fishing and shortcuts between villages. Unfortunately, they had no locals with them to lead the way, and they had no idea where the trail they were on led. Jane scouted ahead in search of a passable route before the others caught up. Through this method, she thought they might avoid paths that ended at a little lake or went somewhere they didn't wish to go. Ram had excluded the others from this task on the journey. It had felt simple to her, the expedition finding its way. Now she knew, however, the importance of a good navigator and the benefit of scouting ahead. She was so lost in thought that when she stumbled upon the Highland Road and found it guarded by a pair of bandits with orange scarves, she did not at first register what she was seeing. The two men laughed aloud at the sight of a white woman striding from the jungle with a long musket cradled in her arms. The laughter changed to concern when she brought the musket up without hesitating and pulled the trigger. It clanked loudly but did not fire. She knew she'd forgotten something, but wasted no time to figure it out. The men, though startled at her first attempt to kill them, laughingly drew their swords and strode toward her, dark thoughts reflected in their leering gaze. She tossed the musket aside and drew her pistol. Her first shot missed but sobered the bandits, sending them scrambling for the bush at the side of the road. She took a steadier aim and fired 2 more shots. The bandits didn't make it to cover. "Who's this now? Where's Primcourt?" he asked. The big man pointed at Primcourt, who sat against a tree. Werthel looked Hank over. "What in the devil's wrong with this man? He's a hairy sort, eh?" "And tough as nails he is, sir," the big man responded. "Who are you?" Werthel asked. "Hank Bravo. We met in Bombay." "Ah, really? I don't recall." He mopped at his brow with a handkerchief. "I'll offer you a place in our company if you wish it. If you're as good in a fight as Ernstmeyer says, you'll find yourself well rewarded." Hank laughed. "I'll just stick with the pitiful band of miscreants I'm already a part of." Werthel sighed. "Kill him and bring Primcourt back up to the road." Bravo drew his pistol, intending to shoot the colonel, but the redcoats also raised their guns. The pops of a half-dozen guns in the tight space was near deafening, the fog of muzzle smoke blinding. Hank caught 3 balls that hurled him back against a tree, his momentum tumbling him down into a muddy creek bed. The soldiers roughly grabbed Primcourt, despite his pain-filled screams, and yanked him along back up to the road. Chapter 13, Death on the Road. Hank woke to find Ram standing over him. "Am I dead?" The lieutenant's lips twitched. "And me, an angel welcoming you to heaven?" Hank's ribs throbbed. He cleared his throat. "Or an emissary from hell?" "I'm neither, but you're not the only one who woke up today believing he should be dead." Hank sat up and cried out as fiery lines of pain throbbed in his ribs and in his left hand. "They have shot you," the Indian said. Hank considered for a moment he might be in some danger from the lieutenant. He certainly had been the last time he and Ram spoke. "How are you alive?" Hank asked. "I don't know that I am. Perhaps this is some realm where one must attempt to make amends for their sins." Hank grimaced. "If it is, I am here as well." Ram knelt and touched Hank's side. "Cracked ribs, but it does not seem the shots pierced your skin." There are some advantages to being a werewolf, I guess, though I'd gladly trade them to be normal again. Ram studied Hank's face. Would you? Hank lied. I wouldn't even think twice about it. That was the socially correct answer. Ram took Hank's forearm in his hands and touched it lightly. Your wrist was not quite as fortunate. The ball went right through. Youch. Broken bones, Mr. Bravo. I'll heal quick enough. Still stings something fierce. Where is everyone else? Where's Jane? Is everyone else alive? Clara and most of the servants and sepoys are dead. Ram's sharp intake of breath was followed by him putting a hand to his forehead. And the situation now? Who shot you? Werthel and a platoon of his soldiers have Primcourt. Ram started. Colonel Werthel is here. I can't imagine why. Hank pushed up to his feet, clamping his jaws shut to prevent a whimper from escaping him. He's headed to Narakund. He must know something about it, or perhaps gathered information from us without our knowledge. Not from me. No, I wouldn't assume so. How did you ever work for the man? He's such an ass. Hank leaned forward and took a few deep breaths, probing at his skin where the pain was. Ram said, I just did my job correctly, no backbiting or intrigue. He never could find a reason to punish me. Hank moaned as his side twisted a bit. He rested back against the trunk of a tree. Ram helped him settle there. We'll get you wrapped up when we can. For now, I've got to see about rescuing Primcourt. I'll come with you, and Radu's around here somewhere. Ram said, Are you certain you're in a bad way? No, I'm hale as ever. Hank stepped away from the tree and kept his feet. Fine then. Let us find Radu first, then we'll see to Werthel. And after that, I'm going to kill the Demon King. Get in line, Lieutenant. Ram took Hank's arm about his shoulders, and they limped toward where he'd last seen Radu. Hank said, I'm somewhat surprised in your change of sentiment toward me, and toward Sir Radu. I've changed. Ram's brow furrowed as if he could not find the words. I need to introduce you to a friend of mine. Hank looked up at the sound of great wings beating at the air. Frail let a few more appear before firing the bandit musket. He didn't wait to see if his shot hit, just dropped that musket and picked up the other to fire again. He then took a cue from Jane Avon and moved positions, sliding backward until he could see where he'd fired the rifles. The bandits rushed into that spot, bayonets affixed or brandishing spears. They screamed a high-pitched battle cry that withered and died when they didn't find him there. He used his frail rifle to shoot one, then went for his repeating pistol. These bandits were brave, and they kept coming, anger contorting their faces. They were on him in only seconds. He fired the pistol twice, then used it like a club until it broke. A bayonet stabbed him in the chest, a sword chopped down into his shoulder. He ripped the bayonet-tipped musket away and swung a long arc with it, knocking 2 bandits to the dirt. Things got scrappy then. One shot him, the acrid blast of the smoke and the impact of the ball staggering him. Another bayonet in his gut. A spear lashed out at his face and struck his cheekbone. He fell back and bellowed in rage. Sometime later, he realized he was the only one still standing, his blood-soaked hand holding the broken end of a rifle he'd used like a club. He sank to a knee, the pain incredible, but the bandits were no more. The families would have a chance to reach their sanctuary anyway. He tumbled to his side and lay in the grass. The one-eyed cook shot another of the bandits, and the third bandit threw down his weapon and raced back the way he'd come. He's the only sensible one among us, Frail declared. Somewhere behind him, along the line of families, a woman screamed. A man shouted for help. He pointed at a sepoy, "Come with me." And they ran along the trail, skirting the edge of it, so they could get by the frightened column of people. They came upon a single bandit lying dead, his own sword in his gut. Across from him, a gathering of people crouched. "What is it? Is someone hurt?" Frail asked. The people stepped aside. The nun, Sister Caroline, lay propped against a rock, her face pallid, and her habit soaked in blood. The priest, Reverend Shashenk, was praying over her. When he finished, he stood. The priest's eyes brimmed with tears. She raced right at the bandit who was trying to stab one of the children. She shielded them with her body, and when the bandit struck her with his sword, she grabbed the blade, held it tight, and slammed him back against a tree, then took the sword from him and killed him with it. Frail turned to the nun. He knelt. Her eyes opened. Dr. Frail, I told you that you made a mess of things. They've killed me now, do you see? He sat quietly in shock. Never mind. I know you did the best you could. Most men have no brains for leadership, while others have no brains at all. I think you are an exception to that. She dug into her habit and pulled out a silver cross. Here. He studied the thing. It was likely solid silver framed with iron loops. Thank you, I'll cherish it. Don't be a fool, she coughed. I know you couldn't care a whit about the cross. It's the ring I'm giving you. He looked again. Yes, a blue stone ring hung about the chain. This is the sacred artifact of which I spoke, the one which you must now protect. I thought it was in that chest those two men have been carrying. No, that was a minor deception. I'm sure the Lord will forgive me. This... She coughed, and blood trickled from her mouth. This is the real prize. She struggled to breathe for a moment. Her eyes grew heavy, blinking slowly, and she died. The Reverend sobbed. Frail stood, studying the blood-soaked necklace and ring. He felt a nagging as he looked at the ring, a tingling of memory as he peered intently at the engravings on the side. Well, there wasn't time to study it properly. He put it in his pocket and called out, "We must keep moving. Pass the word ahead and behind. Keep moving." He placed a hand on the Reverend's shoulder. "I'm most sorry for your loss." "She could be a hard woman, Sister Caroline, but she was also a fine one." Frey nodded, seeing in his mind a waif of a woman with a sharp tongue and a kind smile who'd also been a fine woman. He must be careful, or he'd lose what little control he'd gained back. He strode toward the head of the line of bedraggled travelers, urging them as he went. "We must keep moving, please, keep up. Speed is of the essence." "You led us on a merry chase, didn't you, Primcourt?" Werthel asked from his horse. Their little battle hadn't made Werthel angry at all. In fact, Primcourt's men had culled off some of Werthel's more troublesome troopers and put a healthy dose of fear in the others. They were snapping to orders now and listening, though it seemed Shuck was missing. Werthel wasn't sad about that either. The little rat would have been trouble once they found the treasure. Werthel studied Ernstmeyer. The big man would also be a threat. Perhaps he should make an accord with the brute. If just the two of them made it out of the jungle with enough riches for 10 men, not a bad idea at all. Primcourt wheezed and Werthel looked upon him with boredom and disdain. He drew his pistol, ready to shoot him. Suddenly a turbaned man leapt out onto the road, an ancient sword in his hand, and hacked at a pair of Werthel's men. The rest called out in alarm. Another ambush, and then a wolf also jumped out of the trees and bowled into a mass of Werthel's troopers. A wolf? Or was it a man? "Werthel," a voice called to him, and he turned and saw that reprobate Singh at the edge of the trees. "Primcourt told me you were dead, Lieutenant." The colonel raised his pistol to shoot Singh, but the man raced forward impossibly fast. He held no weapon, but when a soldier stepped into his path, he slapped at the man with his hand, and blood spit out both sides of the man's cheeks, and he fell like a sack of bricks. Werthel looked hard at Singh. The man's hands and forearms were wrapped in some sort of tiger-striped fur covering, ceremonial claw sleeves, or some other native nonsense, he assumed. The colonel again brought his pistol to bear, but Ram crouched and bounded 15 feet. He crashed into Werthel, knocking him off his horse. Chapter 14, Shuck the Wary. Werthel's few surviving soldiers, those who'd fled with Shuck, arrived at a sheltered little valley. They found it because Shuck had sent one of them ahead to scout. That man stood up from the tree he was lounging against when Shuck came close. "Village ahead, Shuck." The survivors shared smiles. "Let's get some food and push on," one of them said. "I want sleep," said another. Shuck walked to the edge of the hill, regarding the place with the suspicion born of long years as a cowardly opportunist. The road descended into a fertile valley filled with green farm fields. A swampy emerald lake edged the road, and on the other side he made out huts. The scout scratched his head, probably flea-bitten, and gave his assessment. "I don't know if we should go there, Corporal. Someone burned it out. There's some people fixing the place up, but it's in a poor state." "Burned out, you say?" Shuck asked, disappointed. Perhaps they'd find no food or water. "Aye. Maybe we ought to go around it," Shuck said, mostly to himself. I'm starving, replied a whiny soldier. Doesn't look like they can put up much of a fight, Shuck, said the scout. All right, but keep your wits about you, no running off with a bibby, eh? We stick together. I wouldn't mind me a woman. Been a while, the scout said with a bright light in his eyes. He licked his lips. No, we stay together. What are you worried about, Shuck? Let's go, said the scout. The villagers spotted them when they came to the edge of the lake. The soldiers strode in a pitiful 5-man skirmish line, muskets held at their hips. Shuck walked warily in the center. An elderly Indian welcomed them at the edge of the village. Shuck had picked up a spot or two of Hindi in the years he'd been in country, enough to tell a driver to go or stop and to order food. But he doubted these country bumpkins spoke a whit of a civilized tongue, even a native one. Always barking and chittering on, the folk out in these places. But it pleasantly surprised him when the man nodded. Yes, Sahib, I speak your tongue. Ah, most unexpected and welcome. Good to see the Empire reaching clear out here into these wild lands, eh, boys? Shuck said to the others. The elder man's face was sober, though his eyes kept darting back toward the village. Shuck inspected the place. The village sprawled off into some hills. The majority of the buildings were primitive huts and mud-walled homes, many burned to ash and others down to their frames. It was large for a dung-hole valley in the middle of nothing. He scratched his chin, ready to turn tail and run if necessary. How can help the Sahib? The old man inquired. We have nothing to give. Shuck didn't see many men out and about. Plenty of bibbies and little naked butchers playing about in the dirt, though. He had this tickling sensation, though, right back of his neck. Where's all the men gone? He asked. Many died when attacked, many in fields. Right. That bit about the fields made sense. But the fields that he could see were empty of people, and weeds grew all about them as if neglected. An idea came to him that maybe this village hadn't got no men no more, or maybe only a few, like they went to war. What we gonna do, Shuck? The scout asked. I regret this, old man, but we need food, and I'm afraid we'll have to borrow some of yours, Shuck told the elderly villager. We have none, the man replied. The scout turned, flicked the butt of his rifle up, and smacked the man about the head, knocking him to the dirt with a cry of surprised pain. The man reached up and held his scalp as blood ran through his fingers. Nearby, several women screamed. Shuck felt that odd tickle he sometimes got in his neck when he knew he should walk away, but the others were laughing at the old geezer sprawled in the dung and mud. These were just some peasants, and they were hiding food. They always did. Shuck mopped sweat from his brow and ordered, Go get us some food. As the quartet of other soldiers kicked down charred doors, roughly tossing about any items within the wreckage, Shuck wandered nervously about the village and followed them, rifle held ready. They came to a rickety-looking warehouse and a village gathering place, and that sense of foreboding was growing stronger and stronger. Look at this, Corporal. They got a goat, said one man, leading a ragged old milking goat out of a house. Hiding her in the house they was. One of the others strode across the village square and then stopped, shoulders hunched. He looked to his side and let out a yelp of fear, though Shuck saw nothing. His head turned back toward Shuck. Corporal! He screamed in fear. A shadowy arm slipped out of thin air and jabbed right through his neck. Blood ran. The man fell. The shadowy arm vanished. The others closer to Shuck stopped their raiding and came to stand by him, looking at the dying man holding his neck. They were all shivers now. Didn't want to listen to Shuck before, but now they were worried. Shuck's mouth worked to say something, though he wasn't sure what, and it didn't matter because his mouth weren't working. He took a few steps to the side, studying where the soldier lay dying. He took a few more, then stopped cold. There were 5 figures in the square. They were like people, but all wrapped in black garb or like wrapped in black curtains. He'd never seen such a thing. And turned sideways, they were so thin they seemed to vanish. Ambush! Shuck yelled, finally getting his wind enough to speak. He ran for the trees outside of the village. Behind him the shadow things turned, and the others had the same moment of shock as the fast-fleeing corporal. 2 raced away, following Shuck. But the last man froze in place, meeting a grisly end, just like his dying comrade. His screams urged the others to run faster than they ever had before. The survivors reached the trees, and thorns tore at their uniforms as they crashed through the choking vegetation. They were wheezing with terror and lathered in sweat. Shuck didn't care none about the others, but at some point he decided he'd be better off with them than without them, and slowed to let them catch up. They were all breathing heavy and whimpering, but he drove them on, and they set a ground-eating pace. Abruptly, the jungle opened into a ravine carved through the valley. The first man nearly toppled over the edge in his reckless flight, but Shuck grabbed him and pulled him back. They veered along a rocky outcrop, the valley falling away into misty depths on their right. The scout's eyes were wild. "They're still behind us." Shuck hazarded a glance back. Several dark forms emerged from the jungle, slowly stalking along the ravine after them. The creatures bobbed up into the shadows, then down again, stretching out and leaping from bit of shade to bit of shade. Shuck wet himself, but he didn't care. "Move, we gotta move," the scout cried in a reedy voice. Shuck agreed. He led them down a narrow path plunging into the ravine. Rock walls pressed in on either side as they descended single file. The air grew mercifully cooler. Finally, the path opened onto a calm lagoon. Leafy boughs arched overhead, letting in dappled sunlight. They held their muskets ready, but there were no more shadowy men coming after them. They were alone. The scout winced as he nursed a cut on his wrist. "Gah! You think them things are still after us?" The other man whimpered, dabbing blood from a slice on his cheek. Shuck heard and saw nothing. He knelt by the clear pool and splashed water on his face, letting rivulets soak his dusty uniform. The coolness revived his shattered nerves. He breathed deep the earthy jungle air, grateful to have escaped. "What do we do now?" the scout asked. Shuck regarded the pair of sorry-looking men with him. As far as he knew, there were no other survivors, and he certainly wasn't going to go back looking for any. They were a ragtag trio, but survivors, the lot of them. He contemplated their path. The mutiny among the sepoys was in full force. They'd probably have the railroad by now, and they'd be about the roads. The best thing for Shuck was to find a place to hole up. A high-pitched chitter came from the brush near the water. "What was that?" the scout asked. "A bird? A creeping bug?" The third soldier added his own queries. Shuck shushed them. Something moved in the water near him. Staring down into the murky pool, he saw only his own reflection. Then the reflection smiled. Wait. No, it was a muddy little face grinning at him, misshapen and with dead eyes. "What is that chittering sound?" the scout asked. "Look there, in the trees. What are those little creatures?" The thing in the water lurched up, a figure all coated in mud no bigger than a child, and leapt at Shuck. Chapter 15. Ox Carts. Werthel ran through the jungle, afraid for his life. When he heard the thumping of a heavy, bounding creature behind him, he turned and found a tiger on his heels. He squealed and fired his pistol, but missed. The tiger charged, and Werthel fell off the trail into a thicket of bushes. They tore at his face and hands and snagged his jacket. Vines caught his feet and tripped him when he scrambled up to escape. A tiger! Why was a tiger after him? And with all the commotion of the fighting and gunshots, why had it stuck around? He didn't believe it, and yet there it was, up on the trail, watching him and looking for a way to get to where he was. Hacking at the vines with his saber, he fled down a rough-walled creek bed. It was dry, but his uniform still came away stained red-brown. He tried to locate the tiger, but couldn't see it on the high banks to either side. His first attempt to reload failed miserably as he dropped the ammunition. His hands shook uncontrollably. He couldn't pour the powder in. His teeth chattered, though he wasn't cold. Somehow, he finally got the blasted thing ready and cocked it, waiting with it aimed at the bush. After several long moments, he uncocked it and decided to find a place to hide. He discovered an old game trail and, huffing, kept up a good trot. Behind him, he heard his men screaming. He considered how best to get back there, but couldn't think of a way without risking the tiger. Perhaps he could shoot it. They were astoundingly large when seen in the wild, at close range. Astoundingly. Wiping his sweaty hand on his dirty jacket, he looked down at it and a thought occurred. He tore the jacket off, rubbed it along some bushes, and then hid it in the brush. Maybe the tiger would follow his scent to the discarded garment. Moving down the trail 10 paces, he slipped into a comfortable spot and propped his pistol in the Y of a split trunk. The darkness of the jungle pressed on him. The air hung heavy as a blanket. stinking with a sweet rotting odor, and contained 1,000 biting bugs. But Werthel was a single-minded man. He wanted to kill something. It would be preferable if it were Lieutenant Singh, that ungrateful jumped-up darky, but he'd gladly shoot the tiger through the heart as well. Suddenly, a monstrous great bat flitted down through the canopy and landed near his uniform. He'd seen some large ones. Once a giant vampire bat had been hanging outside his apartment window. But this put them all to shame. It was the size of a large child, the leathery wings sharp-tipped, and each the size of a dinghy sail when fully extended. Something about the creature smelled wrong to the colonel, and he aimed carefully. He'd shoot it, though it posed no threat to him. He reasoned it might give the tiger some other, easier meat to consume, or at least cause a distraction for any of Primcourt's lackeys who might come this way. And distraction it was, for while Werthel focused on the creature, right next to him, the tiger's head pushed menacingly forward from the darkness. He sensed it and turned to fire. Down in the jungle, a man screamed, and the sounds of an attacking tiger accompanied it. The poor soul. Radu joined him near Primcourt. They knelt, and Hank tore off a dead soldier's shirt sleeve to make a bandage, which soaked through almost immediately. "Is he done for?" Radu asked. "I'm not sure. He's bleeding badly. Help me sit him up so I can wrap it." The screaming and sounds of the tumult down below stopped. "We need to see if we can secure a couple of those horses. There's one down the road. See there?" Radu pointed. "Yes, go and bring it back, will you, Sir Radu?" Ram stepped up onto the road, emerging from where the sounds of the tiger attack had been. "Werthel?" Hank asked. "He is no more," Ram informed them. Hank thought he caught the ghost of a smile on the young man's face, though it was hard to tell since he was sticky with blood, though none seemed to be his own. "Where do we go now?" Radu asked. "Now we find the others," Hank replied. There were a dozen carts, a train of the closed wagons used across India by merchants. The drivers looked curiously at all the people as they passed. A few raised hands in greeting, even when they saw the Anglos. Near the end of the van, one cart stopped, the man driving it giving out a piercing whistle that brought all the carts to a halt. The elderly, diminutive fellow was possessed of a cherubic, friendly gaze, which Jane immediately took comfort from. When he greeted them with "Salam alaikum," she knew he was a Mohammedan. She replied with "Wa alaikum assalam." He looked over the women and children. "There is great discord in this land. We journey away from it to our homes." Jane held her pistol at her side, concealed in the folds of her skirt. The sepoys raced up, but Dr. Frail held out a hand, and they dropped their muskets. "You are in some danger?" the merchant asked, then clicked his teeth when they just looked at each other and didn't respond. "What is Ibn Aziz Mumkin saying? We are all of us in danger in these turbulent times." Jane smiled politely. "Where is your destination?" he asked. Well..." She didn't want to tell him they were heading to some Christian villages in the mountains. She racked her brain for an actual village name in the area, but couldn't recall one. Instead, she said, "Northeast." "Ah, to the mountains." A wise choice. There are no rebels there, they say. "It was very nice to meet you, Mr. Mumkin," Frail said. "Just so, and you as well. May your journeys be safe." The merchant raised his reins to urge his oxen on, then paused, gazing again at the women and children. 4 men, carrying makeshift stretchers with the pair of wounded sepoys, also got a surprising glance. However, his eyes lingered on the little butcher's longest of all, and he frowned. Ibn Aziz was believing going back home with no cargo was a disaster, but now he thinks it was meant to be. The drivers threw open the doors and loaded the people in them, and the caravan trundled slowly off, Jane so exhausted that she had trouble staying awake. She hoped that Mr. Aziz Mumkin was a trustworthy man. Chapter 16. The Spider Queen. The Queen of the Spiders, if so a simple word as queen could describe her, stared at the hated black barrier. It was filmy and partially translucent, and growing more so each day, thanks to her shamans and their tricks. "No more than queen," numberless voices whispered in response to her thoughts. "Mother. Empress." These voices came from inside her, outside of her. They poured out of the million jumping spiders that swarmed over everything in sight, dagger-like legs clacking on the stone ruins behind her. They sang from the thousands of larger half-human, half-spider creatures, and they chanted in low dirges from the dozen behemoth spiders waiting back in the shadows of the city ruins, much too large and territorial for all to be gathered at once. She picked up one of the dagger legs and bit off its head. Danger! Part of her was dying. The voices spoke, "Yes. Consuming self leads to weakening. Must eat hungry? Hunger. Tear it, rip it to shreds." The agony. She looked down at the legs of the spider, kicking in the air. It was part of her, but she must consume it. The world behind her was nothing more than stone, rock, and bare dirt. They'd eaten all the food. Her spiders were voracious. They ate everything until the land was stripped bare. Then they moved on. And if they couldn't move on, they must eat what they could find, even if it was one another. Her legions gathered and waited. It was time now to move on. She bit off one of the dagger legs as she strode to the portal, crunching the appendage in her teeth. She never came this close to the barrier, but today she thought there might be a crack she could exploit. Careful not to touch the shadowy sword blade sticking through from the other side into her realm, she studied the structure of the thick, hardened wall that kept her from crossing over. There were fissures and pus-covered blisters on the surface. It was weakening. "Get rid of the sword," the voices whispered, tempting her to touch it. But even for one such as her, that would mean death. "Death, the shadow blade, Chaya Talwar. Do not touch it, Queen," the voices whispered, reconsidering. "You're growing mad," she said. They said. On the other side of the portal, a man entered the room. She snarled, though she knew it was a wasted effort. He could neither see nor hear her, and she couldn't reach him through the blocked portal. It was Ruksha, the so-called guardian. All the chittering and crawling stopped as the multitude of spiders, the thousands hanging from the ceiling of the chamber, the hundreds crowding on top of each other in her wake, saw him. His reflection was mirrored in a million glistening eyes. The spiders watched their prey. If hatred itself could kill, he would shrivel and die, pricked by the venom of rage-filled stares. One eager dagger leg sprang at the portal, his razor-sharp limbs smacking into it. He rebounded off, landing with a hiss on the ground amid a carpet of his fellows. Another launched at the portal, then another, all stopped by the glassy barrier. Her followers seethed forward toward the filmy black wall, crawling all over her, tearing at each other to get to it. "Soon, my children," they said, she said. "A new world, Narakund," the voices uttered. But she would not be content with that place. "Earth," she whispered. "Earth," the spiders agreed. "We hunger." The queen bit off another piece of the dagger legs and chewed on it, ignoring the screams as she weakened. Chapter 16. The Spider Queen. The Queen of the Spiders, if so a simple word as queen could describe her, stared at the hated black barrier. It was filmy and partially translucent, and growing more so each day, thanks to her shamans and their tricks. "No more than queen," numberless voices whispered in response to her thoughts. "Mother," "Empress." These voices came from inside her, outside of her. They poured out of the million jumping spiders that swarmed over everything in sight, dagger-like legs clacking on the stone ruins behind her. They sang from the thousands of larger half-human, half-spider creatures, and they chanted in low dirges from the dozen behemoth spiders waiting back in the shadows of the city ruins, much too large and territorial for all to be gathered at once. She picked up one of the dagger legs and bit off its head. Danger! Part of her was dying. The voices spoke, "Yes. Consuming self leads to weakening. Must eat hungry? Hunger. Tear it, rip it to shreds." The agony. She looked down at the legs of the spider, kicking in the air. It was part of her, but she must consume it. The world behind her was nothing more than stone, rock, and bare dirt. They'd eaten all the food. Her spiders were voracious. They ate everything until the land was stripped bare. Then they moved on. And if they couldn't move on, They must eat what they could find, even if it was one another. Her legions gathered and waited. It was time now to move on. She bit off one of the dagger legs as she strode to the portal, crunching the appendage in her teeth. She never came this close to the barrier, but today she thought there might be a crack she could exploit. Careful not to touch the shadowy sword blade sticking through from the other side into her realm, she studied the structure of the thick hardened wall that kept her from crossing over. There were fissures and pus-covered blisters on the surface. It was weakening. "Get rid of the sword," the voices whispered, tempting her to touch it. But even for one such as her, that would mean death. "Death, the shadow blade, Chaya Talwa. Do not touch it, Queen," the voices whispered, reconsidering. "You're growing mad," she said. They said. On the other side of the portal, a man entered the room. She snarled, though she knew it was a wasted effort. He could neither see nor hear her, and she couldn't reach him through the blocked portal. It was Ruksha, the so-called guardian. All the chittering and crawling stopped as the multitude of spiders, the thousands hanging from the ceiling of the chamber, the hundreds crowding on top of each other in her wake, saw him. His reflection was mirrored in a million glistening eyes. The spiders watched their prey. If hatred itself could kill, he would shrivel and die, pricked by the venom of rage-filled stares. One eager dagger leg sprang at the portal, his razor-sharp limbs smacking into it. He rebounded off, landing with a hiss on the ground amid a carpet of his fellows. Another launched at the portal, then another, all stopped by the glassy barrier. Her followers seethed forward toward the filmy black wall, crawling all over her, tearing at each other to get to it. "Soon, my children," she said. "A new world, Narakund," the voices uttered. But she would not be content with that place. "Earth," she whispered. "Earth," the spiders agreed. "We hunger." The queen bit off another piece of the dagger legs and chewed on it, ignoring the screams as she weakened. Chapter 17. Bella's Shadow Dream. The minion of the Demon King traveled through the night, and Bella did not know how the minion accomplished such a thing, but it carried her along with him, and while she was in the minion's grasp, she felt no pain. She didn't experience any physical sensations at all. Her blood, bone, muscle, and other tissue, all the things that made her corporeal. They did not exist in this state. She did not understand it. She should be terrified, she knew. But she experienced a series of simpler sensations while racing along the shadows, the creature carrying her stretched as needed to stay in darkness. She transformed into a being as thin as an arrow when required, clinging to the safety of the lightless canopies of the trees, or the lee of buildings, or even along the ground in the vegetation. They danced and glided, darting through glades and across ponds and rivers, as ephemeral as a hummingbird transiting a garden, as fast as a falcon chasing a swallow. Bella experienced no fear. Instead, a comfort came upon her. The shadows did not frighten her. They hadn't in a long time. Bella was 3 years old the day she met the shadow. So tiny, she thought now. What an awful thing. She chased after an orange and black butterfly, oblivious to the looming outbuilding just ahead. Its weather-beaten boards and darkened windows seemed to leach the warmth from the air. Catching the flutter of the butterfly's wings from the corner of her eye, Bella scurried toward it, taking her into the shadow of the structure. She did not understand why her sisters avoided this place, with its peeling grey walls nestled against the trees. Bella had nearly caught up to the butterfly when hands grasped her under the arms, pulling her back. "No, Bella!" her eldest sister Elmira cried. "You mustn't go near there." Confused, Bella twisted in her sister's grip to look up at her with big, curious eyes. "But why? The butterfly." "Let it go. Never go near that place." Bella tried to resist, holding her hand out and hoping the butterfly would come to her, but instead it flitted off, landing on one of the rotting eaves of the building. Her sister shook her head, worry creasing her young brow. "That place is dangerous. You've heard its sounds at night, the scraping, the moaning." She suppressed a shudder. "Stay away from it. It is a place of darkness." Bella glanced back at the building that loomed taller than their house. It was an old structure that had been built before their own home. What manner of beast could live within? As she stared at its gloom-filled windows, she thought she glimpsed a shadow pass behind the dusty glass. Bella allowed her sister to lead her away, casting a wary look back over her shoulder. She wouldn't forget her sister's warning. She wanted nothing to do with darkness. It frightened her. Her mother had threatened her many times with the punishment of spending a night in the shadow room, as she called it. Evil little hell spawns. You want to be vicious, horrible things. You'll go and live with vicious, horrible things, Mother had screamed, while dragging one of her older sisters to the building. Then the day came. The meadow's colourful wildflowers enthralled little Bella, drawing her farther and farther from the house. She raced through the flowers with a new red ribbon streaming behind her. Autumn was upon them, and the days were all gold and orange. She wanted as much time as she could get outside before winter's bite forced them into the house. Even so young, she felt winter looming. Long past when her sisters went in, she wandered deeper amongst the tall grasses, oblivious to the sinking sun. It was only when dusk began to leach the colour from the landscape and her bare arms took a chill that Bella hurried back on her short, stumbling legs. Her sister Elmira paced the porch, casting anxious glances at the setting sun. She knew Mother would be furious if Bella missed supper again. Earlier, she had called out to the little girl to come in from the meadow, but her little sister's giggles floated back on the breeze as she darted through the grass. The shadows stretched long across the yard by the time Bella came bounding up to the house. Her little cheeks were flushed pink beneath smears of dirt, raven-black curls wild and tangled from play. Behind her she trailed her brand-new red ribbon, though she'd snagged and tore it. "Hurry, Bella, get inside," Elmira urged, bustling Bella through the front door. But it was too late. Mother stood waiting within, face clouded with anger. Before Bella's sister could intervene, Mother seized Bella's thin wrist in her harsh grip. "Wicked child off playing past supper's bell," Mother accused in a low, terrible voice. Bella's sister cringed at her tone, knowing punishment was imminent. She wanted to plead for mercy, but Mother's flinty eyes brooked no argument. This was not the first time Bella had strayed too long from home, and Mother's patience was at an end. Mother dragged the confused, whimpering girl back through the door and down the porch steps. She trailed behind, stomach churning with dread as she realized where Mother was headed. The decrepit outbuilding that lurked at the edge of the meadow loomed into view. It was a place she and her sisters whispered about in frightful tones, calling it the lair. "I know that darkness will be the ruin of you," Mother screamed at Bella. The little child's lip quivered, tears welling in her bright, emerald eyes. She did not understand why Mother was so upset with her. All she knew was that the rage of her mother was an awful thing, like a thunderstorm, and she was shocked by the intensity of it. "I'm sorry, Mama," Bella whimpered in her little voice. "I wanted to play with my new ribbon." But Mother would not release the painful hold on Bella's wrist, even when the girl set her feet in the grass of the garden. The woman yanked the ribbon away and her face flushed as she saw the torn, dirty little thing. "This was for you to wear to church." "I can clean it," Bella said. "Yes, Mama, we'll fix it," Elmira added, who had followed them. Their mother's face hardened. "If you don't appreciate gifts, then you'll not receive any more of them, you willful, wicked child." Mother yanked the little girl on. Reaching the weathered door beneath the eaves, she flung it open and pushed Bella inside. Hot tears streamed down the girl's round, pale cheeks. Without ceremony, her mother slammed the door shut, leaving her in pitch blackness. Disoriented, she stumbled on the uneven floor and fell hard on her hands and knees. The packed dirt was like ice beneath her soft skin. "Let me out," Bella screamed hoarsely, her little fists pounding the rough wooden door until splinters pierced her tender flesh. Exhausted and afraid, she slid down against the door, pulling her knees tight to her chest. Her breath came in panicked hitches that echoed strangely in the still air. "It's my birthday," she whispered. "Please. It's my birthday." As her eyes adjusted, Bella could just make out the barren room with its sagging walls and cobwebbed rafters. She jumped at every creak and groan of the ancient structure. Was that shuffling in the corner, the scurry of tiny, clawed feet? Bella's heart thundered a terrified rhythm in her chest. Shivering against the cold earth, Bella rocked herself gently, humming a lullaby under her breath like a ward against evil. She squeezed her eyes shut tight, not wanting to see the creeping things when they came for her, as she knew they would. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her small body. Silence. After the explosive rage outside, the muffled quiet within felt almost soothing. Bella waited for fear to engulf her, but it didn't come. She felt relief. For the first time, her eyes discerned shapes in the darkness, the pile of old rags in the corner, the shelf with its empty jars. This was not a monster's lair, but a simple shed. Bella ran her fingers along the cool, packed dirt floor. The shadows had not harmed her before. They would not harm her now. Here, she was beyond her mother's rage. This was a sanctuary, in the same way some people ran to a church for comfort. There was nothing here to fear. Curled upon the rag pile, Bella stared into the dark. She imagined it swirling around her, not oppressing but protecting, shielding her from hurt. The shadows were not her enemy, she realized. They were her allies. She felt a dawning sense of power. The shadows were not evil. When morning came, Bella lifted her head with dry eyes and a steady gaze. But she realized, if Mother knew the punishment had lost its terror, the vindictive woman would find some other means, and so she wailed and pretended to be terrified, as she always had. It was years later before she finally confided her lack of fear to her oldest sister. By then, Elmira was becoming the spitting image of Mother in both looks and her stern carriage. But they were still very close, and she knew Elmira would not tattle on her to Mother. However, her sister was shocked when Bella admitted the shadows did not frighten her. "They should, Bella. All who are righteous and good seek the light." But now, racing along, she realized that not all creatures sought the light. Some felt at home in the shadows, and she was one of them. Chapter 18. Imprisoned. Bella began to die as soon as the shadow travel ended, the toxin of the serpent cultist's blow dart once again attacking her, slowing her heart and deadening her nerves. Still, she felt the fetid, hot grass of a jungle floor under her, and experienced the unrelenting swelter of an Indian jungle in summer, even in the black of night. The creature who'd pulled her along was a great bat, the size and shape of a wiry youth, with soft black eyes as large as chicken eggs. The creature was something else she should probably fear, but dying as she was, she found it had little power to inspire that sort of emotion. Besides, it seemed to have no wish to terrorize or harm her. It lifted its head and keened, gazing away from her, the sound mournful. A man appeared, striding from the bushes. He was Indian, his eyes trailing streams of mist. "Bella Blackthorn," he said. His voice was thunder. "They've poisoned you, the fools. I'll see the end of their cult for this." It was the Demon King. It must be. She sensed shadows hanging from him, clinging to him. She sensed them without seeing them, as if she'd just found out about a new sense that was as real as touch or smell or sight, but concerned itself with understanding the aura of one's soul. A spasm rocked her body. She clenched her teeth, felt blood coming up from her throat. "You are evil," she whispered. His face hardened, and he said through a scowl, "I knew you were the right one. I can feel the strength flowing through you, but it weakens. You'll die, and then all you wish to accomplish will die with you." "I'm here," she started to say, but pulling in enough air to speak was difficult. "I'm here to kill you," she told him, then gasped and struggling to breathe. He recoiled, eyes wide, his brows knitted into a tight V. Then suddenly he laughed. He had a grim visage, and she did not believe he laughed very often. He clutched her and she tried to fight him off, but it felt as if his fist were an iron vice. She watched in horror as he opened his mouth and a pair of needle-sharp fangs slid down. Pressing her hand to his mouth, he bit her. "No," she whispered. The iron lattice grille was a cell door, and it was locked with a large padlock. She remembered the bite and in horror looked down at her hand. 2 small red marks, as small as the fine point of a needle-tipped dagger, were on her palm. How should she feel, she wondered. She had expected that she would no longer be herself, that a possession of evil and driving hunger would overwhelm her, but no such impulse came just yet. If there was a way, she would kill herself. Yet her cell was a bare one, with a pile of clean straw and several ratty, yet also clean, blankets. She pulled one around her, experiencing a chill. Was that the first step? A chill? She wished Hank was here, so that she could ask his forgiveness. How awful it was to go through this alone. A shadow outside the cell moved. It coalesced, quaking like smoke puffing off a campfire, then became a figure. She stood. She'd do her best to kill it, or have it kill her. That would be better than becoming a vampire. The shadow became the Demon King. He rested his fingers on the lattice door. "You lived," he told her. "I wish I hadn't. I would rather die than to become as you are." His brow knitted and he slapped the iron of the door. "I can arrange that easily." She stood up and charged at the door, kicking it and rattling the frame. "I'll kill you." "Calm yourself, woman," he told her. "What do you want from me? Why am I here? I'll not tell you a thing about my comrades. I wish to let you out of here, but now I do not believe that a wise notion. It isn't. I'll tear you apart." She snarled at him and tried to reach his fingers, poking through the lattice, but they were smoke and slipped around her hand. He let her rant, kicking at the door and screaming at him for a time. When she'd spent herself, she peered out and he was gone. She caught just the end of the act and ran toward the tray and smashed it against the door, a pungent sauce with chicken and rice smearing the lattice and dripping down in thick clumps. She slept and waited to become a vampire. When she'd finished, a shadow servant appeared, opening the large lattice door, and she studied it as it stepped inside to retrieve both trays. It contained no features that told her of any individuality, but something about its posture indicated it was female. When it bent to pick up the tray, she hurled herself at it as it vanished, and she slammed into the iron door, jamming a finger. She turned and smoke swirled through the air, shaping itself to form the servant once again. She kicked at it and her foot sailed through the body, knocking it aside like one might move campfire smoke. After her foot passed through, it reformed and slapped her, its hand as hard as any real flesh and blood person. Reeling back, Bella snarled. She punched, kicked, charged, but each attack found nothing but smoke. She huffed, hunched over, hands raised ready to defend or grab the servant, but it had no interest in fighting. It turned and picked up the trays again. This made her angrier for some reason. She felt like a child being tolerated by an adult. She charged again, swinging her fist hard, and she connected with something different this time, like she'd hit a sack of flour. The contained, powdery nature of the thing moving somewhat under her knuckles. The servant dropped both trays again, flinching in a pantomimed stagger. It slapped her again, kicked her in the shin, shoved her to the far wall, where she collapsed, bleeding. The air around Bella quaked, and the salty taste of blood from her swollen lip told her the creature had caught her a good blow. But she was Bella Blackthorn, not some prissy nit. She charged again, this time throwing a blanket through the air like one might hurl a fishing net, and it entangled the creature for a moment, while Bella pummeled it, slamming it against the bars. She rained blows down upon it until the blanket fell, nothing inside of it, and her head exploded from a punch from behind. Kicking backwards, she connected with the servant again. Whirling, she leapt, arms outstretched, but hit only smoky air. When she slammed to the ground, the servant was upon her, pinning her down, and smacking her head against the stone a couple of times. When she recovered, she was once again alone in the cell, her ears ringing, one eye puffy and difficult to see out of. "Fight fair, you wench," Bella called to the thing, but it was nowhere to be seen. Her head and body throbbed. It had been some time since she'd had someone give her such a thrashing. Chapter 19. A Golden House. When next she woke, she'd been lifted up and placed on the straw with a blanket placed underneath her and one on top of her. Bandages covered her wounds. When she touched her lip, it was still swollen and painful. This made her wonder. Wouldn't she have healed if she were a vampire? She knew of their remarkable ability to mend themselves. The Demon King appeared after her next meal. "You are not turning into a vampire," he told her. "But you bit me and I lived," she said. "Yes, I saved your life with the bite and gave you enough of my essence that you might survive in this toxic place, but I wouldn't turn you against your will." "I don't believe you. You're a vampire. Don't pretend to be kind or to possess a shred of morality." He laughed dryly. "I'm not pretending to either." He fiddled with the door and the lock opened. "I have a better place you might stay if you wish it." Suspicious, she squinted through her one working eye, though that made him appear in a watery haze, so she stopped. "Unless you'd rather stay here, but I promise you that no harm will come to you at my hands while you are in my realm." "What do you want from me?" "I wish to show you this place, and to explain my perspective to you if you'll listen." She tried to stand. The world swirled and danced, though she was trying not to move. "My servant gave you a decent thrashing, did she not?" "She cheated, but you were able to strike her with your fist several times." He stepped outside the cell and left the door open, gesturing for her to follow. She tried to walk, but faltered and found herself on her knees. He helped her to her feet, and she wished for her dagger or her pistol. And he must have sensed her rage, because he said, "If you try to harm me or one of my kind, I'll put you right back in here, Bella." "I can't promise that," she whispered, then collapsed. She took a breath of the air. How long had it been since she'd felt something other than the grimy, dank air of that cell or the bitter heat of the Indian jungles? Her limbs ached, but not because of where she lay. She found herself in a soft, four-poster bed on clean sheets and with a warm wool quilt pulled over her. The sheets were so white and clean that guilt swept over her. She must be filthy after the battle in the jungle and after her beating. Her hands and clothing had been caked in dried blood. But no longer. Someone had changed her into a white nightdress. Had it been him, the Demon King? She blushed. Whoever it was, they had also cleaned her, even scraping the gore from under her nails. The room was lit only by natural light, though an oil lantern sat on a wooden night table. A desk and 2 lounge chairs stood out from one corner, and a tall armoire with opened mirrored doors stood opposite it. The room was 10 strides long and half as many across. The bed, sitting on a high frame, was wide enough for 2, though she was glad to see she was the only occupant. "Where the hell am I?" she asked. This was a strong contrast to the cell in which she had been placed. She almost believed that had been a dream. The 2 tiny red bite marks in her hand, however, told her she'd not imagined it. She attempted to sit up and her head spun. She lay back and realized it was the world moving, not her. Closing her eyes, she waited until the sensation ceased. The second time she tried, she successfully crossed to the window and rested her hands on the sill. She was on the 2nd floor of a stone building, and out the window a series of soft, rolling hills stretched to the edge of a line of trees far enough away they were blue. The sky was the orange of twilight, though she could not make out the sun. "Am I dreaming, or was I dreaming before and perhaps I've awoken?" "This is Narakund," a voice said from the door. It was the Demon King. "How?" She glanced back out the window. "This is not what I imagined." "No? Well, there are places here that are closer to what you assumed this would be, as your cell was, but for now we're in my residence, and this place is how I built it to be." "First things first. Who dressed me?" "My servant." "Why am I here?" "In due time. For now I wish you to dress and follow me." "You wish? I'm your prisoner, am I not? Do I have a choice?" "That is true. Is this such an awful prison, though? I only ask that you give me a chance to show you what is happening here." The odd smoky mist coming from his eyes was gone. He was a handsome middle-aged man with bright eyes. She must remember he was likely a master vampire and could likely display a certain magical aura called a charm. She made sure not to look into his eyes, but it was difficult to know if he was influencing her somehow. It was impossible for her call upon that earlier rage she'd displayed. It must be somewhere down below, simmering, but she couldn't reach it. This was a peaceful place, and a good sleep on a comfortable bed had done her wonders, no matter the current state of her location or company. "In the armoire you'll find several dresses. Please change and join me." "Dresses?" she asked with a frown. "Yes, you are a woman, so I acquired dresses for you. You'll find them comfortable, I hope. I was told they are quite fashionable in London these days. I hope not. The ones they wear right now have wide hoops so that one can barely walk. She opened the armoire. I'll step outside. Where is my old clothing? Bella questioned. I was told it was unrepairable, so it was destroyed, he replied. She gave out a light chuckle. Something amusing? I'm speaking with the Demon King about what happened to my clothes. Hard to believe this conversation. Don't believe everything you've heard about me. I'm a fairly simple man. I'm sure. He stepped out. The dresses were quite frilly, with piles of lace, elaborate collars, and a style not seen in England in 100 years, she bet. She put on the simplest of them, a coffee bean brown affair she believed might be for riding horses, though it would be terribly uncomfortable even for that. Once she'd changed, she looked through the drawers and found a bone-handled hairbrush, comb, and other hair implements. She needed wood. Bone would do nothing to him. Wood or silver could harm him. Frowning, she pulled her hair up into a simple ponytail. She would sharpen one of the brushes later. It might not kill him, but a makeshift bone dagger through the eye might hurt or stun him, allowing her to escape or find some other method to kill him. Outside the room, she found him speaking with a pair of shadows. They might have just been people wearing full-body, skin-tight black clothing, but she knew they were not. When she appeared, he waved them away, then said, "Follow me." His tone was brusque, though friendly enough. One of the creatures turned back, and she knew it was the one she'd fought with. The shadowy servant slipped away. The halls of the manor were just that, polished wooden flooring, wallpapered walls, oil lanterns in sconces. I'm confused as to where we are. Narakund. It is sometimes called the In-Between, the Demon King replied. Your realm? Bella asked. Not all. I have a small pocket inside it, one isolated from all other places by necessity, which I will show you soon enough. Your servants killed so many, the snake cultists, and did you send those bandits? Indirectly, but yes, regrettable, but another necessary action. Now the anger came back, though it was not as profound as before. She stopped and whirled on him. He slowed and faced her. If he was worried about her attacking him, he gave no sign of it. You can stop this charade any time. I know you are not a kind man, not one that is forced to do things, no matter that you call these evil things you do a necessity, as if you had no choice. His face hardened, and she wished she'd played at being civil for a little longer. You are correct, Miss Blackthorne, that I have always had a choice. Always. I could have stepped away at any time. Duty, as the Japanese say, is light as a feather and heavier than a mountain. Bella spat out. Duty? What duty? Your sins made you into what you are, turned the sword into what it is. My sins. His face flushed. Foolish woman, you do not know what you speak of. She feigned an innocent look. Oh, is there more? Did you not murder women and children to accomplish your ends? His eye twitched. I did, and by doing so saved many, many more. This took her aback. What do you mean? How? Another time I'll tell you all. For now you can either follow me or go back to your room. She gestured. Lead on. They entered a common room. In many houses, this chamber would have a dining table in it and perhaps some comfortable chairs. In this house it held a floating ring of stone with a glowing blue, waxy light shimmering in the center of it. What is this? She asked. She'd never seen such a thing. The stone apparatus hung suspended, yet nothing propped it up, either above or below. A portal to my temple. He stepped through, not glancing back, shoulders held rigidly. She looked behind her. Perhaps she might make an escape. But to where? If she truly was in Narakund, was there another place she might go to get home? Or would she need to find a portal such as this? I'm Bella Blackthorne, she reminded herself, and stepped into the portal. Chapter 20. The Temple at Narakund. Bella found walking through a magical gateway akin to walking through a door. She felt no tingle of energy or sense of traveling. She moved from one place to another with one step. Her first steps on the other side were disorienting, for sure, but only because of the darkness. The portal on the opposite side was identical to the first, but the place they entered was a dark, mirrored version of the one they had left. Bella did not mind shadows and darkness. However, this place held a complete lack of any light. "Dark," she whispered, unable to see anything beyond where the portal's blue light shone. Outside the bounds of the portal glow a yawning emptiness awaited, like the hungry mouth of a monster ready to swallow her. Goosebumps rose on her arms. She had never been one to fear the things that go bump in the night, nor the wee hours of the morning, but this darkness still made her cringe and back closer to the portal. Something about the darkness was palpable, material, alive. She imagined 1,000 grasping hands reaching for her. "Ah yes, I'd forgotten," the Demon King said, fiddling with something metal, and a lantern sprang to life. He handed it to her. The lantern light pushed away the darkness with a faint green glow like the one outside her prison cell. She would not show him how comforted she was by it, but she clutched the light-giving implement tightly, pointing it about the walls to make sure her fancies of imagined terrors were just that, fancies. The walls were constructed of the smoothest, glistening black rocks, aligned in offset rows. When she scrutinized them, she thought they resembled scales, like a serpent. If it was an illusion, the winding nature of the corridors strengthened the impression. They were walking around the body of a giant snake. As they set out down the hall, she realized not a one of them was straight. Bella possessed a keen mind, but she doubted she could find her way out of this place easily. The passages of this temple were not easy to navigate. She swore they took 3 left turns within moments of one another, yet came out in a new place. After some time, they emerged into an inner sanctum of sorts, where a throne built from bones stood at one end of the room. The Demon King had been correct. This was more what she had expected from him, though now she had difficulty reconciling it with the man who'd let her recover in the soft bed in that place of golden light, though he'd also placed her in a cell. Which man was he? The one who swore he did this all for some greater purpose, or the cruel one who'd locked her up in a cold cell? She focused on the here and now, looking for any advantage she might gain from her surroundings. The throne room was a cavern, the walls rough black stone, unlike the serpent-scaled walls of the hallways. Several mirrors stood near the walls, each in a frame constructed of golden metal. Bella noted in wonder that they each showed moving pictures of different scenes, as if they were windows that looked out upon a dozen different cities. A shifting of feet drew her eye. She hadn't realized they were not alone in the chamber. As she tried to make out who else was there, the Demon King strode by her toward the throne. He waved an arm, and several more muted lanterns sprang to life on each side of the room, ensconced on pillars as wide around as thick trees. There was a line of kneeling men and women, arms bound behind them, and watching over them were more of the Demon King's shadowy creatures. 2 of them were floating heads, Bella thought at first, bony, grey-skinned, one high up and the other closer to the ground. Only after one of them moved to shove down one of the kneeling figures was it obvious the floating heads were not floating at all. Their bodies were well concealed, garments twisting the light so that parts of them vanished at times. They were women, or Bella would give them that title, she decided. One stood tall and lanky, the other squat and built like a bull. The squat one had a cruel twist to her full lips, and glaring anger poured from her glowing crimson eyes as she stared at Bella. The tall woman stepped forward, her feet scraping along the stone, and shoved an old man forward. "Here is the leader of the snake cultists, as you requested, Master." Bella edged forward along the side of the room so she might see better what transpired. As she arrived at a suitable spot, the Demon King sat on his throne, his eyes trailing misty smoke. "Viparita Nagesh," he called, his voice echoing. The old man struggled to rise. The tall woman yanked him up, his face contorting in pain. "Yes, Master, I serve thee faithfully," the old man uttered, his tone and manner like that of a whipped dog. "Not very well, I'm afraid," the Demon King said. "We located the expedition you sought for. We had them in our grasp. It was your minion, the Night Shadow, who failed." The Demon King took a deep breath. "Do not speak ill of my phantom. He served me well." "No, Master, I only meant—" The Demon King waved his hand, and the tall woman shook the old man into silence. She tossed him roughly to the stone. "Bella, this is Viparita Nagesh, though that is a pseudonym. He leads the snake cultists. I asked him to find and secure Jane Avon's brother, but his men killed him." The old man protested. "No, Lord, it was a mistake." The Demon King raised a hand and the old man fell silent. "And his other task was to secure you so that I might bring you here, but then his men shot you with a venomous dart. You'd be dead for sure if one of my faithful servants had not brought you here so quickly." "She lives, Lord? I'm so pleased," the old man said. The Demon King ignored the man's whiny utterance. "Those kneeling before me are his leaders, Bella. Have you ever heard the saying, 'If you want to kill a snake, you must cut off its head'?" "I have," she replied. The Demon King stood and walked down from the dais. He stepped up to the old man. "You'd have poisoned my bride, killed her." "Lord, I was only The lanky woman snapped his neck. He gurgled for a moment, then died. Bella cringed at the sudden, savage violence. "Hasty, too hasty," the Demon King told her. The woman bowed low. "He infuriated me, Lord. I beg your forgiveness." The Demon King took a step toward the woman until he was almost nose to nose with her. She set her jaw in a firm line and stood her ground, for a few seconds, then dropped her gaze. "Were you afraid he was going to tell me something important?" the Demon King asked. "No, Lord, I simply grew sick of his whimpering." Bella didn't believe the woman, but the Demon King patted her shoulder, as one might a faithful but poorly behaved dog. He sighed. "Kill them all. From this day the cult of the Shadow Serpent is no more. All members forfeit their lives." The two women launched into action, their hands cloaked in shadows that must have been sharp, for where they touched the kneeling people, bled and died. Bella turned away from the gruesome act, then looked at the Demon King as he retook his throne. He had mentioned a bride. Who was that? A bitter truth came upon her. It was her or Jane, but if he'd originally wanted Jane's brother, it made little sense that it would be Jane. More likely, the bride was to be Bella. "A bride?" she asked. He turned from watching the killing of the cultists. "Yes, Bella, you are to be my bride." "I'll never marry you," she replied, looking at the massacred people lying on the stone floor, at the ruthless pair of vampiric women, and at the Demon King. She needed to escape, and from that moment, she watched everything closely for ideas of how she could accomplish such a thing. Chapter 21. A Giant Spider. The night after the murder of the snake cult's leader, Bella attempted to escape and a half-human, half-spider aberration nearly killed her. For hours, she'd waited in her room for the residents to grow quiet, then carefully stalked out to the portal. Surprisingly, she discovered that no one watched her, and once through that magical gateway, she found the halls of the temple mercifully deserted. Perhaps the arrogance of the Demon King was such that he believed she wouldn't have the courage to escape. Well, she'd disabuse him of that notion. She'd make it out to the jungle and take her chances from there. She grew more confident with every step. However, as she came round a bend in the curving halls, she glimpsed a creature as large as a horse with many gleaming eyes. It was too far away to make out completely in the guttering lantern light. She did not know whether it was a living thing or a piece of architecture at first. Then it moved. On a multitude of spiny black legs, the half-spider, half-man creature scuttled down the hall toward Bella, and she froze. The creature had sallow purple skin and a ribbed torso. Its human head bristled with a dozen eyes of different sizes, each a small blob of flat black, pupil-less and disturbing. The relentless clicking of its legs on the floor echoed through the air. It carried a slender black rod, sharpened at one end, with jagged barbs along the length of it, and it brandished the thing like a weapon as it approached. Bella carried nothing with her but a broken-off chair leg from her room and the lantern. Unsuitable weapons to fight off a 6-foot-tall spider, so she ran. The corridors of the temple were winding and labyrinth-like, and she soon had no idea where she was or where she was going. But the thing was clacking along behind her, and so she didn't stop or even hesitate. She wondered if this was some minion of the Demon King, and if she ran for no reason, it would simply capture her and take her back to her room, or perhaps to him. But one glance back at it, closing behind her, convinced her to keep running. The thing's mouth was human in shape, but inside, jagged rows of sharp teeth chomped excitedly, and a long, bristled tongue flicked out and tasted the air. It was in a state of great anticipation as it raced toward her. Coming round another bend of the hall, she stumbled upon a battle. 3 of the shadow-draped servants of the Demon King locked in melee with a half-dozen spiders like the one chasing her, and a pack of much smaller ones with gleaming metal legs that looked like daggers. She did not stop but kept running, pressing tight against the wall as she ran past them. In the flickering light of her lantern, the battle was a confused mass of whirring spider bodies and twisting ghost-like beings. One spider creature fired a long, silky line of webbing at her, but she ducked under it, her fear and nerves giving her a speed beyond her own. A shadow servant smashed back against the wall near her, a few of the dagger-legged creatures scrambling around its body, and one of the giant things leaping upon it and latching down with its mouth on the creature. Bella skirted around the edge of the contest and kept running. Her lantern flickered and guttered, but kept its light. She spied one of those long, sharpened rods the spider creatures carried, and she exchanged her chair leg for it, then sprinted to the other side of the melee and turned back to survey the situation. She heard more than saw the fighting, the spiders hissing and skittering. Raising her lantern high, she noted in the bouncing glow that the shadow servants were hard-pressed. 2 of them were down and the spiders swarmed over them, while a cluster of spiders also surrounded the 3rd. A grinning man's head with many black, shiny eyes pushed into her lantern's light, and she realized it was the man-spider thing that had pursued her through the halls. Apparently possessed of a singular, unrelenting drive, it kept on, and she noticed a peculiar behavior. As it passed through the fighting, the other spiders moved aside so as not to block it, but they did so without the need to look or communicate in any way that she could observe. When one spider fell back and would have slammed into it, the creature halted, waiting for the other to get out of its way, its face locked in a rage-filled snarl. She regarded the single shadow servant still on its feet. It was a foreign thing, existing in a plane far from her own. She didn't understand what drove the creatures nor how they sustained themselves. They did not speak, sleep, or partake of any form of food that she had seen in her limited time there. Yet seeing one of them cut off and surrounded, she felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps it was that the creatures on the other side of the conflict were so much stranger, based on spiders, wicked in appearance and a monstrosity to nature. She ran no farther. Instead, she leapt into battle, using the rod to swing at one of the spiders swarming over a shadow servant, then kicking off one of the dagger-legged smaller creatures, though it was still as large as a small dog. A web caught her left shoulder, and she was yanked off her feet by the hated creature that had been chasing her. Still, she kept her grip on the rod, and when it yanked her close, she thrust the rod right into its underbelly. It screeched and hopped away, trailing a black foamy gel that poured down the rod onto Bella's hands and across the floor. Where this liquid touched the webbing, it dissolved, and so it was that Bella could free herself, though a powerfully potent stench coming from the blood also caused her to hack and cough as she backed up. 3 of the little ones launched at her. She caught one with her rod, batting it against the wall, then smashed the second and dove under the 3rd, which hurtled overhead. It landed on the wall, clung to it, then crouched to spring at her again. In the meantime, she jabbed through the back of another of the large spiders, and it squealed, giving the shadow servant it was cornering an opening. The servant slipped up into the dark recesses of the hallway and vanished. After a moment, Bella realized she had been abandoned and let out an irritated oath. So much for being comrades with the shadow creatures. The remaining spiders turned their gaze on her, 100 little black eyes twitching and regarding her. They bounced in an almost hypnotic pattern. Once again she ran. She raced down a long hall, listening to the clicking of dozens of feet behind her, then pivoted left across a short opening, then darted right. She found several doors, but all were solid and locked. Finally, she turned right again and came to a dead end. "That is not the thing. Not the thing at all," she declared. She turned back, moistening her lips and holding the rod. The spiders came on in a mass until they were within 10 feet. They bounced and shivered with anticipation, the half-human ones chomping their mouths and licking at the air with long tongues. A loud gong rang out and echoed through the temple. The spiders shifted nervously. They turned this way and that in near-perfect unison, watching the walls and listening to the sound. Bella's lantern dimmed. She set it down behind her, grateful that it had stayed lit as long as it had, especially with the racing and leaping about she'd done. She slid into a fighting stance, one leg forward, the rod pointed at the ready. "Come then, you fiends, I'll not go quietly into the grave, and I'll not go alone." The lantern light dimmed more. The thought of being in the dark with these creatures unsettled her, but she held her ground. She'd bite and claw at them and spit and fight until she couldn't do any more. Then a line of black mist poured out of the ceiling, and the Demon King stood beside her, a sword wrapped in shadow forming in his hand. He looked in her eyes and nodded. He faced the spiders, and the battle began again. The Demon King saved her life 3 times during the struggle, though she could modestly say later that she'd held her own as well. These creatures moved with an unimaginable speed, yet Bella matched them. Of course, they had superior numbers, but there the Demon King was the balance. He dove in and out of shadow, popping into place and running a spider through, then vanishing just as another opponent leapt to latch onto him. He'd appear behind the thing and cut it down, then be on a wall, slashing apart a pair of dagger-legged things. In seconds it was over, just as her lantern tipped over and lost its light, and she jabbed her rod deep into the underbelly of the last spider. The darkness was absolute. It was the pitch black of Jonah in the whale. It was the empty black of a wrongfully buried woman awakening in her grave. "Are you there?" she called out to the Demon King, hoping he'd give her some light, or at least lead her out of this darkness. There was no response. "Please, I cannot see." Nothing. Blind, she crawled on her hands and knees, touching severed spider legs, some furry and others slick with liquid, and once putting her hand on the twitching body of one of them, though it was dead. Her hand touched metal, the lantern. She saw just the tiniest ember from its wick. She wasn't sure how the contraptions worked. They were not normal, lit with some essence that worked here, but she ran her hands along it until she found a small lever. She pushed and pulled, and finally it popped, and a small glow caught. Hugging the lantern tight to her side for a moment, she waited for any of the spider creatures to crawl out of the murk around her. When nothing emerged, she stood and held the lantern high. Carnage. The exoskeletons of the spiders lay in pieces all around, mashed and clumped together in death. And there, leaning against the wall, was the Demon King. His head rested on his chest, eyes closed. She stepped gingerly around some of the downed creatures. Purplish-blue blood issued from several cuts. She hadn't even known he was wounded. He'd fought with great skill and unflagging drive. He stirred at her touch, moaning quietly but not awakening. She realized she still held the rod. She could kill him. It was what she'd told him she would do. It would end his evil reign. But was he evil? He'd said and done evil things, but he'd also told her that she was wrong about him, and he'd not treated her poorly since she arrived. What had he meant that he'd saved many lives by doing what he did? And what were these creatures? They were no minions of his, obviously. She felt her hand tense on the rod, clenching it tightly, holding it up. She could end the problem of the Demon King right now. Instead, she relaxed her hand and let the rod fall to her side. He opened his eyes. He looked weak as a newborn pup. "Bella, you lived. I'm thankful for that." "You're hurt," she told him. "Yes." A long pause. "Hurt." "I didn't believe you could be hurt. You're the Demon King and all that." "I can, especially by those creatures." "What were they?" she asked. He coughed, tried to answer, wheezed. "I'll go for help," she said. He grasped her wrist. "Please don't call me the Demon King. My name is Ruksha." His head drooped once more. "Very well, Ruksha." Chapter 22. The Villages of the Cross. A man whose name may or may not have been Señor Luis Felipe Calderón Omaya stole Sister Caroline's silver cross necklace and the sacred ring strung upon it. But of course, when Dr. Frail first met Señor Luis Felipe Calderón Omaya, the doctor was unaware the man was a low-account thief and swindler, and he had no idea that the man was not even a Spaniard, The so-called Senor Omaya was a visitor to the Christian mountain communities, where the good doctor and Jane found refuge, but visitors were a common occurrence in those days of the mutiny, as the rebellion was now being called. There were many newcomers. Once the persecution of Christians began, fleeing people had arrived from all over central India until the walls overflowed with humanity. Most of the refugees lived outdoors, huddled and nervous, watching the roads with great apprehension. In fact, the situation was dire in the villages. Frail and Jane quickly discovered this place would offer no easy access to supplies, as the ill-fated Sister Caroline had promised. The leaders of the villages could spare little grain or hardtack, though this was less of a burden on the expedition members once the Christian families they had escorted were taken in by an Anglican village. And there were no soldiers here ready to volunteer for their expedition, as the nun had promised. May she rest in peace. Their saving grace, and the reason they lived as well as they did, was Dr. Frail's skills and knowledge. He cared for the feverishly ill daughter of a village mayor the first night they were there, and when he observed a group of men trying to manhandle a rusted cannon into place on a muddy parapet overlooking the road, he made a few suggestions, and they built a crane and pulley system which quickly maneuvered the stubby iron smoothbore into place. The leader of the defences of the villages, a Scot named McLaren, put his hands on his hips after they'd completed the task and bellowed at Frail, "Now, where did you learn to do that, Mr. Frail, Dr. Frail?" After that, they were given special treatment among the communities. Frail stayed busy as a bee, buzzing from project to project in the aid of defensive preparation and general improvements, or doctoring so often that he only came back to the relatively quiet blacksmith yard where they stayed to eat, sleep, or manufacture some implement. He also had a vigor to him that Jane had not seen in the pair of months she'd known him, his sickly countenance replaced by the ruddy glow of one driven with purpose, his gangly body filling out somewhat with the massive meals the villages bribed him with to gain more of his attention. He thrived. She could not claim the same for herself. "Jane, are you well?" the doctor asked her on one occasion, when he'd come back from assisting the Catholics in building a reinforced wooden gate for their church. "Perfectly," she told him with the trained smile she had learned to use to hide her true feelings. Now that she had nothing to do, she'd taken to brooding, and often he found her in a melancholy mood. A lethargy had fallen on her in the days since they'd arrived. Every action, even to rise from her pallet, was a chore, and some days she couldn't be bothered. Dr. Frail, even with his social ineptitude, noted her state. He often took a meal with her, ensuring that she ate something every day, and on one of these occasions he said, "I miss those we've lost. Lieutenant Ram, Nimrod, Clara." She didn't wish to think of it, but she replied with, "Yes, the very best of people. Clara, Mr. O'Toole, Lieutenant Singh." They were, but I'm positive the others will join us soon. That'll put some cheer in you. "I've thought about going to find them," she said. The doctor's face showed some alarm at this idea. "You saw the smoke pillars down the mountain today. Those are villages along the High Line road we took here. They're burning." "I'm aware, Doctor. I didn't claim it would be a simple thing, but I cannot sit and do nothing. Let us give them 2 more days and then we'll go to look for them. You can separate yourself from this place." They'd been here a week already, and she would be glad to move on, but she doubted he felt the same. He grinned. "I do enjoy the work. Who would have known simple labor would agree with me so? But yes, of course. When you go, I'll join you." The heavy heart she'd had so often of late seized her again. I wish I'd told." Her throat was constricted, her eyes brimmed. Frail patted her hand, his happy mood fading. She continued, "I wish I'd told them all how I cherish their friendship." "So do I." Frail had gathered a following of workmen who assisted him, including carpenters in the villages, blacksmiths, and even a British Army major named Paris. Though the major was afflicted with malaria and spent his days abed, Frail frequently consulted with the major, who was an engineer, and the man allowed Frail to use his office. In return, the doctor carried out some of the major's mundane tasks, like receiving the infrequent post and any visitors who came to speak with him, about supplies and such. And it was one of these men, a Spaniard who had come to see Paris, who stole the necklace and ring. Later, Frail could not perfectly explain to Jane what had occurred. "I am Señor Luis Felipe Calderón Omaya," the man said with a Spanish accent. He wore a fine yet restrained suit with a high, lacy cravat collar held with a throat clasp of tarnished copper. He held out a hand, fingers down, and gave Frail's fingers a delicate shake in greeting. "What can I do for you, Señor Omaya?" Frail leaned forward a trifle, and Sister Caroline's necklace poked out. Señor Omaya's eyes showed a keen interest at the sight of that big chunk of silver, Frail realized later. The man had a devil goatee, which he stroked with one hand. "You do for me? Nay, sir. I offer you something, 5 crates of long guns from my personal stores." "Guns? Am I not saying the proper words? I admit my English is poor. Muskets, to defend these people." Frail could not contain his interest. The villagers needed firearms in the worst way. "We have little money," he said, suspicious the man might be looking for an opportunity to profit. The Spaniard had no such intentions. "Of course, I'm a gentleman, sir, though somewhat diminished fortunes have come upon my family. We are influential bankers in Seville. Perhaps you've heard of the Omayas?" "I have not." "Well, our interests recently collapsed. It's a sad tale for another time." "I'm sorry to hear of your misfortunes." The man stared at the wall of the Major's residence for a moment, then came to some decision. "I must give you these weapons. I should require only a wagon and a small sum of money for expenses to bring them back here from my storehouse in the valley below. It is quite dangerous on the roads just now, Senor. You saw the other day that the defenders at the walls of this village chased off a group of mutineers." The man turned and walked alongside Frail, putting one arm about his shoulders and squeezing his neck with affection. "Yes, most dreadful, was it not?" Señor Omaya strolled to the door, and Frail followed along, pulled by the man's arm. When they reached it, Frail opened the door and they emerged out into a golden morning sun. The Spaniard stepped to his front and tapped the doctor's chest in a friendly manner. "I am a man of some skill when it comes to moving about the land, good doctor, though that is why I need the money along with the wagon, that I can bribe certain fellows I'm acquainted with to let me pass." "How much money do you need?" "Let us say 100 rupees, and the wagon, and a suitable horse to pull it with, though on my word as a Spaniard, I'll return it all to you save what I need for my journey." "Very generous of you, Senor. The villages are indebted to you," the doctor said. "Think nothing of it, doctor. It is a pleasure to offer some small aid." Frail arranged it all, thinking that he was securing a great safety measure for the villagers, and had it not been for one of his workers, a carpenter, coming to tell him an hour later that they needed more iron nails since he'd given away their stock to the man in the wagon, he would not have known how he'd been swindled for some time. "What?" Frail asked, and he realized that the heavy cross was not around his neck. He felt for it, but found it gone. He searched the Major's office for it. Had he taken it off? Meanwhile, the carpenter was still talking to him about the nails. "Yes, you sent a man in a wagon to collect the nails for the Catholic Church's walls, though why we'd supply materials for the papists, I do not know." "No, that wasn't me. Perhaps it was the mayor requesting it." "It was a Spaniard, and he used your name. He even showed us the wagon you'd given him." Frail frowned. He could recall giving no such order, though he was absent-minded to a fault sometimes. "I cannot find the cross I wear." "You gave it to the man," he said. He kissed it as he left the walls to go to the church. Now Frail felt the warmth drain from his face. A tickling suspicion came upon him. He stole it. The Scotsman McLaren and several riders caught the wagon on the way down the mountain a few miles from the walls. Frail rode with them, but was disappointed when he saw the drivers, an aging couple, bent with the ravages of time. Both were natives. "We carry Busa, sahibs, only Busa," the old woman said, her head shaking in the way of one with advanced age. Busa was straw, Frail soon learned, but McLaren regarded the couple with a suspicious eye. "This wagon is from our stables." "We use it to take Pusa to the farms down below," the man called, his voice high and reedy. McLaren got down from his horse and pulled out his saber. He thrust it into the straw. It struck metal, and the Scot grunted. "Only a few nails, sahib, nothing more." But when McLaren pulled back the straw, there were 2 crates of nails, representing a considerable fortune, since each had to be made by a blacksmith. The riders drew weapons and pointed them at the 2 aging Indians. Frale put out an imploring hand. "Please do not harm them, Mr. McLaren. The man who orchestrated this theft is not here. He was a Spaniard. My guess is this poor couple has been duped by him as I have." McLaren stepped up close to the man, then grabbed his hair and pulled. "Please don't harm them," Frale said. But the grey hair came off easily. It was a wig. Underneath was a full head of dark black. Again, confusion reigned in Frale's mind. His brain did not believe what his eyes saw. "My guess is that this is the man, Doctor. He's fooled you again." Frale placed a hand over his mouth. "Oh my!" And that is how he met the thief, Abdul Singhania. Chapter 23. Arrival of a Dead Man. A man they thought long dead arrived in the village one morning. "I am calm water," Jane whispered in the moments before it happened. She had started meditating in the hours before dawn, deciding that it was time for her to act like a grown woman and stop with her constant sighing and melancholy. And she found the practice a pleasing way to start the day. The tumult of the village with its overcrowded streets left little peace until late in the evening, but early in the day before the sun rose, she found a few moments to center herself. Like a pond, disturbances mar my stillness only for a brief time. Near the village gate, someone called out in a deep voice. She listened for alarm or anger in the tone but heard none, and the voice did not call again. "I am Serenity. Open the gate," the far-off voice called again. She sighed. In the minutes of silence that followed, her breathing calmed. She shivered at the air when a cool breeze touched her, though it didn't linger. Her mind floated away, soared above the jungle trees, then settled gently at the top of a tree. She watched the orange rays of the sun peek up over the eastern horizon, and then one of the sepoys from the expedition shook the edge of her tent. "Mem Sahib Jane, come quickly. It is one who we thought dead." All calm left her immediately. Someone who they thought was dead? An image of a tall Indian soldier flitted into her brain, though she pushed it away. That was impossible. She asked no more questions but rushed with the soldier toward the gate. Her heart pounded and she couldn't get there soon enough. "Hello, Miss Avon," Mr. Nimrod O'Toole said, quite a sight in his dirty, blood-matted clothes. Her excitement faded and she felt guilty because of it. She was pleased to see him alive. She had just foolishly hoped someone else might be at the gate. "Mr. O'Toole," Dr. Frale called out, striding over to shake the giant's hand. "We thought you were dead." Nimrod grinned. "I'm a hard man to kill, Doctor." "And I'm glad of it," Frale replied. Jane made herself speak, again feeling the fool for being disappointed. "Welcome, Mr. O'Toole. I'm so thankful you lived." Even in the pre-dawn gloom, several refugees had stirred at the noise and peeked out at them from tents or blankets. They led Nimrod to the tents near the smithy, and he told them of his encounter with the bandits. "I killed a few and frightened the others off," he said modestly. Frale looked him over. "Your clothing is in a state, Nimrod." The big man glanced down at himself. "I suppose it is. I've been living like a wild man, sneaking along the edge of the road and sleeping tied to trees." "To trees?" Frale was aghast at the idea. "You saw nothing of Primcourt, Bravo, or Radu?" Jane asked, trying to join the conversation. "I did not see Primcourt, Bravo, nor anyone else," Nimrod said. "Fortunate that you made it here, Mr. O'Toole. There have been raiders seen outside the village, and smoke pillars from towns in the lower valleys," Frale said, while giving Nimrod a piece of flatbread from last night's supper. Nimrod must have been looking at the overcrowded village, with all the makeshift shacks, blankets, and hacked-together shelters. Because as he chewed on the bread, he said, "This little hovel is jammed full." Frale was kind in his retort. "Refugees, Christians, most of them. They've seen some awful things, many of them." "I believe it," Nimrod responded with a sigh, then focused his flat eyes on Frale. "What's the plan, Doctor?" "The plan? Will the expedition continue?" Nimrod clarified with his real question. "Why would you ask me?" the doctor inquired. "Who else would make the decision?" Nimrod asked. "There might be only the 3 of us remaining. Do we believe we can take the sword?" Frail scratched his head and replied, "I'm not sure. I don't believe so." Jane put in, "It would be difficult. We aren't even sure where it is." "I'm fairly certain I can recall where that forest Anantavan is, and it shouldn't be too hard to find a volcanic crater once we reach it. From there, it would be upon your shoulders to find the conveyance to Narakund, Jane," Frail said. Jane grimaced. "I don't know, we've lost so many people. Can we say the journey is worth the risk? Is it a worthy enough venture to justify the losses we've already seen?" "Prim Court thought so," Nimrod replied. Two of the sepoys arrived with the thief Abdul Singhania in tow, his hands cuffed behind him. That was the real name of the so-called Senor Omaya he had admitted once they'd caught him. Afterward, they'd stripped an astonishing disguise of clay and face paints off the man, and in the wagon they'd found a steamer trunk full of implements that stage actors might use to change their appearance. "Who is this?" Nimrod asked. "A swindler who tried to steal from us," Frail replied, his face colouring. It embarrassed him how easily he had fallen for the man's lies. Abdul gave a slight bow and tried on another of his personas, his accent that of a Londoner. "My name is John Thomas. I'm here on Queen Victoria's orders to aid you in your quest." Jane clucked at the man. "Don't believe a word that he says, Nimrod. He's a man who makes money from his lies." "A grifter, eh? I've run afoul of more than one of them." "Why is he here?" Frail asked the sepoy. "The mayor says they cannot hold him any longer. If we want to keep him, he is our responsibility," the soldier told them. In tow behind him was the woman who'd pretended to be an old lady. She had kept quiet when the expedition members questioned them. Now that they'd cleaned her up, she was clearly young, possessing hair as short as a man's and a twist to her lips that gave her the look of someone dissatisfied with her life. Abdul said, "You should just release us, good doctor. No harm was done. Mayor also tells us he's gonna shoot some other thieves later. Could shoot this too as well," the sepoy said. At this, Abdul or John or Senor Omaya, or whatever his true name was, paled. "No reason to waste a bullet. I can wring their necks, like a farmer with a chicken," Nimrod said, cracking the knuckles of his monstrously large hands. Jane supposed he was jesting, but it was clear Abdul did not know this, nor the woman. She fell on her knees, her eyes filling with tears, while Abdul shook visibly. "I have information that might be of use to you, Sahibs." His voice had lost its most recent accent, an English one, and taken on a simple Indian one. "What information?" "I heard you speaking of Anantavan. What route will you take there?" "Take them out back of the smithy and secure them. We'll consider their fate later," Frail told the Indian soldier. Abdul pleaded, "Could it be you'll take the river? I know of some danger there that did not exist even a month ago." The sepoys dragged them away. Frail asked Nimrod, "You'd really kill them?" "No, but I enjoy giving men such as that a fright. Takes them down a peg, does it not?" It did at that. "Do you think he spoke truly about the river passage?" Jane asked. Frail pursed his lips, his eyes narrowed. "It is hard to know. I think it wise to always assume he's lying." The clop of a weary horse in the street near theirs announced still more visitors. Jane looked up and let out an oath that caused both Nimrod and Frail to stare at her open-mouthed. "Jane, I must insist you don't speak in such a crude manner," Frail reproved her. She pointed at the horse and the weary men in the street. Frail turned and let out his own oath. Chapter 24, Reunion. Hank eyed the thieves who had taken advantage of Dr. Frail while Ram questioned them. The head criminal, whose true name was Abdul, was tight-lipped about the exact nature of the trouble along the river, though he told them it would be fatal for anyone unaware of it. "I think you lie," Ram said. "You're only concerned for your own neck." The thief spread his hands pleadingly. "It's true, I wish to live, but I swear to you I know of a dire threat on the river." "Perhaps we should take him with us, trussed up," Nimrod proposed, "and if there is no threat, we'll throw him in the river and let the crocs have him." Hank wished Prim Court had recovered well enough to tell them what to do. The Count rested inside a home and was insensible most of the time. He might still give up the ghost, Frail had told them when checking his wounds. "Allow us to live and I will tell you how you might bypass the trouble," Abdul said. "I'm sure he speaks of the stone bridge where the Suryanadi and the Kripajal rivers meet. The bandits might blockade it," Ram told them. We do not need to spare the thief's life for that information. The man acknowledged Ram's guess, but shook a finger in the air. You are correct, Sahib, but there is still another threat. What other routes are there? Ones where we might bypass this hidden threat? Hank asked. Ram did not need to consider that question for any length of time. He said, only long, circuitous ones, or plunging right through the jungle, which would be a crawl and take months, or there is a road that parallels the river. But it is a hotbed of rebels from the rumors I hear. Hank studied the man and the woman. She had the look of him in her eyes. A daughter, perhaps. Ram must have thought the same thing. He pulled the expedition members aside. I say we take this man with us, but leave the woman here. We tell him that we have commuted her death sentence for 2 months, but that if the village does not hear from us in that time, they'll put her to death. Frail shook a friendly finger at Ram. Devious, I applaud the notion, sir. Hank concurred with a nod of his head, and Jane also agreed. She'd said nothing to any of them since they arrived, and seemed to be floating around in some kind of trance, her gregarious nature gone. To Abdul, Ram gave the offer. You will journey with us to Anantavan. Once we arrive there, we'll allow you to leave, and you'll carry back with you a letter with a special phrase upon it that will tell the people here to release your companion. Abdul looked into the eyes of each one of them. He was a quick study. Hank supposed his chosen profession required it. And if we don't make it back? In 2 months they'll execute her, Ram said coldly. Abdul grimaced. There is no need for such actions, I'll give you my word. Hank laughed. Sure, shyster, I think not. You're simply commuting your daughter's sentence for a time. If you're honest with us, you'll help us hurry to our destination, and we'll give you the special phrase which will free her. At the word daughter, Abdul flinched, and Hank thought they'd discovered it true. But you must tell us of the nature of this danger before we leave, Frail added, and Hank thought that an excellent addition to their agreement. How do I know you'll take me with you if I give you all my information? Abdul asked, eyes narrowed. I give you my word as a Maratha prince and my oath as a lieutenant of the British Army, Ram declared. We wouldn't go back on our word. Unlike you, Abdul, we're honest people, Hank said. Honest people, Abdul sneered. I want a contract witnessed by priests of your faith and the mayor of this town. Hank shrugged. We've no qualms about providing you with such a document. Ram shook his head. Kashir Bhavan. It is an ancient, long-abandoned fortress. The walls are falling in, and the ramparts are untrustworthy. The bandit leader Thapa is rebuilding it, Abdul told them. The expedition members shared looks of anger. Thapa, the man whose army had murdered so many innocents. He has brought in workers, and they improve the place day and night. And they've brought 4 artillery pieces raided from the arsenal at Nailavati, Abdul told them. How do you know this? Hank asked. Something about this man reminded him of an eel. We were there 3 weeks past. We took payment to deliver foodstuffs to them. And did you? Ram asked. Abdul smirked. Why does it matter? In response, Ram's eyebrow rose. Abdul said with a nod, I delivered their cargo. They paid twice what it was worth. Enough money to make an honest man of me for a time. Fortifying the fortress at Kshirbavan isn't a strategic move. No one passes that way, and it gives Thapa no advantage in defense. He's cornered himself. If any British troops come for him, he'll have no method to escape, Ram said. What if he's after us? Jane asked them. Why would he be after us? Dr. Frail inquired, frowning in concentration. Jane responded, His moves have all made little sense after he destroyed those villages we saw near the train station. Why follow us into the interior? There is nothing that way. The rebels are mostly heading to Delhi, rumors say, Abdul told them. This Thapa should go there too. He has a large army that the other Indian leaders would welcome, yet he is content to occupy the fortress of Kshirbavan. Jane tapped on the map, near Anantavan. Abdul is correct. Instead of gathering with the other rebels, he tried to trap us near the village where the ambush occurred. He had no other reason to go that way. Now he's entrenched in a fortress where he knows we'll likely pass. What reason could he have? Hank asked. Ram whistled. What if he's in league with... He trailed off after glancing at Abdul, who didn't know of their mystical opponents. Our enemies? A collective groan issued from everyone in the room. If that's true, they'll be expecting us, Hank said, a grim note in his voice. The beast was suddenly present, and he forced it away. It'll be impossible for a small force to outfight a platoon of men occupying the fortress if Abdul is telling the truth. They'll blast us to pieces when we pass, or if we try to assault them from the land, they'll cut us down, Ram said, applying his military experience to the dilemma. Then you'll need me more than ever, Abdul told them, and when they turned to him, he had his fingers steepled together and a sly grin on his face. Why's that? Hank asked. If brute force is not an option, that leaves only trickery and deception, the suddenly happy thief said. He clapped Frail on the shoulder, and the doctor shrugged off his hand, remembering when the man had somehow managed to steal the necklace from him with only a few light touches. Abdul did not mind. His grin stayed strong. Trickery and deception are my specialty, my friends. Hank felt his eye twitch. He didn't trust the man, but did they have another choice? Gazing round at his companions, he saw the same unease on all their faces. Did it make sense to put their lives in the hands of a known swindler and crook? She'd been so very stunned to see him, and still had not recovered. Hello, Miss Avon, I'm very glad you're alive and well. Yes, same. The same. I feel the same of you, she said, her words coming out in a jumble. Do you have my sword? He asked. Sword? Yes, the tiger claw. She shook her head, feeling a kind of wound at his question, though it was a sensible one. That was the first thing he asked. Heat rose in her cheeks. You had it, yes? Did you send it to my father, as I asked? No. His appearance had stunned her, been a blow to her spirit that knocked her entire world off kilter. It was as if the universe had been put back to right, and he wanted to know about his damned sword. What happened to it? He asked, his tone blunt. Tears came to her eyes. She was not some child, but she found them rolling down her cheeks, the ones she'd not shed when he died, the ones she'd hidden. He said, I'm very sorry, Jane. She strode away from him. Chapter 25. The Night Shadows. Ruksha held himself erect as they entered his great throne-room chamber. He had allowed Bella to help him walk before that, but now he whispered, I must not show any weakness. Though she knew it must pain him, Bella watched as he pretended his wounds did not bother him, and strode to his throne with confidence and vigor. The two night shadows, who he mockingly called Beauty and Pet, called out to him as he entered, Master, I'm so glad to see you're well. Bless us, O Master, that you did not succumb to your wounds. Yet Bella noted that when he passed by them, their features changed to surprise, and their eyes met in fear before they once again pretended to be happy that he was well. Of course, he told them. He ascended the dais and grunted faintly as he caught the edge of his foot on one of the steps. If he tripped and fell, she was sure his wounds would tear open. She'd been nursing him for 3 days now, and his ability to heal was incredible. Already the wounds were tender scars, yet the skin was thin there as of yet. He'd told her earlier that morning, the Spider Queen's minions have venom that I have a special vulnerability to. It is lucky for me that this time it did not kill me. Still, my assumption is that it will not heal as a normal wound might. The Spider Queen? Yes, I will show you when we go to my throne room today. It is too early for you to be up and about, she chided him. I must go and show them I am well. My two lovely night shadows are like sharks. If they sense blood, they'll attack. Then why are they your allies? Beggars and choosers, as they say. Why do you think you are here? I do not know precisely. Because it is time for me to have allies of my own blood, a family. She'd blushed at that. He'd attempted to kiss her once already while she nursed him. Being so close to him all the time, she'd started to have a sense of him. He was a man, definitely, with a sturdy frame. But he also had an aura, something she might call a heady scent, though that was not altogether right. Or something she could call a kind of glow, though that also did not quite capture it. He had an attraction to him, and the more time she spent around him, the more it drew her in. He knew it as well, and thus he'd tried to kiss her, his lips warm on hers for the few moments she'd let it occur. Then she'd pushed him to his back and said, I'm here helping you. It is not right that you should take advantage of me. He'd smiled at that, a devilish thing she looked away from quickly lest it draw her in. Now as she watched him sit on his throne, she realized she cared for him. It was confusing, certainly. On one hand, she barely knew him, but on the other, she felt she'd known his presence for a long time. It came together in her head at once. That was what was so attractive about him. When she was close to him, she felt the comfort of being in the old drafty outbuilding behind her childhood home, in the peace of the place. He was the accepting shadow, he was the cooling shade in the blistering sun. But where did that leave her with Primcourt? She was engaged to be married. Was Primcourt still alive? And if she told Ruksha about him, what would he do? Perhaps he would laugh. He was not the jealous kind, she sensed, but he also commanded killers. Would he give word that his minions should kill Ernest, just to clear up any possibility of complications? If he would do such a thing, she was not sure she could live with such a man. She avoided thinking of any other names of men she had loved long into the past, not wanting to make the situation more difficult than it was. The entire thing was ridiculous anyway. He was 1,000 years old and lived in a strange place that was not on Earth. He was a vampire lord with shadows for servants, she knew, though she didn't know how all of it worked. Still, the man had power over shadows, by heavens. He smiled at her and she frowned back at him unthinkingly. His own smile faded and was replaced with a look of uncertainty. Here he was, this all-powerful being, and her frown confused him. This power she had over him gave her a feeling of energy that rose from her legs and sent butterflies into her stomach. Ruksha shook himself, then turned to his two minions once again, the Lord. "How goes the search for the heir of Merlin?" The two women glanced at one another. "Are you sure this is the time for such concerns? The denizens of the other place came here in force. That hasn't happened since you originally sealed the portal," the taller of the two women said. "You think to lecture me on history, my beauty?" he replied. The tall, gaunt Night Shadow's face darkened, and she bit the inside of her cheek. Why did he have to goad them so? Bella was not sure of his motives in mocking them. "No, my lord, I simply—" "Bring me the woman." He turned to Bella. "What is her name?" Bella felt conflicted at the question. She could not betray her comrades. And yet, there was a problem with these spiders. Ruksha wanted Jane here to help with that issue. Bella did not understand it completely, but she had the gist of it, and she'd seen the power of those awful creatures. "Jane," she said. "Yes, Jane Avon. Bring her to me unharmed." "And the others," said the stocky, shorter Night Shadow. "You still want them killed?" Ruksha regarded Bella, his gaze dropping away from her in embarrassment, she supposed. "No, let the rest of them be." The older one said, "They are dangerous, master. There is one who has evil machinations, as you warned us, and another who can take the form of a wolf." "I'm aware of that." He stood up and hissed, "You will obey me, and if something happens to Jane Avon, I promise you'll suffer until you beg me to kill you." The two women seemed shocked at this threat. They nodded to him and mumbled some assent to his words. "Go and do as I've told you," he ordered, gesturing toward the door of the chamber. They departed, and he slumped against his chair, holding his side. "Ouch," he said. "Why did you speak to them so?" Bella asked. In answer, he gave her only one of his devilish grins, pushed himself erect, and walked toward the entrance. "Come with me." Chapter 26. The Portal of the Spider Queen. Ruksha led Bella along a confusing series of passages until she was so turned around she could not have found their destination again had it been an utter necessity. Eventually, they arrived at a high doorway. Though some calamity had damaged the doors themselves, one thrown to the ground and the other hanging askew and propped against the wall. In the air, she caught the faintest trace of disembodied whispers. The unsettling murmurs seemed to linger like echoes, drifting across a wasteland. "What are those voices?" she asked. "Don't listen to them. You won't like what you hear," he replied. He closed his eyes and murmured a few words, and the whispers quieted. "There. Now you won't have to hear them." "I have a chill," she told him. Ruksha said, "We won't be here long. It's not safe for anyone to be in this room for long. I specially made these doors to block the effects. See the gold scrawling? They are magic runes made to slow the leakage." "Leakage?" she inquired. He beckoned her to follow, and they entered a room that stank with the same rank scent she recalled from the blood of the spiders. Bella held up her own lantern and surveyed the gloomy chamber. Only one item of interest was in the room, a circular stone portal similar to the one they used to pass back and forth between Ruksha's home and this temple. However, in contrast to that one, which held a shimmering light that was near to water, in look and consistency, this one was a sheet of smoky black glass. Slimy mold covered the ground around the portal, and a stream of viscous black coated the ceiling, dripping down in stalactite-like formations. The frame of the structure, whatever material it once had been, was now chipped and pitted, and completely encrusted with a wet, barnacle-like covering. And where Ruksha's other portal bounced and vibrated with energy, this one was still and cold. She saw a misty, obscured shape stuck right through the center of the black glass and stepped closer, holding the lantern up to see. It was a curved sword. As she recoiled in surprise. Her expedition had been looking for this blade for months, at least if it was what she thought it was. She asked, "Is that—" "Yes, the Sunblade," he replied. She almost laughed at his naming of it. This was no Sunblade. Darkness clung to it. Even when she held her lantern near it, shade hung about the blade like a cowl. It somehow pushed light away, and the sight of it made her skin crawl. "Why is it here? What is this place?" "This is a doorway to a land called Avalon," he told her. "I know of Avalon. Something to do with the legends of Arthur, was it not?" "It was Merlin's home, actually, but Merlin and his mystics played with powers they should have left alone. It is said that while trying to help Arthur defeat the waves of zombies the northern invaders had unleashed on his shores, they delved into realms they should have avoided and pulled the Spider Queen from a place of death and horror. And when she arrived, she quickly produced enough minions to overwhelm all of Merlin's acolytes. They swarmed over Avalon in hordes 1,000,000 strong. Ruksha held up an arm and pointed it at the wall. The air wavered, the way a pond does when a rock strikes it, and then a vision formed in the air of a land of fair green hills and blue water, with a tower at its center. "You can weep for Avalon if you wish. I do sometimes still, though it has been a millennium since it fell." "It is beautiful," she agreed. In the vision, a distant city with gleaming white walls shone in the bright sunlight. He twisted his hand and the vision changed. The sun was gone, the vegetation dried up and vanished. It was a wasteland. "Is that the same place?" she asked. "Oh yes, the same scene, in fact." Then she saw those gleaming walls were now blackened and crumbled. The same set of rolling green hills from before were grey dirt. A bitter wind blew clouds of dust across the land, and then one of those spider people crawled into view, then another. In the distance near the city, a giant one lumbered across the land. The sun was absent from this place, the light a putrid grey-green. "We couldn't stop them," he said. "Our only path was to contain them." And so a group of us, warrior wizards from many lands, banded together and sealed up every portal leading to Avalon, destroying them until we came to this place, my home in India. "Oh, my golden companion," he whispered the last, his eyes haunted. She did not know who these golden companions were, but that was a question for another time. "Why wasn't this portal destroyed?" she asked. "Call it arrogance, if you will. Merlin, who led us, believed that we might someday retake Avalon. He told us we could regain the lost knowledge that is contained there." He reached out a hand and almost touched the sword, his fingers hovering inches from it. The spider creatures were already streaming out of this portal when we arrived, and the battle was fierce. Many of my most trusted comrades died. When we finally pushed them all back into Avalon, Merlin bade me drive my sunblade into the portal, and he used the power of the blade to seal it. "But it's so dark. How could that sword ever have been called the Sunblade?" she asked. "It was not always so. The sword once glowed a brilliant white, but the Spider Queen brings more than her minions to the lands she touches. She has powerful shamans and dark magic that strive to weaken this barrier, and grain by grain the rot of their evil leaks out into this place." He waved his hand, and the air once again shimmered, this time peeling back time on the dank, gloomy temple, revealing white stone walls all around her. This vision was of a room of golden light. Then she realized she was looking at the same room she was standing in, though one unpolluted. Ruksha waved his hand and the vision faded. The Spider Queen's taint has turned this temple of mine into the corrupted halls and dismal chambers you see. It has corrupted the blade. It has changed me. Its power grows while mine weakens. Where are the other guardians? Where is Merlin? He put me in charge of the portal, and it was only meant to be for a short time. As the decades passed, however, I realized none of the others were coming back. And I saw I would grow old and die, and none would be here to stop the Spider Queen from entering Narakund and then finding a way into our own world. Merlin deserted you? Not entirely. He came back often at first to strengthen the barrier, but his visits grew less frequent. When he died, his sons and daughters came to continue this work for a time, though they soon forgot why they did so and eventually stopped. Now I'm the only one left who remembers the real reason I stand guard here. Why not destroy the portal? Seal it off permanently? Would that I could. I don't have the power or the knowledge to do so. You said nothing of you being a vampire. That regrettable detail was Merlin's work. He was a vampire himself and turned me. What, Merlin? In those days, vampires were not so ravenous or monstrous. Our kind have grown darker since that time. A sad story, she told him, pitying him as she considered it all. I suppose it is, he agreed. He sagged against the wall, his face drawn. We must get you back to bed, she said. He reached out to take her hand. I'm dying, Bella. That's why I needed you here. Why I must pass on this knowledge and my abilities. I'm crumbling away like a leaf in autumn. She took a deep breath. I don't know how you selected me. Certainly there must be someone more qualified, perhaps a sorceress who could help you. I knew of you from the time you were a girl. Your blood called to me, he told her. He raised a hand up to her as if she were a fire, and he sensed her warmth, and then closed his eyes. I can sense it in you now. You are the right one. You are like me. I saw visions of you in a dark place, alone, yet strong. Bella turned away from Ruksha, regarding the blackened wall of the chamber. He'd known her that long. How? That frightens me, I admit. I was drawn to you. My title of Demon King is not accidental. I have a touch of demon blood inside me, as do you. Demon blood, no. I know it's unsettling to hear, and demon might not be the best word. We have infernal blood. We have blood from a dweller of one of the lower planes, and that allows me to be here in this place for so long. It's why you've not grown sick, although you're here in this toxic place. It is why our children will be able to stay here and protect this place. She ignored his comment about having children with him. What is the connection? Not that I'm saying I believe any of this. The Spider Queen is herself originally an inhabitant of a lower plane, so her taint is similar to ones our ancestors experienced oh so long ago. He touched one of his wounds and winced. It's also why I'm so weakened by her venom. Demon blood. She didn't believe it, but then wondered about her mother. A kind of constant madness had surrounded the woman. To find out the woman had this tainted blood would explain a great deal. Had it been her mother that had the demon blood, or had father driven her mad with his own taint? Either way, a hard ball of queasiness settled in her gut. This was not a gift she wished to receive. She asked, So the shadow power you utilize comes from this Spider Queen? Yes. Bella nodded slowly, considering that. I wonder how powerful she is then. She waved her hand around at the dimness. If a trickle of her power can do this. Would be better for us to keep the portal closed and never find out, Ruksha responded. Yes, I agree, Bella said. She studied the smoky glass. Some of that power is in me now. Some of that taint, correct? A sliver. I had to give you some so that you could recover from the effects of the snake venom. I unlocked a sliver of your potential. She looked at her hand. When I was running from the spiders, I was carrying this lantern, jumping around, sliding past them. There was quite a furor, yet the lantern stayed lit. I recall believing that unusual. You likely are experiencing some boons from the taint. The longer you stay here, the more intense it will become. Not just the good, however, also the unfortunate effects. The shadow wants you to only think of yourself, to act to please the base part of you. That won't be a far stretch for me, she mocked herself with a cocky tilt to her head and a slight smile upon her lips. But Ruksha did not give her a smarmy retort. Instead, he sagged, his wounds paining him. I'd like to lie down now. She helped him back to his estate, wondering if she should join his cause. If it was this important, she'd be helping the world if she did. Chapter 27. The Planning of the Heist. The expedition members found that money was the only way to guarantee Abdul the thief's cooperation. It is sad that the thought of paying the man gives me more confidence in his complicity than the idea of holding his daughter for ransom, Dr. Frail told them after they had sent Abdul back to where they'd locked him up outside the smithy. I quite agree, but I believe it's a price worth paying, especially since it isn't my money, Hank replied. This jest received a few spare chuckles from the group. He'll be back once he eats, so we should make some decisions before he arrives, Hank told them. It would be best for us to be of one mind on these matters. I don't believe we should trust the man, Radu told them. I agree, Nimrod said. And what if he betrays us, Ram asked. Hank said, Yes, that thought occurred to me. I think a little honey and a little vinegar would be appropriate. He'll get neither money nor his daughter if something happens to us. Yes, that seems the best way to guarantee his cooperation, Ram agreed. The door opened and Abdul was led back to them by a scowling sepoy. Here is my plan, the criminal immediately told them, his eyes alight with excitement. A pair of us go to the fortress, me and one other, and ask if they have any more work they need done. Perhaps we will take them more food and see if they wish to buy it. Once inside, we disable the guns, then escape under cover of nightfall. Meanwhile, the rest of the expedition, waiting in boats, floats down the river past the fortress and retrieves those of us who venture inside. A simple plan, Ram agreed, and one that might succeed. Yes, it might work, but who will accompany you? Hank asked. The criminal looked them all over with an appraising eye. Only one other, I propose. Any more than that, and Thapa might take it amiss. It cannot be me. He would recognize me, Ram said. Who else can pass themselves off as a native? Hank inquired. I can make any of you look like a native, Abdul told them with an arrogant grin. The question is, can you any of you speak as one? And what of the bridge? Ram said. When I saw it, it was still in a state of disrepair and wide open so that a boat could pass around it, Abdul said. That part will be simple then, assuming your information is valid, Ram replied. What is this bridge? Hank asked them both. There is a fallen stone bridge just upriver from the fortress. It would be a good place to block the river. But, as Abdul said, there are sizable gaps with broken spans, and we should be able to pass by even if they place snipers on the island overlooking it, or upon the spans themselves, Ram said. And what if they have repaired it, or placed boats near there to blockade the river? Can we take control of it and clear the path? Hank asked. We can, but the fortress could fire upon it with their cannon if we succeed. Ram used his hand to mimic a cannonball shot out in an arc and dropping. Hank sighed. We'll need to neutralize the cannon before we take the bridge then. Correct. We'll require a carefully timed series of actions to pull this off, Ram said. Abdul grinned. He was the only one. They decided Hank would accompany Abdul inside the fortress, but as he spoke no Hindustani, he'd begun lessons with the swindler. He also practiced with people of the village and Ram as much as he could. By the end of 3 days he sounded like a wounded buffalo, Abdul told him, but Hank thought the man was pleased with his progress. If nothing else, they would claim he was dumb of speech, which was not a far stretch, Radu assured him. Kaya halhai, Hank said. Abdul answered, Main Thiek Hoon. Hank ran the words through his mind, converting them to English. It was a simple greeting, asking a person how they were doing, and the person responding. I'm learning, Hank added with a smile. Abdul frowned. You sound like a 3-year-old when you speak. You'll need to improve greatly, or someone else will have to go into the fortress who already speaks the language. Bravo was lying on his back, naked except for a loincloth, which Abdul had recommended for 1 hour each day in the morning and 1 in the evening. With your coloring, you'll brown like a northern native or a Pathan, the man had explained. Hank, Ram, and Jane also tried to obtain some help. They needed porters and soldiers, but only a few of the refugees agreed to join them. They heard, however, of a group of mercenaries camped in a lowland village just down the road that a rich merchant had hired to protect his wealthy estate. Rumors said the merchant was a hard master. The mercenaries were not content with their contract and they'd threatened to leave. So the men set off down the mountain to see to the truth of this. However, they found the rich merchant's home looted and destroyed, empty except for a few locals squatting in the ruins. Disappointed, they returned to the village no closer to gaining the men they needed. Ram thought he might secure some help at the end of the river part of their journey, since he had an uncle in one of the villages where they would leave their boats. "How many uncles do you have?" Dr. Frail asked him. "Many, though not all are blood." Meanwhile, Jane had abandoned meditation and slept much of the day, pretending to an illness that kept her away from the others. At least until Dr. Frail and Mr. Bravo arrived at the foot of her tent and told her they needed her assistance. "I'm ill," she said. "Yes, I understand, but we need your help, you see. I've found a berry near here that might allow one to breathe underwater. The locals export it to the coastline where divers use it to help them stay underwater while they hunt clams and mussels," Frail told her. Despite herself, Jane was intrigued. Why would we need that? "It is said that the air in Narakund is toxic to mortals. I had prepared several glass-faced helmets we might have worn, but alas, we lost them." She sat up. "Would this berry offer safety?" "Toxicity is not the same as breathing in water, I wager. If the air is poisonous, this berry might not help." "Correct. We cannot test that yet, but we can test it underwater to see if it helps us breathe in environments that are not normally conducive to human life." "And what does this have to do with me?" she asked with a sigh. "Would you like to be our test subject?" Frail asked. "It's a dangerous experiment and you may die." Jane smiled. "Yes, that sounds like just the thing." The water was cooler than the air, especially at this higher elevation, and Jane enjoyed the sensation of floating, suspended in the black liquid. "Under the water?" she asked, gasping already from the exertion of keeping herself afloat. "Yes, please," Dr. Frail responded. She took a deep breath, then dove under. "And how might this help her, Doctor?" Hank asked. They'd agreed that Jane needed to get up and about, but Frail had been adamant about this particular task for her. "She has a talent for water magic, I believe. What made me think of it was this ring Sister Caroline gave me when she died. See the water swirling in the stone?" Hank took the heavy ring. It bore tiny scales like fish and a large blue stone setting. Frail was correct, Hank saw with amazement. The ring's stone swirled like water. "I theorize that there is a form of magic that either requires or is aided by water. If I am correct, giving her a closer connection with water might rekindle her power." The rope tied around her waist tugged twice, which meant she was fine. If she gave only a single tug, they were to pull her out quickly. "What is that eye symbol on the ring?" Hank asked. "I've seen that before." "Egyptian, I believe. It is called the Eye of Ra. An Egyptian ring in India, almost as unbelievable as the air of Merlin living here." "It's a modern world, Mr. Bravo. We zip about, requiring only months to span the entire globe. Messages move across great distances using wires in only minutes. Great steel carriages pull people across entire continents in only a matter of days. It is no wonder that items and people shift about." Hank thought about this while they watched the spot where Jane had gone under. He wasn't sure what he thought of all these modern notions. The world was speeding up and might just pass him by. The water was murky, though not nearly as muddy or filled with muck as the ponds in the lower lands would have been. She needed to breathe. She sucked in water as Frail had instructed, sure she'd come out of it choking. The water flowed into her mouth, but she held it there, not brave enough to breathe it. She nearly gagged at the foul taste. A pale blue bubble rose through the water, luminous and large as the balls she'd summoned when she worked magic. She reached for it, but the motion of her hand pushed it away, rolling like a leaf in a brisk wind. It popped, the light going with it. The pressure of the water pushed in on her, encasing her in a tight grip. Her ribs and lungs ached. She wished to stay under so that the experiment might succeed, but her body revolted. It hungered for air, and so she clawed upwards, popping her head up above the surface, gasping and sputtering. "I'm sorry, I couldn't stay under," she said breathlessly. Dr. Frail and Mr. Bravo stood close together, glancing at Frail's pocket watch. The doctor said, 5 minutes is a good long time. Nothing to decry as poor performance. Certain she'd misheard him, she paddled for shore. Mr. Bravo handed her a towel to dry herself. She applied it to her ears, bent to the side to clear the water. "Say that again," she requested. "You stayed under a good 5 minutes," Mr. Bravo informed her. "Impossible, it was only a moment. It was long enough I was ready to haul you in, whether you pulled the rope a single time or not," Mr. Bravo told her. He was also wet. "I swam out there and looked at you, but you seemed fine, swimming around under there with a smile on your face." "You did?" She hadn't seen him, and Dr. Frail inquired, "Did you breathe the water?" Now she doubted everything about what had happened. 5 minutes. She answered him with an uncertain, I don't believe so. I was too frightened, but I saw a glowing ball of light." "Describe it, please." Frail got out one of his notebooks. "It reminded me of my magical channels, the small balls that can be used to cast spells, except it was a swirling, glowing blue." "My plan was a success on 2 fronts, I see," Frail said. If he could have patted himself on the back, Jane thought he might have. "Your plan?" she asked. "Yes. I theorize that you are what the ancient Egyptians called a water mage, an elemental magic user, and so bringing you close to water was an experiment to see if it might improve your chances of casting magic. How did you come to such a conclusion?" "Luck, really. I'd read about this form of magic, but it was only when Sister Caroline gave me this ring that I started to wonder if you need to be close to water to cast your magic," he told her. He showed her a band with a blue stone setting. As he held it close to her, the stone caught the light of the sun and shimmered. "Beautiful," she whispered. She was carried away in a vision. Chapter 28. Ruksha. Jane was taken somewhere, though she didn't recognize the destination. Her first impressions were of a chamber of old stone and tepid air. She stood in a ruined room high in a crumbling stone tower near a balcony. Bars of murky light filtered through great rents in the walls, creating pillars of dust motes. Many of these holes were surrounded by twisted, scorched stone, as if melted under some tremendous heat. Strips of blackened ash crisscrossed the room, though it seemed to have no pattern nor reason Jane could discern. The stiff wind picked at her skin, but she braved the balcony, wishing to know where she was. From her high vantage point, she realized she stood atop a barren, mist-covered isle. Grey waters surrounded the little bit of land on all sides. The wind was colder than she had ever felt before. Behind her the air roiled. It tucked and folded. She heard it hissing and turned around to see the air shimmer as if waves of heat were rising. And in the center of that disturbance, a serious-visaged Indian man of middle years stood where there'd not been anyone only a moment before. He wore robes a shade lighter than black. If she'd thought of it, she would have called it the color of a shadow. "I knew you'd come to this place," he said as if he knew her. "Hello, sir. I'm not exactly sure where I am or how I came to be here," she told him, confessing her dilemma to this stranger. He contemplated her, brow wrinkled and lips pursed. He was 50 years old, perhaps, the greying at his temples giving him a distinguished look. "You do not know where you are?" he asked. "No, sir, I do not." "This is Avalon, Jane, though it has looked better." The man looked about the ruined room, face taking on a grim scowl. "Avalon? That is Merlin's home. Mythical home, to be precise," she said. The man smiled, then wandered, looking at dusty old tables and piles of rubbish. "Not too mythical, as you can see. True, it looks genuine enough." He leaned back against a wall. "My name is Ruksha," he said, then watched her, clearly hoping for a glimmer of recognition. She could not give him one. The name meant nothing to her. He grimaced when she showed no sign of recognition, then pronounced, "I can help you learn your magic. I can make you quite powerful." His tone was haughty, and she had to hide the scowl she wanted to give. Who was this man? Was he an ally or an enemy? "There are so few of us remaining, we really should band together, don't you think?" he inquired. "Us? Sorcerers. Wizards. magic users, whatever you wish to call us." He stepped up near the balcony, and though the light from it was tepid, she noted something about him. "You have no shadow," she said. He looked down at where he should have cast one. "I can make one if you wish." He gestured, and a shadow formed, smoothing its garments before coming to rest to resemble the actual shade he would throw. Goosebumps rose on her arms. He was working magic. "Who are you?" she asked. "I told you, Ruksha, though some call me the Demon King." Her throat tightened, and a creeping chill rose through her spine. She took a step backwards. He held up his hands in a friendly gesture. "Don't let the name concern you. I mean you no harm. We can help each other. I have found you so that I can ask for your assistance. The world is in grave danger, and you are one of only a few who can prevent disaster." She looked around for exits, or at least for cover. How had she come here, and when could she leave? "Let me be," she told him. "I've told you I mean you no harm." She wanted to run and hide. There were stairs, but she doubted she could outrun him. "You'd best be careful of my power," she told him. It was called a bluff, she knew. She was very good at it. Had proven that many times playing Russian whist. The man threw back his head and laughed. "Must I be careful? I like you, Jane Avon. Nothing better than a woman with iron. You remind me of Bella." "You know Bella?" "Of course, she is safe with me now. Would you like to join us?" She couldn't think of anything she desired less. "Is she well? Has she been harmed?" "She is safe for now, and she'll come to no harm at my hand, just as you never would." Jane didn't believe a word he said. "What do you want of me?" she asked. "I told you, I want you to join me. You will help me, and in return, I will unveil all the mysteries of the energies." "You have no right to be in this place," a woman's voice called. They both looked over and saw an elderly Indian woman standing with her hands on her hips. Ram's aunt. "Moss," Jane called. The old woman gave a quick smile to Jane, never taking her eyes off the Demon King. "You're bound to Narakund. If you've broken those bonds, there'll be a reckoning." The man sighed. "Oh, how little you know, mortal. Why don't you meddle in someone else's affairs?" Moss uttered, "I am a follower of the light, a servant of the sacred energy of Prithvi." The man flinched, then scowled. "I'll depart. This place is not one I like anyway. Too many spiders here." He turned to Jane. "We will speak again, Merlin's heir. I will give you a warning. Join me. It is the only way to save the world." He waved an arm and walked into the wall, as if it held no physical form, and was gone. Jane ran over to Moss and hugged the elderly woman. "I'm so grateful you came." The old woman returned her embrace, then held her out at arm's length. "You shouldn't be here, dear one. This place is not what it once was. It is a place of evil. The spiders—" She trailed off, gazing about the room with concern. She led Jane to the balcony, and Jane viewed the scene again. It wasn't so bad. A bit color-leached, perhaps, and grey. Then Jane saw a giant spider bigger than a house lumbering along the ground, then a dozen smaller ones, each as large as a horse. Jane felt herself trembling. "The Demon King is in league with the creatures here. He wishes to unleash them into our world," Moss told her. "It is why, when we find his infection spreading out into the world, we put a stop to it." Jane stared at the wasteland. "The Demon King wishes to make the earth like this?" "Yes, with him ruling it." Jane's hands trembled, and she clutched at her shirt to steady them. Moss led her back inside, and she sat on the stone steps. She took in the pitiful tower again. "Is this truly Avalon?" The old woman nodded. "I believe it is, though I've never been here. I followed the beacon you sent out when you began using magic. You must learn to control the way you conjure, so that not everyone in the world knows where you are." Jane placed a hand upon her neck. "I'm sorry, I didn't know I'd conjured anything." The old woman patted her cheek. "Of course you didn't. You're not to blame. This is all so very rushed. I didn't know I could use magic anymore. I thought I'd burned myself out," she said. "No, I sense it in you still, though I agree something has changed within you. I'm most appreciative that I might once again work magic as I find life, less without it. Be careful, dear one. You ignored my warnings before, I think. Do not ignore them again." "I won't, I promise." The woman patted her hand. "I'll teach you to control the magical clamor you make right now. With practice, you'll be as quiet as a mouse when you conjure. Jane was not sure she liked that comparison. She didn't want to be a mouse at all. I'm learning from the book Dr. Frail has and from the forms you taught me, and I created 3 channels when fighting Ram's brother. Moss gasped. Tell me of this. Jane did. When she'd finished, Moss hugged her. You've done very well, dear. Jane had left a few minor details out, such as Mr. Bravo's condition and Sir Radu being undead. Moss scowled. As for Dr. Frail, I should have taken that book away from him. He's blundering about, and you as well, in things that could get you killed, or much worse. Jane didn't like the way Moss spoke. What you taught me was most helpful during the battle. We'd all be dead without it. Moss lectured her. You're a babe in a world of tigers. You must be quiet and hide, or else you won't live to learn enough to protect yourself. Perhaps you can teach me. I can come here every night. No, I cannot do this every night, and you cannot come here. It isn't safe for either of us. This is a dead place. But you chased off the Demon King. You can stop whatever tries to harm us, Jane explained. No, the binding chased him away, and the words of the Protectorate. It is no small feat for any of us to travel like this, thankfully. But more importantly, heed my words. A great blight lies upon this island, and neither of us must ever come here again. If this is Merlin's home, then this is my land, Jane said, as the realization struck her. The older woman studied the crumbling walls with raised eyebrows. True. Perhaps someday you'll be strong enough to rid this place of the ill creatures that infect it. Put an end to the Demon King, and that goal will be much closer. Yes, I shall do that, Jane proclaimed, and it felt like an oath. Before you learn to fly, though, little bird, let us teach you to crawl. After that, you'll need learn to stand, walk, then run, just as a babe does. The old woman gestured at the dusty ground, and a puff of wind scattered the piles of rubbish, clearing a spot large enough for them to sit. First, let us teach you to whisper when you conjure, instead of shouting. I do not know if I can conjure anything at all, Jane said. Don't worry, we'll practice the forms, and later when you need them, you'll have them. Some time afterward, she opened her eyes to find Mr. Bravo and Dr. Frail standing next to her by the small pond. Are you feeling well, Jane? The doctor asked. I met the Demon King, she told them. A hush met her words. Amazing. You paused for only a moment, as far as we knew. We had no idea you'd been taken away into a vision, Dr. Frail observed. How is it accomplished, Doctor? This traveling to other places, Mr. Bravo asked. The doctor shook his head. This is not knowledge I have, though I wish I did. Imagine being able to snap one's fingers and alight to a different land. Jane said, Don't look at me. I neither attempted it nor know how it was accomplished. You say the Demon King admitted he had Bella? Mr. Bravo asked with an anxious hunch to his shoulders. She inclined her head. He asked me to join them, said I reminded him of her, told me she was safe. They walked without talking for a time. She sensed how much this news affected Mr. Bravo, but he said no more about it. There is a silver lining in this cloud, Dr. Frail said, breaking the silence. I can still use magic, Jane guessed. You've hit upon it, Miss Avon. That is the good news in this tale. Avon, Avalon, interesting similarity in the names, Mr. Bravo said. Dr. Frail had an answer to this. Before coming to India, I researched the genealogy of Jane's family. Her family was once called Elfenglid, meaning from the land of fairies. Avalon, as it were. Merlin was originally known as the king of the fairies in some lore, so that is not entirely out of place. In the 3rd century AD, the name was changed to Avalon, but in the 7th century, one of her ancestors shortened the name to Avon. Jane Elfenglid, Mr. Bravo said, a half-smile quirking at his lips. I like it. Jane wasn't certain what she thought of it at all. Descended from the land of the fairies. An oddity. But there were bigger problems at hand. What does this mean? What aid does it give us? She asked. Frail shrugged. I don't know. For now it means we must redouble our efforts to recover your magic. No rest for the wicked, as they say, Mr. Bravo quipped. Chapter 29. Embark upon the second expedition. The pile of gear they amassed to go back into the jungle rivaled the one they'd had when they'd left Bombay 6 weeks before. It was cruder stuff by far, but Frail was proud of it, and so was Nimrod, who'd helped him build most of his gadgets. "We'll need a wagon just to carry this equipment. We'll need another for food and 2 more for people," Ram told them after analyzing the pile. "The village is willing to sell us 1 additional wagon and a piebald horse which might be able to pull it," Hank replied. Ram counted each item off with a grimace. "That gives us a total of 2 horses and 2 wagons, a paltry week of provisions, 3 porters, a one-eyed camp cook, 3 sepoys, and 2 servants. And let us not forget, a mountain-sized pile of Dr. Frail's gadgets." "Not quite the grand expedition we left Bombay with," Dr. Frail observed. "Perhaps we should leave some of this behind, Doctor," Ram said. Dr. Frail stepped back as if struck and put a hand on his heart. "What? Do we need all of it?" Ram asked. "Yes, all of it. We must be prepared for every contingency," Dr. Frail said. "In that case, we'll need 5 wagons, I believe. Abdul and I will have to take one of the wagons when we split up, so we can carry a load of provisions to Kshir Bhavan. It's our excuse for going to the fortress," Hank said. "Let's see what we can buy when we're off the mountain. Hopefully it won't be a problem to acquire 3 more, Ram said. He sometimes forgot who he was and needed to remind himself. "I'm Ram Singh," he said aloud, then clapped a hand over his mouth, hoping no one nearby had heard. "Yes, Lieutenant Ram Singh," a woman said from in front of his tent. He almost replied with an angry retort until he realized it was Jane. He sat up. "Hello, Miss Avon. I came to tell you I'm sorry about your sword. I could not find it, no matter how long Mr. Bravo, Sir Radu, and I searched." "Sword?" he asked, having no idea as to the topic of any sword. Then it hit him. The tiger claw. Of course. "Yes, the sword. It is regrettable." She pressed her lips into a tight line. "I forgive you, Miss Avon," he said. The truth was that he hadn't thought much about her since he'd woken up, and that was strange. He knew he had feelings for her, knew that his first thoughts when awakening after death had been about her. "Did you hear me, Ram?" Jane asked. Her eyes flashed. She'd been speaking, but he hadn't caught what she said. He rubbed his temples. "I didn't. I'm sorry." As suddenly as they'd become stormy, her lovely eyes softened. "Are you ill, Ram?" "I might be." "I'm very sorry about your brother, and I hope you're not angry with me. In the heat of battle, I did what I needed to do to protect you, to protect all of us." "I need sleep," he said, and turned back to his bedding, pressing his hands over his face. "Yes, I understand. I hope you feel better soon," Jane said, her voice formal and stiff, lacking its previous warmth. She turned and stormed off. He almost called out to her, but wasn't certain what he'd say. She made 3 loops round the entire perimeter before she'd calmed enough to think rationally about Ram. He'd died, or nearly so, then returned from the dead. Dr. Frail had no idea what could cause such an event. Jane believed her magic played a role, but when she'd explained to the others her efforts during Ram's critical moments, the way she had channeled her energy into him as he died, they'd dismissed the idea. None of them seriously considered the possibility that her magic might have been the reason he returned to life after his apparent demise. "There are types of venom that, when properly prepared, can cause an appearance of death," Frail had said. "I had an uncle who was buried but wasn't dead. My aunt heard him banging on the wood of his coffin when she went to visit his grave," Hank said. "Yes, I suppose," she had replied. None of them knew a thing about what they were doing, she realized, and Primcourt, the man they'd all disliked but who had driven them on, was not coming with them on this second attempt to reach the Shadow Sword. He was not the most likable fellow, but at least he drove them consistently toward their goal. She had her doubts about whether any of the others could lead them. Mr. Bravo seemed the most likely candidate, but after he'd lost control that night in the village, she wasn't sure they should put their faith in such a wild creature's decision-making, no matter that he seemed in control for the moment. She hoped Mr. Bravo stayed in control of the beast, if Primcourt put him in charge. The 6 principals crowding round the bed made the room feel very small. "What a fool I was for thinking we'd swoop right in and gather up the sword like a kestrel snatching a field mouse," he said, his voice as dry as a months-old corn husk. He turned to Hank. I appoint Bella the leader of this expedition in my absence, but until she returns, you will take charge, Mr. Bravo. I grant you the temporary rank of Major in Her Majesty's service. Hank stuttered, then spat out, Yes, sir. Take more care with the lives entrusted to you than I did, Mr. Bravo. He then turned to Ram. Ram Singh, you are hereby promoted to next in command, and given the title of Brevet Captain, though I'll do my best to see it a permanent promotion. He turned to the others. Mr. O'Toole, Sir Radu, and Mr. Bravo, I'm sending my recommendations to the Queen and the American President that they pardon you and give you protection from bounty forthwith, and that they award you all and Miss Avon the warrant of Special Officers of the Crown. They all murmured their thanks. Godspeed to all of you. Bring back the sword. Bring back Bella, I request with all my heart that you bring her back to me. Again they all murmured their assents. Now tell me of your plans, Primcourt said, then reached for a glass of water and sipped carefully from it, while Ram and Hank outlined it for him. We'll split up near Gautala, with most of the expedition taking our gear down the Kripijal. Hank and Abdul will take a wagon along the road to the south, posing as traveling merchants. This should allow the pair of them to journey with little hindrance, while the rest of us have the same results by moving along the river, where there will be few eyes upon us, Ram explained. He paused and Hank took up the next part of the explanation. Abdul has knowledge of the layout of the fortress Kashir Bhavan, which is now blockading the river. He and I will go inside and sabotage the guns, while the boats with the rest of the expedition wait close by. If the ancient stone bridge near the fort is also an obstacle, the boats will need to attack it to make their way through, after which they will pick up Abdul and myself. Sounds risky and incredibly dangerous, Primcourt offered honestly. We could attempt to take one of the overland routes, but by most reports the roads are rebel hotspots and we'd be in constant danger, while also taking much longer to arrive in Anantavan, Ram explained. Hank added, According to Abdul, there is only a token force at the fortress. Most of the people there are workers improving the walls, and the bridge has fallen and the gaps are large and would be difficult to blockade. This information was given to you by Abdul? Primcourt's eyes had that hard, analytical stare that Hank remembered well. You're trusting to the word of a criminal. Yes, but he receives no reward, and does not get back his daughter unless we make it safely past the fortress, Hank said. Very well, it sounds like the best plan given the constraints, though I'm tempted to just call off the whole expedition until the army can settle this mutiny business. He leaned back and closed his eyes, wincing at some pain from his wounds. Good luck to you all. Don't risk your lives unnecessarily. They bade him goodbye, and all left the room save Dr. Frail. We've come a long way from London, have we not? Primcourt asked the doctor. Yes, sir, a long way. Is there something I can do for you, Doctor? You aren't here because I left you out of the awarding of commissions, are you? The Queen herself wishes to thank you once we arrive back in England. Dr. Frail waved his arm at that, unconcerned with such nonsense. No, I'm hoping that you'll care for my notebooks while I'm gone. It was a foolish idea to bring them into the jungle the first time, and I don't wish to risk them a second time. I'll take my current journal and that is all. Yes, leave them with me. Thank you, I'll feel much better knowing they are under your care. Doctor, is something the matter? Frail held back a cough, swallowing it down, and smiled, his eyes red from the effort. No, I'm right as rain. Very good, sir, you're the most important man on the expedition after all. We can't do it without your expertise. Chapter 30. The Vampires Arrive. Ruksha woke Bella with a gentle hand. Still, from beneath her pillow, she revealed a sharpened piece of wood she'd broken off from a chair and held it in front of her. What do you want? She asked with a growl. He stepped back, hands raised. I need your help. Are they back? She asked, her heart thumping wildly at the thought of those spiders returning, and of a vampire awakening her. No, I've repaired the hole in the portal. I need you for another matter, though perhaps one just as dangerous. She blinked a few times, trying to bring herself from sleep. How did you get in here? I locked the door. He clicked his teeth. I'm sorry, this is urgent and doors don't really stop me. She rubbed her eyes. Yes, I suppose that is true. She noted there were others behind him, a pair of his shadow servants, including the vaguely feminine one. He reached back and she handed him a cloth-wrapped bundle. A servant had tied a red ribbon clumsily around it, as if it were a present. He gave it to Bella. "Heavy," she said questioningly. She unwrapped it and found a black suit of leather of the sort she usually wore, though this one was a masterwork. The cut, the stitching, all was as fine as anything she'd ever seen. It had studs on the wrists and forearms that looked thick enough to block knife attacks or animal bites. The collar was high and laced with silver, protection from vampires, an odd detail considering that the vampiric shadow servants had likely made the clothes. The material was thinner and more pliable than her usual garments. It made everything else she'd worn shabby by comparison. "How did you make this?" "I am the Demon King, or so they say. Do you not believe I could have some leather breeches made? And it is truly a gift from my servants. They were thankful that you aided them with the spiders and that you helped me to survive." She regarded the indistinct beings. The female one inclined her head slightly, or Bella might have just imagined it. The female servant handed Ruksha another package, a black leather belt with 2 holsters, a pistol in each. Not her multi-chambered revolvers, but still high-quality muskets, and a black-hilted sword hung on the left hip. A lump formed in her throat. She tried to speak but couldn't, ended up only smiling. It was foolish to care so much about having the right clothes and weapons, but she'd relied on herself for so long, and garbing herself so made her feel confident. There had been many scrapes in her life where her wits and what she'd carried with her had saved her from certain death. The memory of her mother telling her she'd get no more gifts came back to her. Did they know about that somehow? Did they know she'd had very few gifts? Ruksha sensed something, it seemed, because he said gently, "Only a warrior can get choked up over some armor and weapons." She laughed, his jest unexpected. "We loaded the pistols with silver balls. Don't shoot me with them." "That would hurt," he said, one eyebrow raised. She remembered announcing when she first arrived that she was here to kill him. She said, "I'll try not to. Please change as quickly as you can and follow my servant. I want you at my side in case you're needed." "Needed for what?" "To fight, of course, though I hope that won't be necessary. Perhaps your presence will cause enough hesitation there won't be a need for bloodshed." "Bloodshed? It won't come to that, I'm sure." "You don't sound sure," she told him. "Make haste, woman," he ordered in a mocking tone. She shooed him out, grinning at his back. When he'd gone, she looked over her gifts with a broad smile. She felt pliable metal strips sewn into them as reinforcement. They had finely engraved each pistol with scrollwork. "I just need a hat now," she said. The door opened, and the woman servant placed a black, wide-brimmed hat on the armoire, then bowed and closed the door. Bella laughed. What were her feelings for Ruksha? In the days since his injuries, they'd spent a lot of time together as she helped his servants nurse him back to health, and she had to admit that if she didn't know him as the Demon King, she would have just thought him a man who'd sacrificed much for the good of others. He was a creature of the shadows. To many that would turn them away, but to Bella, the girl who'd spent so much time in the comfort of a dark place. What did it mean? Being near him reminded her of that safe place of her childhood, and though he was a monster, he was also honorable and strong. That had been unexpected. Most things she'd hunted over the years had been so utterly alien that killing them had meant nothing to her. This made her think of Hank Bravo. He had proven that a curse did not necessarily overpower the will of a person. Inside Hank, the man was still strong, though he obviously struggled. That night she'd been poisoned. When he'd gone berserk in the village, she'd been ready to kill him, and for all she knew, he might still be under the control of the curse. What about Ruksha? The man seemed present beneath the monster as well, and she thought maybe she'd brought it out in him more since arriving. But could he control that baser part of himself? Could he push off the darkness? His actions had led to the deaths of many people. As she changed, she tried to puzzle out why she admired him at all. He was powerful, and she knew that attracted her. And according to him, their demon blood linked them together, though she needed time to think that through. She quickly put on her new outfit. 2 lines of his shadow servants stood near the dais, pushed back along the long walls. They'd covered the magic mirrors with blankets. His 2 night shadows were not present, but she wasn't sure if this was normal or if he'd purposely sent them away, not wanting any extra threats in the room. "Who is coming?" Bella asked again. "A vampire master and her minions," he replied, just as his servants threw the doors open. A woman entered with 2 fierce dogs on leashes before Bella could utter a stunned reply. The dogs possessed enormous, deadly jaws and sinister reptilian eyes that glowed the crimson of vampires. Behind the woman came a dozen others in thick black robes, wearing masquerade-style animal masks, and behind them a company of shambling figures clad in tattered remnants of clothing, their skin ashen and pallid, moving with a deliberate gait. Hollow eye sockets stared out from their sallow faces, and strands of lank, matted hair clung to their desiccated forms. There were at least 100 of them. She knew those wretches, whites, cruel, stupid, and completely loyal to their vampire masters. She'd tangled with a few in her time, though the thought of so many together sent a chill through her bones. What was going on here? But then the woman strode toward the front of the room and all others faded. She held the same glow as Ruksha, the same aura. She was beautiful and wore a formal ancient dress of burgundy and black, with a red scarf tied around her neck. "Princess Veronica," Ruksha said, "welcome to Narakund." "I would call it my pleasure, Ruksha, but the place has grown even darker since last I was here, though I would not have thought that possible." She studied the walls with a curl to her lips. "Yes, well, that is why you are here, is it not? To help?" "It is, though I'm not sure what I can do other than to kill some of those skittering creatures." Her eyes fell on Bella, and her confident aura faded a touch, lips twisting in a questioning frown. Bella returned the gesture, puzzling on the name. "Veronica," Ruksha said, "and in return I'll teach you what I can about using the shadows." Bella started in surprise at that. He was in league with this vampire? She suppressed the urge to shudder. For some reason, him being a vampire was less odious than the thought that he might conspire with others of his kind. Veronica replied to Ruksha, "Oh, I'll need you to do more than teach me about this shadow power. You promised that you'd show me how to make a night shadow." He stood up. "Of course, though I can't say if you'll be able to." Her confidence returned and she turned a haughty eye on him. "I'm certain if you can manage it, so will I. And if not, then maybe you can create a few for me." "Perhaps." The woman turned her eye back to Bella. "And who is this? A new consort? A serving girl? She is not one of us yet. Have you brought her to me as a present?" "Oh, you know who she is. Princess Veronica, meet Bella Blackthorn." Bella gained some satisfaction as the woman's eyes widened, but surprise quickly turned to anger. "Why would you bring that murderer here?" "Funny, a vampire calling someone else a murderer," Bella quipped. "She is here helping me as well," Ruksha said. Behind the woman, one of the cloaked figures stirred and lifted his mask, and she saw him clearly. It was Creed Bravo, Hank's brother. Chapter 31. Confrontation with Creed. Veronica took her minions to the quarters prepared for them in the temple after Ruksha told the newly arrived vampires they could not journey through the portal to his home. Veronica left the throne room irritated, but there'd been no bloodshed, and Ruksha asked Bella to wait for him in the corridor while he finalized some matters with his servants. She'd only been standing in the hall a few moments when a vampire wearing a black raven mask slipped out of the shadows and confronted her. "Why are you here, Bella?" Creed asked, his voice barely above a hiss. He pulled off his mask. His hands shook and his eyes darted about. "Hello, Creed." "I can't believe you are here. Is Hank here as well? What am I saying? He wouldn't be here with the Demon King." "No, he isn't here." "Why are you here? You should go." She regarded him. He'd been a kind man, reserved and polite. She wondered what he was now. Red eyes. "Usually if I'm this close, I'm plunging my silver sword or a wooden stake into a heart." He flinched at that. "I'm no threat to you, but there are those with me who are. This isn't a game, Bella. This is a dangerous place for you," he said, and glanced around. In the dim recesses of the temple, any of the shadow creatures might be listening. "I was brought here against my will." He considered that. "Perhaps I can smuggle you out." "Why would you do such a thing? How much of you is still the Creed I knew, the nice young man who was Hank's brother?" "I can't remember." I only know who I am now. The hunger is difficult to overcome, but when I'm not after blood, my head is mostly clear." "Just like Hank," she replied. Creed asked, "How is he?" "He still doesn't know when to quit. He didn't just give in to the curse, as you obviously have. You've no idea what it was like. I've barely survived this past year, and I don't know if I'll make it another—" His voice trailed off. "I'm not even sure if any of your words are the truth, Creed. Vampires do not see humans as anything more than cattle. You'd think nothing of lying to me." "I'm not lying. I'm probably the weakest vampire the world has ever seen. As far as how we look at humans, even as weak as I am, I'm more powerful than most humans. We are so much stronger than the common men and women of the world. You will be as well once you let the Demon King change you." "I won't." Heat rose in her cheeks. "I'll die first. The process has already started. I can feel it. I don't care. I won't allow it to be completed." She folded her arms. "You likely won't have a choice. If he wants you for some reason, you will be his." "No. I never took you for a fool, Bella. Do you believe you could stop him if he wanted you changed?" "I don't know." One of his eyebrows went up in a gesture that reminded her of Hank. It was the way the brothers Bravo said, "You can't be serious," without saying it. "There you are," Ruksha said. He drifted down from the murky ceiling. She nodded. "Lord," Creed said, and bowed. "Who are you?" Ruksha asked, his tone imperious. "He is someone I knew long ago," she replied. The Demon King's eyes narrowed. "A friend here? How unexpected." "Yes, Lord," Creed admitted. "I'd not expected to ever see Bella again." "Oh, I think you might have counted on it. I have a silver bullet with your name inscribed upon it," Bella said. She mimicked shooting Creed with a finger. Creed frowned. He bowed his head toward Ruksha and departed. When he'd gone, Ruksha said, "Be careful around them. They're all controlled by the hunger." "And why are you different?" "The infernal blood in my veins, the same trait in your own blood, gives us more strength than they have." Bella didn't wish to speak of that again, didn't want to believe it. She whispered, "Why did you bring them here? You tell me not to trust them, yet you bring them into your realm." "Yes, it is dangerous, but you know why. I need assistance. I can no longer hold back the Spider Queen and her minions. Veronica thinks to trick me into giving her power, but I'll use her forces as a dam to shore up against the flood of spiders coming through the portal. And you'll give her nothing in return?" "I'll have to give her something. She's no fool, but I'll trickle it out over time." "She might not be a fool, but you are." His face blanched at her insult, and she felt surprised she could wound the mighty Demon King with her words. "I play a dangerous game, but I have few options," he replied. "You should have come to speak to the expedition yourself. We would have found an accord." He chuckled with a grim note in it. "Nay, I've made that mistake once before, and tried again recently with no success. Your kind will never see me as anything but a monster." She almost fired back that he was a monster, but was he? She'd concluded in the last few weeks that he was more like a captain aboard a doomed ship, trying to find any way possible to patch up the leaks, knowing that in the end the vessel will still sink below the black waters. It was a difficult dilemma. If Jane truly was a sorceress, Merlin's heir, as Ruksha claimed, she might be the only hope to stop the sealed portal from being breached. But for how long? Apparently, this had been the way of Ruksha's life for centuries. He'd had help at first, but slowly, like a river drying up, that help had vanished until only Ruksha and his coterie of servants were left to prevent a breach into Narakund. "I'm weary. Can you assist me back home?" he asked, and she saw it was true. His wounds still pained him. He put his arm about her shoulders, and they trudged toward the portal. "Why don't you use the shadows?" she asked. "It tires me more than this. Besides, this gives me a chance to walk with you." Despite the frown she gave him, she was pleased by his compliment. For a person known as a Demon King, he was charming. "What if the spiders come into Narakund? Would you move to the earth?" He sighed. "We'd have to. The last layer between the earth and the Spider Queen would then be the portal you know in my temple." "Would you be able to close it?" she asked. "No. Even if I could discover how to seal that portal, I don't believe I can accomplish it myself." "It's why you need Jane." "Yes, she would help, certainly. There are some other sorcerers that might help, though most of them believe I'm evil and would refuse." "Could she do it, seal the portal, with your help?" "I'm not certain, but I doubt it. We would need still more aid." "But if we don't, the world is doomed," she whispered with vehemence, then noted Ruksha smiling. "What is amusing about the end of the world?" "You said we when you spoke of sealing the portal." She scowled at him, then a thought occurred to her. "What if I was like you? If I allowed you to turn me, not that I believe that infernal blood nonsense, but let us assume for a moment that flight of fantasy was true. It would require time for you to become as I am, and I must admit I'm uncertain I want that for you. It is not a fate I would bestow on my worst enemy, let alone someone who is not my enemy." They reached the portal. Bella studied it with more care than she usually showed. "It just looks like stone to me. What if we took hammers to it?" "It is impervious to such attacks. There are things on the earth that can create powerful explosions. Perhaps one of them might be able to destroy it. I could ask Dr. Frail to help create something." "The inventor of those machinations?" "Yes. It would be worth the effort to attempt," he admitted, though the squint in his eye spoke of mistrust. Bella's tone was filled with energy as she said, "I'm sure I can convince them to aid you." He stepped wearily through the portal and she followed. "Perhaps, but not today. I'm tired," he said. "What you doing back there, worm?" Creed bristled. He was no longer a worm. Veronica had promoted him, though he still was the lowest ranking of any of those she'd brought with her, except her thick-witted white soldiers. Instead, he inclined his head like a weak dog to a strong one and said, "I thought I saw someone I knew." One eyebrow rose an inch on the man's grim brow. "Here, who is it?" Creed thought about lying, but his position here was already on shaky ground. None of the others had said more than a few words to him, and the ones who had showed him nothing but disdain. He felt like a man who'd built his house upon sand. He must be very careful or it would wash away. "Bella Blackthorn." Dragos grunted. "Very good. We will tell the mistress this, worm. You might be useful after all." Creed gave a bare smile, looking back the way he'd came. He hoped Bella found her way out of here before it got bloody. As far as he knew, Veronica was planning another takeover, this time of Ruksha's domain. Chapter 32. Splitting the Party. Hank and Abdul waved to the rest of the expedition as the others turned toward the river Kripajal. Radu was the last to watch them, his hand waving farewell, his head wrap-tied to cover his face. Hank raised his hand to his old friend a final time, then they passed around a corner and out onto the wide plain that skirted the river Kripajal. They would need to cross the plain to reach the fortress Kshir Bhavan. Hank wore a turban, an untrimmed mustache and stubble that was quickly becoming a beard. He had given up his coveted frail rifle for one of the long muskets the Arab mercenaries called ghulams used. "Can this thing shoot?" he'd asked the villager who'd sold it to him. "More or less," the man had said in a thick accent. It was a pretty piece with a brass hammer and scrollwork. The wood polished to a reddish sheen once Bravo took a cloth and some oil to it. However, he'd done some shooting with it to test it. To hit the broadside of a barn, he would need to be within spitting distance. He gave up his fine silver as well, sending it on in Sir Radu's care, and replaced it with a simple sabre, though he'd insisted it be a serviceable one. "Why? If you need to fight, we will be dead," Abdul had told him. "I'll not be without protection," Hank had replied. Many of the local swords were gaudy and useless, Ram had told him. They could kill a man or two, but would lose their edge quickly and break at the worst times. Ram found him a tarnished short blade with notches along the edge and a ratty scabbard. Hank was not impressed with the looks of the weapon, but Ram had drawn the blade and shown him the stamp upon it. "Culot? I don't know the maker," Hank had said. Ram said, "Culot and C of France. They make blades of many sorts. This one has had an interesting journey to end up in a dead bandit's hand, but I'd bet my life that it's a strong, serviceable weapon. Probably cost some French officer a fortune to buy it." Now sitting in the wagon with only Abdul for company, Hank was glad to have it with him. A good weapon gave one a powerful shot of confidence. He had other weapons too, but Abdul didn't know about those, and Hank wasn't sure how the slippery man would react if he suddenly sprouted claws or turned into a full-bore werewolf. Abdul was in this to save his daughter, but he was also a self-serving swindler and thief. Hank wondered if he'd stick around if he thought he was in danger. Come to think of it, Hank was not sure the man would stick around anyway. The man might just escape and double back to rescue his daughter. Hank needed to sleep with one eye open on this journey. The first day they traversed a lowland valley that took them across marshy fields and then through a swampy village with raised wooden walkways where a dozen armed men surrounded them. Hank thought maybe Abdul might call him out as an Anglo then, but Abdul claimed to represent the bandit leader Thapa, which suitably impressed the men, and they did nothing to harm the travelers. Hank hadn't understood even one word in 15 of what the fast-talking Abdul had said, but the villagers had laughed and waved them on. One man presented them with an earthenware pot filled with an aromatic curry and a cloth-wrapped bundle of flat bread. "I thought those men wished us harm," Hank told him, as they departed with a smile and wave. Abdul's smile dropped away. "They did, but I'm very good at what I do." "Thieving?" No. Stealing something is just so I have a tangible memory of what I've done, and of course, so I can purchase what I need. What I do is give people a tale that makes them feel something." "A tale?" "Yes, a story. I take them on a journey with my words, and at the end of it, they have experienced something." Hank was confused. "You'll have to tell me of a time when this happened." Abdul did not need to ponder long to come up with an example. "With your naive friend Dr. Frail, for instance, I arrived as a shabby aristocratic Spaniard down on his luck. I wove a story about how I had a cache of weapons I wished to donate to the Christian cause, though it was a great sacrifice for me. He wanted to believe it, you see, and he experienced my sacrifice with me." "I see, so it is a game for you?" "I suppose, but a game where I set the rules and where other people often don't even know they are playing." That night they camped near a group of rebel sepoys. Hank worried they would attract attention, but there were several other travelers among the sparse trees, and most kept to themselves. The next night they stayed in a white stone low blockhouse that Abdul called a duck bungalow. These accommodations were East India Trading Company buildings and were located along common routes of travel. Sparsely furnished and utilitarian, they were still preferable to spending the night outside. Before going in, Hank gathered some fodder from the open-walled barn and fed the horse and let it drink its fill from a green-scummed basin. The bungalow was a series of single rooms with their own doors. They ate the meager offerings provided for dinner by the host, then retired to their room, furnished with 2 bamboo-framed rope beds of the Indian variety. Hank chose the bed by the window, both to keep Abdul in and to be able to see the wagon which sat out in the open. "How does an American end up in India?" Abdul asked when they settled in for the night. "I'm helping a friend," Hank said as he lifted the split cane curtain to check the wagon one more time. "The giant bald man?" "No, you haven't met my friend." "I see. Your friend must be a woman. Men often do crazy things when under the spell of a woman." Hank chuckled and let the curtain fall back into place. Abdul took a bite of flat bread. He seemed to be constantly eating. "What are you really planning to do in Anantavan?" the thief asked. "Hunt a criminal." Abdul squinted. "There is nothing there. A volcano, it is said, though I know few who've seen it. It is faster to go around it." "A good place for a wanted man to hide." "Who is this criminal?" "His name is Ruksha." "I don't recognize the name," Abdul replied, then settled back to rest. Hank slept poorly that night. In the morning, after a meager breakfast of a watery seminola porridge with onions and pungent spices, they hitched up their horse and prepared to disembark when a platoon of British Army cavalry rode into the village. Wearing khaki field uniforms and kepis, they came in at a trot, some with their lighter, short-barreled carbines unslung and ready to fire, while others held razor-sharp lances or sabres. Many of the villagers ran for the fields, and Abdul whispered to Hank, "We should hide." But Hank could not understand why. These men were British soldiers, after all. Allies. On the street, 2 villagers fired at the soldiers and were quickly hunted down by squads of the Brits, one shot and the other stabbed. Hank could see now the soldiers were in a lather, but he sat where he was and waited for them. Finally, a pair of them, one a grizzled veteran sergeant and the other a baby-faced private, rode up to the wagon and did a slow circuit around it. "Get down off the wagon," the private ordered, his face dark. "I'm an American. My name's Hank Bravo," he said, pulling off his turban. The two soldiers stopped and looked him over. The sergeant said in a surprised tone, "Well, I don't believe it. With that accent you must be a Yank. What are you doing here? And parading around looking like a man of Arabia, of all things." "Trying to get to safety," Hank lied. "I can understand that. Bloody business, this whole mutiny. I'd offer you protection, but we're out here on patrol and not going back for some time." "Thank you, Sergeant. We've made it this far and are comfortable passing ourselves off as locals." Along the street, soldiers kicked in a few doors. It wasn't long before women started screaming. A few carbines fired inside the houses. "What are you doing?" Hank asked, his tone sharp. "Searching for rebels," the sergeant replied. A woman raced out of one of the homes, holding her torn sari up to cover her chest. Two soldiers came running after her, laughing. Hank said, "Looks like your men are getting out of hand." The sergeant's face reddened. "Do you know what these people have done? Do you know about the women and children slaughtered in Delhi?" "I'm not sure these villagers killed anyone in far-off Delhi. I doubt many of them have ever been over 10 miles from their homes. They've killed British people all over India, massacred them." Veins stood out in the man's throat and at his temple. "So an eye for an eye, eh?" Hank asked. Abdul leaned against him slightly, as if warning him to keep his tongue. "Right, an eye for an eye." The other soldier growled his agreement. "I'm a close acquaintance to Count Ernest Primcourt," Hank said. "Never heard of him," said the private. The sergeant shushed the lad, then said, "I know the name. Special aid to the Queen. I'm on a mission for him as we speak, and I guarantee you, Sergeant, he'll be very interested in your actions here." The sergeant half stood in his stirrups, stretching his back. "Everyone is doing it. They're hurting our people, and we're doing the same to theirs." Hank agreed with that conclusion. "I know, that doesn't make it right." The sergeant put his hand on his sidearm, glaring at Hank. Then he grumbled something, wheeled his horse, and shouted at his men to assemble. When they were slow to gather, he sent soldiers waiting in the street to go collect the laggards. When one man complained, the sergeant berated him with several words not usually said in mixed company. He turned back to Hank, and his eyes were filled with fury once his men were gathered. Then, without another word, the sergeant waved his arm and pointed out of the village, and his men rode off behind him, leaving a cloud of dust. "Careless fool," Abdul told him. "He might have shot you, or worse yet, shot me." "Yes," Hank replied. "Why did you do it? Why did you take such a risk?" Hank glanced at a bruised woman limping back toward her house. A man, half beaten and bloody, came to the door and helped her back inside. They wept as they held each other. He didn't answer Abdul's question. Abdul clucked at the horse and shook the reins, and they were off. He said with more than a tinge of anger in his voice, "Put your turban back on, fool. Your hair has too much red in it when seen in the sun for you to pass for an Indian." That night they camped in a deserted home in a ransacked village. Abdul, who had not spoken for the rest of the day, found a broken bottle of fiery arak and took a tentative sip before coming back to join Hank. "You did not just risk yourself, you understand. You put me in harm's way as well." "Yes," Hank agreed. Abdul ground his teeth, then said, "If you're going to be such a fool again, warn me so I can run." The man drank that night, and when he passed the bottle, Hank had a sip or two as well. Mellowing around the fire they lit on the earthen floor of a home with a collapsed roof. Abdul stared until Hank asked, "What?" "Those people, the villagers. You'd have died for them." Hank watched the fire. He didn't believe he needed to answer. "Well, you fool," Abdul said, his voice soft. "Don't put me at risk again." The criminal settled down onto his bedroll and looked up at the black of the night sky. Somewhere close by, a pack of jackals yipped and others answered. The Indian spoke again after a minute of silence. "I come from Sindh to the north. Do you know it?" Hank was growing tired. "No," he whispered, though his voice felt foreign and disconnected from him. The moon was strong tonight, and he gripped at his sword lying by his side to keep himself grounded in the here and now. He didn't want to lose control. The thief said, "We were a wealthy family, and I an important diplomatic official for the Talpurs, the rulers of the land. With my wife I had 3 fine children. All was well until the British came. They had an excuse, saying that mercenaries of the Talpurs were raiding into bordering provinces, and maybe that was true. This I know, though. The British East India Trading Company wanted to gobble up more of India, and they did. We fought them, and in the ensuing battles, 2 of my sons died. I'm sorry to hear that, Hank said. I lost my position, of course. Many of the ruling class lost our homes, and my wife, grieving the loss of her sons, died. Hank blew out a sorrow-filled breath. Rough. The British incursion enraged me. My family was dead except my last son, and him so young he needed constant care. My fortunes were gone and my opportunities non-existent. So I took up arms and joined a small group of rebels fighting from the hills. You, a soldier? Hank asked. Do not mock me, Hank Bravo, but you are correct in your suspicion. I was the worst soldier ever to pick up a spear, and so I quickly deserted and found my way south. But I still wanted revenge. I wanted the British to hurt for what they'd done, and I had certain skills as a diplomat and a sharp mind. I had met many people from many lands, and I found I could mimic them easily. In a sense, I could become them. And so it was that I became, as you see me today, a man who inflicts pain upon his oppressors with the gift of his clever tongue and a few dabs of face paint. An owl called from the trees nearby. With Hank's heightened senses, he reached out to survey the grounds around them, fearing it was a warning call. A fox pawed at the ground at the edge of the village. A weasel burrowed under another home. The daybirds in the trees were quiet and calm. He relaxed, thinking about Abdul's sorrowful story. That is a tragic tale, however, Hank said. A few moments of silence passed. Yes? Abdul asked. You said you had only a son left, so either the woman back at the Christian village is not your daughter, or you're lying. Which is it? Abdul chuckled, but the sound was dry and raspy. Stick close to me, Anglo, and perhaps someday you'll find out. Chapter 33. River Camp. The glistening ribbon of the Kripajal River emerged ahead, but rather than boats ready to carry them along, only smashed planks and debris littered the shore. Jane's heart sank. After their arduous trek, the promised boats were nowhere to be found. Ram investigated somberly, then turned to the others. The crews are long gone, and the boats destroyed. We'll make camp and decide our course at sunrise. Then he caught the scent of blood, following it until he discovered a pair of bodies half buried in the mud, throats savagely slashed. Here, he called. The others gathered. Those that had them brandished weapons and looked about as if there might be threats nearby. Who were they? Jane asked. My guess is a pair of the boatmen not fast enough to get away from their attackers. See how the younger one shields the older? I suspect he stayed behind to help this old man get away, but they didn't make it. A sorrowful tale, Jane said. What happened? I mean, why did someone kill them? Nimrod asked. Bandits, rebels, cultists, I'm not sure which, Ram responded. This is India. There are 1,000 reasons one man might kill another. Especially these days, Jane said. Ram agreed. Yes. A cynical opinion, but a valid one. We won't solve India's problems here today, Dr. Frail said. Let us concern ourselves with what we can control. Nimrod spat. Which is little enough, apparently. How the hell are we going to get more boats? Ram shook his head. I'm not sure. I doubt any other boats for hire will come this far upriver if they've heard of what happened here. We'd best get a camp set up before it gets dark. We don't want to be traipsing around at night if we can avoid it, Jane replied. Guided by Ram's knowledge of the land, they made camp on high ground, shielded by towering kapok trees. Just offshore, the Kripajal flowed languidly past, bathing their sight in the gurgling sound of the water passing. If you're up to it, Miss Avon, he said. While the others unpacked, Sir Radu and Ram collected dry tinder and discussed keeping vigilant watches throughout the long night ahead. The jungle's dangers would only multiply so close to a river. As crimson and amber dusk deepened to cobalt night, the jungle came alive around them. Croaking frogs trilled, entwined with the low growls of a stalking jaguar. Hot wind carried cloying scents of orchids and mouldering vegetation from the encircling rainforest. Around the crackling campfire, they dined on fish stew and unleavened bread, speaking little. Without the distractions of daylight, each mind turned uneasily toward the trials already endured and those still ahead. After their dinner, Jane approached Ram, who was standing guard. "Tea," she said softly so as not to startle him, handing him a cup. Ram gave a thin but grateful smile. "Thank you, Miss Avon." She settled beside him on a stump. What a peaceful night. As the night's chorus swelled around them, they watched the stars. "What will we do?" she asked him. He opened his mouth to speak, and she realized he might think she was speaking about the two of them. "About the river, I mean," she clarified. He exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders, as if figuring out how to get around the problem of the smashed boats was easier than talking about an Anglo woman and an Indian man entering into a romantic relationship. He said, "I don't know. Can we walk alongside the river, or move out to the road where Mr. Bravo and Abdul are driving their wagon?" "Yes, we could do that, but it's unforgiving jungle here that cuts across some steep terrain, and that road will be swarming with rebels." It was a quandary, but she didn't feel any alarm. Ram was like a solid sentinel tree rising around them. He didn't seem rattled or anxious at all. If her brother Harry had been with them, he'd be pulling his hair out. "We'll find a way," he said. She nodded. By unspoken agreement, she lingered a while, and they watched the shimmering tapestry of nebulae, the heavens standing watch over them. The frogs croaked along the river in a chorus. A monkey barked some distance away. "We will manage, we always do," she said, feeling sure it was true. He didn't respond for a while, and she thought maybe he'd not heard her, but then he said, "My people do not like to be conquered. Of all those in this land, we Maratha fought the hardest, along with the Sikhs, to keep out the Mughal emperors and the Anglos. We'll never stop fighting." His voice had a melodic way to it. He spoke wistfully, and she could tell he was far from her, lost in his thoughts, even sitting within arm's reach. Then he turned to her, his eyes pulling her in, and a lingering blush rose up her neck. "I think I'm still fighting to avoid being conquered, Miss Avon, and the thought that I am subject to the rule of any foreign power is most onerous to me." She considered her family's attempts to wed her off and her fight against it. "It would be most onerous to me as well. No man will rule me. Nor I. Nor any woman bind me." "I understand," she said, though his words hurt her. They could never be together. He was so different from her. She never knew what he was thinking at all. They turned back to the stars. Clouds moved in front of them, but went away at Jane's whispered urging, or so she liked to think it. Eventually she grew tired, but also felt life stirring in her breast, like the fluttering of a bird in her hands. She had the rest of her life to find a suitable man. She didn't need this one. Once the change of guard came and he was back in his bedroll, Ram listened to creeping creatures in the black of night. The others could only guess what things were out there, but with his new gifts, he knew exactly what was around them. He thought maybe the creatures of the night sensed him as well, because the cobra that had considered slithering through the camp took another way, and the leopard out there, watching from a tree, didn't linger long, hissing at him as it stalked away. They could lash the wreckage together and float upriver, using poles cut from shore. When he shared the idea over their meager breakfast, they argued about it for a time, but no one else proposed an alternative. Reluctantly, Nimrod joined Ram in the grueling work of lashing their haphazard rafts together, using available vines and ropes. By late morning, the bobbing, rickety flotilla of rafts was as seaworthy as they could make it. Dr. Frail then lent them the eye of an engineer, and soon they had fashioned crafts that would do more floating than sinking, or so they all hoped. Dr. Frail had also been hard at work on another contraption, and he demonstrated his cobbled-together handiwork with pride. It was the oddest thing, a metal bar with iron flower petals on one end and a hand crank on the other. Nimrod scratched his head as he studied it. He asked, "How does it work, and what does it do?" "You wind this crank and it turns the propeller on the other end, do you see?" Frail asked them. "Let us put it to the test," Jane said with more cheer than she felt. It didn't look like those little blades could make anything move, let alone the ungainly piles of crates and bags sitting on top of hastily mashed-together scraps of wood. She was wrong, however, and was glad to be. The expedition poled out into the middle of the river. The rods were attached to the end of each raft. the flower petals down in the water, and the turning handle up where someone could grasp it. Once they got to the center, Dr. Frail gave the handle a few experimental turns, and their speed picked up appreciatively. Soon they were happily bobbing along the river. Occasionally, the crafts dug into the water, and they had to stop turning the handle until the nose bobbed free. And they did a lot of spinning and turning the wrong way, though they used their long poles to try to keep the boats headed in the correct direction. That first night at camp, Dr. Frail made fins to attach to the bottom of each raft, Nimrod helping him. When they'd made one, Nimrod hefted it and asked, "Why is it so blooming heavy?" "Do you know what a keel is?" the doctor asked in response. "I know it's on the bottom of a boat." "Correct, Mr. O'Toole. We have created a keel, I hope. It will give the boat stability and help us resist lateral forces, acting like a fish's fin to keep us going straight. But the weight will also provide ballast, which will give us even more stability." Nimrod grunted, thinking the doctor the smartest man in the world. "We're sinking," Jane yelled, her voice high-pitched. One of their precious crates sank into the river with a splash and plummeted into the murky, muddy brown of the water. "Blast," Frail swore, and hastily waved for Nimrod to stop cranking the handle. That night, Frail and Nimrod created a V-shaped bow for each boat. "This'll keep our nose above water," the doctor said. "By the time we arrive, Doctor, you'll have manufactured an entire boat." Dr. Frail sighed. Chapter 34, The New Companion. The days passed well, their makeshift boats proving to keep the water out and hold them in comfort, especially with Frail's improvements. They drifted past isolated villages, the native inhabitants eyeing the strange armada warily. Some children waved enthusiastically from muddy banks, whilst other inhabitants hurriedly retreated indoors or hid, peering from their concealment at the strange assembly floating by. Once, a man in dirty animal skins fired a rifle at them from the shore, then shook his fist, screaming at them. No one was hurt, and the man was soon lost behind them and forgotten. One afternoon, pillars of lightning split the bruised skies, and the heavens unleashed a punishing deluge, drenching them all in minutes. As thunderheads roiled ominously ahead, they steered the bucking raft toward a rocky overhang and made a hasty camp. None of them thought it wise to risk getting swamped in their jury-rigged boats in the middle of the wide river. Hunched in their ponchos beneath the slim shelter, their thoughts turned to the challenges ahead. They gazed out at the curtains of rain obscuring their route, and many grew doubtful that they could reach their destination. "The world conspires against us at every turn," Nimrod groused. Jane sat near the edge of the boat once they commenced their journey, trailing her fingers in the murky water. She watched curious fish investigate the disturbance of their passing, then dart away as if terrified by this alien intruder in their domain. "Be careful, Miss Avon," Ram told her, pointing to the shore. There, sunning itself on a bank of red mud, was a 10-foot crocodile. "I would keep your hands and feet inside the boat," he said. She scooted away from the edge, feeling foolish. Of course, her parents had warned her about crocodiles, but she hadn't seen one in years. "Frightening?" Sir Radu said from nearby her. "That is an enormous lizard." "Most definitely. They grab you and take you to the bottom and roll you round until you die, then stuff you under a log for later," Ram told him. Radu's large white-blue eyes swiveled to and fro until he spied another one and pointed it out. "Best we avoid those, I say," he told everyone. Jane smiled at the gentle knight and sat back. Ram had also been kind in his reproof, and no one else had scolded her. They were all such good people. Harry would have been at her for a day about doing something so foolish as trailing her hand in the water, but not this group. She found that the longer she was with them, the more she enjoyed their company. A bird taking flight caught her eye, its plumage a rainbow of colors. Then 1,000 white water birds erupted into the sky, the sound of their takeoff a building roar that eased as they squeaked and flapped off over the trees. Crumbling temples lined the riverbanks, their stone structures choked in vines and roots. "Remarkable," Frail murmured from where he leaned precariously over the edge, straining to glimpse carvings on one moss-laden edifice as they drifted past. He turned to Jane. If I'm not mistaken, that ruin back there was a temple to Vishnu, likely dating from the classical Kushana period, between the 2nd and 4th centuries. Absolutely fascinating. Jane smiled indulgently. As much as such academic details typically bored her, she found the spindly doctor's enthusiasm infectious. This land was imbued with such mystique, rich with myth and antiquity. She could almost envision the torch-bearing devotees in white dhotis, worshipping near these same waters. What secrets lay buried beneath those shattered, vine-choked stones? What mysteries had they taken to their graves when their people vanished from history's pages? A shiver ran through Jane at the thought. Jane had nearly given up trying to sleep, alternating between burying herself under the blanket, which grew stifling hot, and swatting at bugs. Then she found just the right spot where she could breathe and feel a little of the cooling air while still protected from the bugs by her blanket, when again one crept next to her ear and buzzed. She slapped at it, and this disturbed her carefully arranged setup. After that, no matter what she attempted, she couldn't get comfortable. Finally, she rose and strode down by the river, irritated and cross. As she trudged along, she spotted movement and saw Ram in a tree, and near him, the large bat that had taken him away. She gasped, and by reflex ducked into some foliage, considering the view before her. She hid behind a tree to give herself time to ponder this. The bat? What did it mean? It had to be a servant of the Demon King. Did that mean Ram was... She carefully peeked round the tree and found herself staring at Ram's ribs. She gasped and looked up into his eyes. "Hello, Miss Avon." Nothing. I couldn't sleep." Oh, she was so foolish sometimes. "I mean to say, hello." She'd forgotten how very tall he was. "Come here, I would like you to meet someone." She smiled at his request, but hesitated. Could he be a vampire? She did not believe so. Mr. Bravo would have noticed that, wouldn't he? He was a monster hunter. You'd think he'd notice something like that. "Yes, a friend. Sounds pleasant," she replied. He walked back over to the bat, and she followed, though she stopped quite a distance away. "This is, I call him Bat." "A fitting name. What's he doing here?" she responded. "He's traveling with me now. He belonged to my brother, and when my brother died, he came to find me." "I recall, stole your body. And it's a good thing he did, since I wasn't truly dead, it seems. You'd have burned me." She studied the creature. It looked like a bat. In her lifetime, she'd seen a million. However, none with such a solid form, nor so large. Its face was softened from that of a normal bat. Its eyes were large and curious. "It's a little frightening," she said. Ram replied, "You should try coming back from the dead and finding it perched above you, staring at you. That was an experience." The bat keened at him. He watched it for a minute, then said while squinting, "I'm still trying to learn to communicate with it, but I believe it has taken offense at you calling it scary, and me saying that waking up with it looking at me was unsettling." Despite her trepidation, she nearly laughed, contenting herself instead with a half-smile. "I'm sorry if I offended you, Bat." It watched her with those enormous eyes, then keened something, and crawled upwards into the branches in that awkward gait that bats have. "It's sulking, though it made noises about going out to hunt. Lots of food around tonight," Ram told her, his eyes sparkling with affection for the creature. "What's it eat?" Jane asked, afraid to know the answer. "Bugs and fruit." They sat in silence for a few moments. "Well, I should go back to bed," she said, hoping he'd stop her. He didn't even look her way. "Good night," he said. The next day he introduced the entire party to the bat. Most of them took it in the same way as Jane had, though Nimrod was entranced by the creature, and from that moment on fed it fruit pieces and bugs whenever he could, which the bat didn't seem to mind at all. While having a new companion brought excitement and relief from drudgery, Jane watched Ram with sadness. Was he even the man she'd known at all? Chapter 35. Sneaking Away. Jane sneaked into the river when everyone had fallen asleep. She had a good reason for it. That evening had been a complete failure, and she needed to see some progress. I need my precision instruments. I have excellent glass back at my laboratory. Swiss glass, you know. They make the very best, Dr. Frail had said, as he examined the magic ring Sister Caroline had given him with a magnifying glass. It was directly after dinner, and he'd set up a folding table and his notebooks, scribbling and sketching as he looked the ring over. Jane was half attentive as she read the tome and tried to shake loose the magic. She'd twice come close to opening a channel, but both had fizzled. Dr. Frail was no help to her, obsessed with the puzzle of the ring while she had her own issues to solve. Her one breakthrough had been when she read the simplest of the spells, and a tingle of energy started where her finger touched the page. Excited, she kept at it, but the pinprick of power grew no larger. It occurred to her that the feeling might have just been the pressure of her hand on the page. Frustrated, she slammed the book closed. "Careful, Miss Avon, treat that book delicately." She considered an apology but couldn't find the words. The jungle was wretchedly hot, the food terrible since most meals comprised hard-as-stone biscuits and dried, heavily salted meat. They were soldiers' rations, and none of the others seemed to mind them. In fact, the men were all thriving as she wilted. The food was only one issue, a minor discomfort. There were two other problems upon which she dwelt that superseded them in importance. First, Ram. He'd grown cold to her. He had always been formal, she knew, but after their night-fighting shadows, the world had changed for her and him. Or so she'd believed. They'd crossed a barrier, and she'd opened herself to several possibilities. She could go with him and live with his family. It was done sometimes, though not as commonly for British people as other Europeans. It would be a complicated life, and likely a difficult one. But she'd allowed herself to consider the option. Ram, however, seemed to be back to the way they'd been at the beginning of the journey. Formal, stiff, and cordial, but with no warmth to it. She'd not seen him smile in weeks. When she had tried speaking with him during meditation, he'd been unresponsive, giving no indication as to his feelings. She did not understand his moods or his feelings about her, and she resigned herself to treating him with the same stiff formality he showed her, though it pained her. Whatever the feelings had been between them, they were dying now. She looked again at the magic book and pressed her lips together to keep from letting out an unladylike oath. The second dilemma she faced involved her magic. It was there, though the reservoir inside her mostly empty, like a canteen of water with only a few hot swallows left. When she could coax it out of hibernation, her results proved feeble, a few ice cubes or a tiny spray of frost. Her only significant achievement of the past week was casting a sheen of scarred and brittle ice over a mud puddle. The power wasn't there when she needed it. Moss had given her advice about recovering when she'd seen her in the vision of Avalon. Jane had attempted the exercises the woman suggested, but made little progress. Without her magic, she was useless to the expedition. In fact, she admitted, without magic she was uncertain life held much allure. Not that she was the sort to end her own life. She did, however, find life without her power, a drab imitation of the thrill of those moments when the energy flowed through her. She was not only a worthless hanger-on to the expedition without her special gifts, but she was also less of a person in general. "Jane, come and stand near the ring again," Frail said. She sighed, took the few steps over to him. "Yes, the ring reacts to you," he said. "It grows cold to the touch." "What does it mean?" she inquired. "I don't have enough information to form a hypothesis yet. However, I've come to understand that the elements drive magic: water, wind, earth, fire. Spirit is another important element, of course, and the body itself has its own part to play from what I've uncovered." He rotated the ring as he studied it with the glass. "I believe you might have an affinity for water magic. It is why you can produce ice and snow." "Could produce it, you mean?" she said while trying to keep any discouragement she felt from impacting the tone of her voice. "You still can, I'm convinced of it. I think it is the spirit and body part of you that are broken. We just need to fix those. You speak of water. Do you believe I need direct contact with it to produce results?" He put his hands out, palm up, and shrugged. "Even when we try that, it does not appear to improve your output. But when I submerged in that pond after drinking your berry concoction, I was able to sense magic." "Correct. When you were transported away to Avalon, that must have been magic," he agreed. "What if I put on that ring?" He sat back, eyes sparkling at the notion, but then he shook himself. "No, from what I've gleaned in the magic tome, it might kill you. There is mention of several guardian rings with the same markings as this one. I believe it might be very dangerous to an inexperienced wearer." Dangerous rings? This adventure grows all the more complicated. She'd retired to bed unsatisfied with the night and irritated at her lack of progress. But then she'd come upon an idea. The river was close. She might hold on to some roots at the edge and lower herself into it. Get down into the water. That's when she'd had her visit to Avalon. That's when she'd been closest to the magic, when she'd been in the water, not standing with one foot in a pail of it, as Frail had tried nights back. The excitement of the idea blasted away any reservations that sanity might have thrust upon a normal person, and she rested while the others made ready for bed. The wait for them all to retire to bed was long, however, and she fell asleep. When she woke, hours had passed and the fire was a low orange glow, the camp lit by a 3/4 moon, and only the sounds of nocturnal insects disturbed the quiet. She stalked down the hill to the shore carefully, creeping along the path while watching where her feet went. The river flowed by with a dull hum, and standing before it she reconsidered her idea. No muggers, as crocodiles were called, were in sight, but in the night the river was an unending living creature, like a giant snake. It writhed and seethed, an unfriendly, malicious organism. Something out of sight created a splash. It might have been a mugger, though the disturbance had not been large. She turned to go back to the camp, but what was she if she had no magic? Was it worth risking her life to regain the gift? She wandered along the shore, not sure what she should do. The bank was high here, but she found roots leading down to the water. There were enough stout ones she did not fear they would give way, but not so many that there might be 1,000 creeping things in the tangles. She reminded herself she was Merlin's heir, not some ninny, and lowered herself in, flinching at the cool water while the goosebumps on her arms rose. A brisk breeze, low along the water, played with her hair and tickled her moist skin. The current moved alarmingly fast, but she avoided it as much as she could, keeping tight to the bank. Another splash sounded upriver. She tried to spy whatever it was, but could discern nothing. She decided she would force herself to stay in the water while she counted to 1,000. The moon peeked out of a cloud bank, a pale shade of silver tonight. It painted a cream-colored stripe across the water and threw long, jagged shadows where its light was broken by trees. Had the moon always had those smudges on it? It must be a soft place, she surmised, like sand, or like stepping on a feather bed. What would it be like to walk across the glowing surface of it? Would her feet sink or bounce? Her imaginings fell away as a layer of energy soaked into her. At first, she thought it was indigestion. It had that kind of a lumpy feeling in her gut. But it blossomed. Then she remembered it, like turning off an unfamiliar street and realizing one was on a road from childhood. The magic. A jungle cat called off in the trees. Chittering monkeys answered. A creature clambered about her roots, a squirrel, before shimmying up a tree. The jungle's heartbeat bared itself to her. Prithvi, the living earth, surrounded her. She was a guardian of its sacred bounty. The world moved in a rhythm that called to her. She raised her hand and a channel formed. Letting out a huzzah that caused her to giggle and clamp a hand over her mouth, she watched the tiny golden ball dance and fizzle. It was weak, but it was there. And the longer she stayed in the water, the stronger her magic would become. She was certain of it. The doctor had been correct. She was connected to the water. Perhaps she had not needed it before, but now that she'd exhausted herself and broken that barrier inside of herself, this might be the only way to connect with her power. She excitedly pulled herself out of the water, shivering at the crisp night, and limped back to camp, her legs tight and muscles cramping in protest, but not caring a whit. Unseen, a tiger crouched in a tree above her, still as a statue, watching her walk. Once she'd made it back to camp, the cat unfurled itself from its hide and went off away from the camp to hunt. Chapter 36, Stranglers. Abdul and Hank camped near a field of fragrant marigolds, and in the last slanted rays of day, 1,000,000 little blooms glowed like tiny balls of golden orange fire. Hank had never seen so many flowers in one place, and he watched for as long as the light allowed, wondering what Bella might have thought of such a sight. He realized he had no notion how she would have reacted. She might have turned away immediately with a dismissive wave of her leather-gloved hand, or she may have watched them just as he did now, entranced. He'd known her for several years, and yet she was as enigmatic and surprising as the first day he'd met her. Would he see her again? And what would she be if he did? If they turned her into one of those night shadow creatures, or even a traditional vampire, would she keep her own essence? A pang of guilt worked its way up into his throat like a bad bit of meat as images of his brother Creed rolled over him. He'd given an oath to his brother that he'd find him and end his miserable existence. But now that he knew what he did about becoming a cursed creature, could he be certain Creed was evil, or might he be like Hank, caught in some nightmarish, inescapable dream? Would either Bella or Creed be the people he'd known them to be? "Lovely flowers, eh?" Abdul asked, bringing Hank back to the present. He was unwrapping a cloth with chapati. They'd eat the unleavened flatbread again, along with a few balls of rice. The older man waved a dismissive, gnarled finger at the field. "They can be found all over India." "The field appears never-ending," Hank observed. "Yes, they spread. We grow them everywhere. Yet they are not native to these lands. They were brought here by the Portuguese Firangi." Abdul pointed at a nearby shrine, and Hank followed his finger, sighting down his arm the way a person might aim a rifle. It was a weathered statue of a deity, worn and decayed to a smooth, featureless figure missing half of its stone altar. There were so many small shrines like this across the land, tributes to 1,000 gods, that they hardly awoke any wonder in Hank now. This one had several items left on it, including a sprinkling of marigolds. "You see how the European influence changes our ways? We people of India use marigolds to praise our gods. We plant them in our gardens and give them to brides, yet they invaded just like the Anglos." Hank caught the scent of a pair of approaching men. One smelled of various curries and cloth, and Hank marked him as some sort of food merchant. The second smelled odd. His body stunk of rancid sweat and incense. The pair conversed as they walked down the road. When they came nearly abreast of the cook fire, they raised hands in greeting. The one who smelled bad was nearly naked, garbed in only a musty loincloth. Some sort of religious ascetic, Hank supposed. His hair was untamed, long enough to spill down to his bony chest, and his eyes burned with a wild fervor. The other man appeared to indeed be a spice merchant, the many pungent scents wafting from him overwhelming Hank's wolf senses. Abdul waved back, and the merchant called, "The peace of Allah be upon you. Might we share your fire?" Abdul smiled broadly and like a gracious host beckoned to them. "And Allah bring peace upon you as well. You're welcome to our fire." Hank nearly gave a hurrah that he'd understand that entire exchange, even when they'd mixed Arabic with Hindustani for the traditional greeting of the Mohammedans. "I'm not of the Prophet," the wild-looking one said, though Hank only caught half of his words. He spoke a strange dialect, and with a voice that rose and fell with an unsettling randomness. The two squatted as people do in India, resting their rears on their heels as a seat. Hank had tried it himself, but it left his legs quaking with pain after only a short time, whereas natives sat that way for hours as the need arose. "To where do you travel in these troubled times?" the spice merchant asked. He was as thin as the other man, but his clothing was fine quality and clean despite his apparent travels. He set his bag in front of him and rummaged through it. "We journey west seeking work," Abdul lied. He gave Hank a sly glance, yet not an obvious one. The merchant said, "I wish you the best of luck finding employment, and please, let us share my spices and food we've prepared." More unintelligible words, though Hank believed the merchant was expounding on the quality of his bags of pungent cooking powders. He had several, which he brought out and sniffed as if they were nectar from the gods, then offered to Abdul and Hank to smell. Abdul waved his hand in refusal, though his words had a kind tone to them. The spices overwhelmed Hank's wolf senses. His eyes watered, and he nearly fled from the fire to clear his unfortunate sinuses with some fresh air, but then thought that might be perceived as rude. Next, the merchant offered an earthenware pot to each of them. Inside was a warm fish curry, the man said, and they were welcome to share it. Abdul took the pot and opened the lid, extolling over it as if it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. "Eat nothing they give you," Abdul whispered to Hank, his voice low enough the crackle of the fire covered it. Hank froze in the act of accepting the small pot that Abdul had passed to him from the merchant. Abdul's mannerisms were relaxed, but his words were clearly not. The merchant brought out another bag of spice, offering it to Abdul. However, when Hank's companion reached for it, it dropped, the powder exploding out in a puff of nostril-burning pungency. Hank sneezed and fled from the campfire, his senses overcome. When he turned, he nearly stumbled into two men sneaking up upon them from the dark. Both held silken ropes in their hands. Then wiry hands wrapped round him from behind, and the stench of the naked man with the mad eyes washed over him. One of the men with the rope, a scarred fellow with a cruel cast to his dark smile, strode forward and threw a loop of it over Hank's neck. The crazed one holding Hank muttered in excited tones. Hank caught little of it, though the word "Kaylee" was said again and again. Two other strangers raced from the darkness, and they pushed Hank to his stomach, pinning him. Then the scarred man pulled the rope tight, choking him. The entire situation had taken this bizarre, deadly turn in only seconds. He had not sensed the others approaching because of the assault on his nose by the pungent spices. 4 men pinned him to the ground. The band around his neck tightened, constricting his throat. He couldn't breathe or think properly. The wolf blood shot through him, and he let it have its head, like a farmer opening a sluice gate to flood his field. As he contorted and transformed, the men upon him did not react with shock. They doubled down their efforts to finish him, 2 of the men holding his arms, while a third sat on his legs. Hank hurled them all off as the transformation completed. He slashed and tore. The moon was weak tonight, and because of this so was he. However, what he had was enough to kill these would-be assassins, and thankfully to retain control. One of them escaped. Hank saw it was the scarred man, and another produced a sickled sword, his movements deft and quick. But Hank cared little for his own protection when going for a kill. He took a slash across his chest before ripping the swordman open. Soon enough it was done. Then he saw an older man lying prostrate, eyes wide and body shaking. Not one of the attackers, but Hank reared back to lunge anyway, enjoying the terror smell of the man. Suddenly, he remembered this was Abdul. He stopped with his claws only inches from the shaking man, Abdul begging him for his life. They left their fire burning and fled into the night. Abdul did not speak again that night, and they didn't halt their progress either, the wagon rolling east without stopping. In the morning, Abdul finally brought the wagon to a lurching halt in a deserted clearing. They'd passed out of the tangled jungle sometime during the night, and only sparse patches of trees and short grasses covered the land here. A line of low black hills rose to the north. The river Kripajal was there somewhere, he knew, and beyond it Anantavan and Bella. "I know what you are," Abdul said with a swallow of water from his canteen. "You do? I once saw a man such as you in a village. They'd tied him to a stake." "What happened to him?" "A holy man came with a silver dagger and put it through his heart." "I have control of it," Hank replied, wishing that were true, and wondering if he would end up as that poor man. Abdul's laugh was brittle, but when he spoke it was of their attackers. "Those were thuggees who set upon us, though I believed them only myth. Stranglers. They prey upon travelers." "I apologize if I frightened you," Hank told him. Abdul was, in the end, a practical man, and he declared in a croaking voice, "I'm glad that you are under such a spell, or we'd both be dead." He rubbed at the angry red line on his skin. "Those assassins were very good at their work. They'd nearly choked me to death when you set upon them." "You sound awful. How is your throat?" "No permanent harm done, I wager. It will heal." The sharp eyes looked Hank over. "But what of you? That assassin slashed you with his sword, and there were 4 determined men about you, but I see no mark upon your neck." Hank gave a test swallow with no discomfort. Next, he gently touched his shoulder where the sword had struck him. There was tender skin there, and a pink wheal raised. "I heal rather quickly. The sword cut will take a week, but won't leave a scar. As to the throttling from the rope," he shrugged, "I seem to have recovered already." "That young man I spoke of, the one tied to a pole, he was my nephew. I always wondered what might have happened had I been close enough to help him. By the time I arrived, it was too late for him. Might I have saved him? Or would he have always lost control? I'm in control, Hank said again, trying to make it sound believable. It would do no good to tell Abdul the truth. He needed the man's help, or the others would be stranded on the river, unable to pass the fortress. Abdul said, I saw you control it, but I also saw that you wanted to kill me. Hank could not argue the truth of that statement, so he said nothing. As they rolled on, the wagon took them toward a bank of threatening grey clouds. Once Hank spotted a minaret tower rising in the distance, a grand dome beneath it, sparkling under the sun like molten silver. When Hank mentioned it, Abdul told him it was a dead place. The bubble-shaped dome half fallen, and the fine tower's stairs crumbled. There are many such ruins all over India, testament to 100 fallen kingdoms. Hank watched the dome until it faded from view, thinking it a very sad building. Do all kingdoms fail, I wonder? Yes, but others arise. Later that day, when they stopped to eat yet more flatbread, Hank said, The spices the merchant carried were like an attack on me. I couldn't sense the others stealing up on us. Yes, the scents were strong, Abdul agreed. You misunderstand. To a normal nose, they might have been a nuisance, perhaps even eye-watering. But in my condition, my sense of smell is 1,000 times as sensitive, and so the spices 1,000 times as strong. Abdul grunted. This may have been no random attack. If your enemies know of your curse, perhaps they planned it to occur in such a way. Hank rubbed his hands together and yawned. The excitement of the night was fading. That is a disturbing notion. Who are these enemies of yours? I should know, for my own neck is certainly on the line along with yours now. Hank frowned. Could Abdul be trusted? The answer was a firm no. Yet what choice did he have? He told his companion just enough of the story he deemed necessary. He spoke of an ancient relic and of a guardian who was loath to part with it. The few mentions he gave of supernatural forces he imparted with little detail, letting it appear as if he was unsure himself what had happened. By the end, however, Abdul's jaw was hanging open. Hank wondered if the man would bolt, but he instead expressed suspicion of Hank and doubt in the story. You need to work on your ability to manufacture a believable tale, he said, and coaxed the horse back out onto the road. I suspect this whole venture is about stealing a treasure hoard, a very believable reason to risk one's life. It's true, I tell you, Hank replied. Abdul only laughed. Chapter 37, Bella and Ruksha. Bella arrived downstairs one morning to find the Ruksha's servants had moved the portal into another room. A dining table had been carried in, and chairs which the female shadow dusted off with a rag. It was an odd sight, and Bella wasn't sure what to make of it until the servant spotted her and gestured for her to take a seat. Ruksha backed out of the kitchen area next, in animated conversation with someone. It was not a place that was used often, but she caught the smell of baking bread and of chicken roasting. Ruksha saw her and bowed his head in greeting. Good morning, Miss Bella. What is this? I seem to have caught you in the act, but I don't know what crime you're committing. She chided him. He laughed. It was their idea, really. He pointed at the feminine servant, who gave a friendly shake of her head, then continued cleaning the chair. What was their idea? They say that eating in your room and the way we prepare food, always eating it cold or right from an open fire, is no way for a lady to be treated. And so they insisted we make this into a proper eating room. Bella turned a wide-eyed smile on the servant. Thank you, she said, then asked Ruksha, what is her name? Her name? He stroked his chin, regarding the ceiling but staring right through it. It has been a long time, you understand, and I'm not sure I remember. Who was she? Let's start with that. A fine warrior. He shook his fist to support his statement. Stout and strong. She was one of my golden companions, the best warriors in any land. The servant gave a muffled humph in the affirmative. The sound startled Bella. She hadn't been aware the servants could make them. Ruksha said, They lost their individuality a long time ago, becoming only faceless figures for me to command. She wasn't sure she agreed with him. She examined the servant more closely. When she'd first arrived here and fought this particular shadow creature in the cell, there'd been only the vaguest hint that it was a female. Now the figure was more defined, the face more than a featureless oval, but possessing the shape of a mouth, nose, and lips. Another servant emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray with earthenware pots upon it. He had girth to him. Yes, it was plain to see how different he was from the female servant. With a flourish, he set the tray down and took the lids from the pots. As each lid lifted, Bella's mouth watered more and more. There was a loaf of actual bread, crusty and thin like a French white, and she had to restrain herself from immediately grabbing it and biting into the end. She realized she had simply subsisted here since arriving, monotonously feeding herself from the meager offerings brought to her. But now in front of her lay poached eggs, diced chicken in an aromatic curry, a cube of golden butter in a dish, freshly sliced melons, and a fish roasted with the head and tail removed. Bella reached up to grab a slice of fruit, then snatched her hand back when she saw they were all watching her. She noted Ruksha had not sat down and the servants were hovering. "Please eat. They prepared all this for you," Ruksha said. With his encouragement, she grabbed the loaf of bread. It had a slightly crunchy crust, but was soft and light in the middle, and as she broke off a piece, steam rose from it. She covered it in butter, which melted. She dipped it in a thick sauce, and with the first bite she smiled. Ah, she'd missed delicious food, though she'd not even noticed its lack until she saw this feast. She set to with a will, forgetting the others for a time until the stout servant brought her some freshly squeezed fruit juice with pulp swirling about in the glass, a pitcher of ice water, and steaming tea to drink. "It is all delicious," she told him, and he straightened in such a way that she was sure he was pleased with her declaration. He strode back to the kitchen with his chin held high and his arms straight at his side, as if he'd won some great victory. She remembered taking a tour when she'd first arrived, sneaking around and looking for ways to escape. She had found the kitchen, a barely used dark place. If this food had come from that unused and dusty chamber, he had won a great victory. She noted the polish of the table and saw the entire room was cleaned and well lit with a merry, bright glow of green lanterns. Moving the large portal must have been quite an exercise. "Thank you," she told the female servant again, and if a shadow could blush, this one did, glancing at the ground. After partaking of more of the food, she sat back, satisfied, and saw that Ruksha was sitting across from her, a warm glow on his face. Today, the murky mists were not about his eyes, and she was startled to see that they were not dark at all but were the green of the sea. "After you finish eating, I would like to show you something, Bella," he told her. He led her through the fields outside his home, with their rolling hills and sparse, gnarled trees. She'd spent only a little time outside the home. She had felt uneasy for some reason, knowing it was not Earth, and so had remained close to the house. Walking alongside Ruksha, however, she saw it was a pleasant place. The grass was green and soft underfoot, the air the color of a light-skinned pumpkin. "Your servants, why are they changing?" Bella asked. "Changing?" "Yes. When I first arrived, they were almost shapeless, but now they have features and are acting more like people every day." "They are?" he asked with a frown, eyes studying the ground. "I hadn't noticed." A breeze caught her hair and he gently tucked it behind her ear. She smiled and thanked him, unsure if she should do either. It would be best to draw her pistol when he did something like that, just to set the proper tone. They walked on. It was the perfect temperature here. Cool enough she wore her full black ensemble without discomfort, yet warm enough to avoid snow. That was a thought. "Does it snow here?" she asked. "Yes. Sometimes, though not in the same turn of seasons as our world." She grinned. "What is amusing?" he asked. "You said our world. Are you intent on coming back to the Earth?" "Perhaps I can someday. I remember it, you know, though I haven't stepped foot outside of Anantavan, with its treacherous jungle, in centuries. I think I'd like to return to it if I could." The tree cover thickened and he ducked into an opening and disappeared. She'd been watching him, or she would have missed where he'd gone. She could not see him, so she stepped back, tucked herself into the same small opening and entered a night garden, or at least that's what he called it. It was a clearing 20 paces across, with several stone benches of varied configuration strewn about the soft grass and heather, and on the other side an aging wooden building. The night sky lay above them, the moon muted and the calm white of a mild wheel of cheese. A belt of stars twinkled overhead. How? She turned and walked the few steps out of the clearing. Outside the copse of trees, the sky was the orange of day it always was. Daytime. When she stepped back into the shaded place, however, she was back under the night sky. She walked cautiously around the perimeter, staring upward in disbelief. Ruksha told her that in this place he was the master and creator. He'd made this sheltered garden long ago, and this is where he came when he needed to settle himself. She pointed at the building. "What is that?" "A new addition. Do you not recognize it?" She didn't. She walked over close. The door to the building, which had peeling paint on the boards, was open and candlelight shone from it. She stepped inside and was transported back to her childhood. It was the outbuilding where her mother had sent her for punishment, where she'd found the calm of the shadow. "How?" she asked again. "I thought it might make you feel more at home here. I wanted to give you this place. From now on it will be called Bella's Garden." "Even if I leave Narakund tomorrow?" "Certainly, though in that case I'll plant thorns here and let the building fall apart," he jested. "You are not who I thought you'd be," she told him. He sighed, his eyes closing as he took a deep breath. "That is kind of you to say, though I'm not certain I agree. I feel as if I'm losing the battle against my shadow side." She replied, "I've experienced mostly kindness from you. I find it hard to reconcile that with the dark forces that we encountered before I came here." "Exactly what I mean. I try to be this part of me, but I need that other, more malevolent part of me to survive." He gestured around the interior of the shack. "I changed it somewhat." She observed the room, 2 lit candles on night tables bookending a bed with a red blanket and black pillows. It was definitely different from the rotting, empty shack of her childhood. "I thought on nights when you wished you could come here and sleep," he told her, stepping up close to her. There wasn't much room in the shack. She had to concentrate to avoid feeling the aura coming from him. He had a heat to him that was bothersome. She whisked around him and back outside, taking a breath. She was Hank. She was engaged to Ernest. She seated herself on a stone bench. Ruksha joined her. He dug in his pocket and produced a ring. It held a black opal in a setting fashioned to resemble rose petals, which were inlaid with slivers of rubies, she assumed. 2 tiny thorns poked from the sides. "Bella, I wish to marry you. I mean, that is to say..." Her mind was whirling. Was he using some kind of charm on her? "Will you marry me, Bella?" he asked, his own voice breathless. She looked at the ring. If there were a million rings for her to choose from, she would have chosen this one. An image of a rakish man with clever golden eyes popped into her head. But this was no time to think of him. What was she to do? Ruksha was perhaps the most selfless person she'd ever known. The man had given centuries of time to protecting the world, knowing that no one even knew of his task any longer, knowing they derided him and called him a demon. He'd asked for nothing in return but the assistance he needed to continue the work of keeping the evil in the land of Avalon at bay. He was the best of men, and he needed help. And what was love exactly? Most people hadn't the luxury of loving the one they ended up with. People made marriages work all the time for convenience or out of necessity. "How common is this blood we have?" she asked, and his face fell into confusion. He'd been waiting for an answer to his proposal, she knew. "I've known of the existence of a handful of others over the years. They didn't need to marry for her to help him, but his scheme, which she thought a wise one, was to produce children who shared his ability to master the shadow, to repair the portal, to stave off the spiders. And a partner, an ally. Bella. Still, was she as selfless as he? Could she be here for centuries, raising children to combat this evil? Could she be contained in such a small place? She had goals and plans. She was going to start up the Fiend Force and lead it. Fiend Force. She recalled Hank mocking that name, his light-hearted yet devious grin. Hank, Primcourt. They both loved her, and she thought she might love both of them as well, though in different ways. Primcourt was a more formal man. He'd had his one true love, and she'd died a terrible death. He told Bella he loved her, but they both knew their match was primarily about formalizing their alliance rather than purely romantic. They would start a legacy of supernatural fighters, going about and stopping the darker powers that threatened the world. And then there was Hank. If he had accepted her proposal for marriage, oh so long ago, their lives would be completely different. But would she be happy? Could she sit in a little log cabin in the Appalachians, tending to a handful of children, cooking, cleaning and mending all day? To those women who enjoyed that, she tipped her hat. Perhaps there was something broken inside of her that would not let her be content, but life with Hank didn't have to be that way. She had an inkling that if she chose Hank, they could spend much of their life lost in adventures around the world. That would be a pleasant way to live. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, Ruksha, I can't." She fled from her garden. Chapter 38. Recon. The land around the river changed, the jungle occasionally giving way to grasslands, the ground flattened and swampy, with waterways and marshes bordering the river. Then, after 3 days of traveling through the wetlands, the land changed again, the shores of the river lined with sandy beaches and the trees and vegetation of a drier variety. It was on the afternoon of this day that they angled the boats into a canal off the river, with the sun still high overhead, and beached them under the shade of a stand of neem trees. Ram brought them all together and drew out an aging map with notations written across it. Jane smiled when she realized it was the map that she had seen he and his men plotting their course on months earlier in Bombay. That felt like a lifetime ago. Her mirth faded as she realized none of those men were alive now, except for Ram. Seeing him standing there, stoic as always, she wondered how many comrades he had lost in his life. "I believe we are at this spot," he said, interrupting her thoughts. He tapped on a bend of the river. "Just at the edge of these wetlands. You see?" He slid his finger down the river a short way, then made a mark with a lead pencil. "And this is the fortress of Kashir Bhavan." Silence greeted his pronouncement, the expedition members eyeing one another. "Where do you suppose Mr. Bravo is?" Dr. Frail asked. Ram replied, "An excellent question. I suggest we set up a camp near the fortress, but concealed so we might surveil the fortress, watching for a sign from Hank. We must be ready to go at a moment's notice if we see it, and I will send the bat to try to find him as well." "Oh yes, an excellent idea," Dr. Frail agreed. "Camping near the fortress will be dangerous," Nimrod said with a more serious tone. "Potentially," Ram agreed, "but we'll use no fire and keep all our gear and the boats hidden out of sight. Everyone will sleep in their clothes, so when it comes time to go, we'll be ready." The seriousness of the task ahead of them settled into Jane's heart. A tremor shook her hands, and she clasped them together to still them. It wasn't just worry for their upcoming mission, but also a flush of excitement. Butterflies danced in her stomach. Also, the magic reservoir in her bubbled like a pot of water on the stove, coming to a boil. She didn't know what it meant, but hoped it would allow her to use it when the time came. Ram gave them one final suggestion. "Let's eat before we move closer. His might be our last hot tea and meal for a while, so enjoy it, everyone. Take some time and prepare yourselves. Tonight, we will move closer to the fortress." As the others broke away, Ram touched Jane's hand. "Miss Avon, can I speak with you about something?" He waited until they were alone, all the while she wondered what he wanted. Finally, he said, "I'm sorry, Jane. I've not been myself." She wanted to agree with him wholeheartedly, but attempted instead to take a different tack. "You've been through quite an experience." "I have, and honestly, I'm not through with it yet. I don't feel like myself anymore." "What do you believe is the cause?" He shook his head. "I'm not sure. Every night I lay awake for hours, and I have little desire to be around other people." "I noticed," she said, trying not to inject sarcasm into the words, but likely failing, she knew. "Please forgive me," he said. "Perhaps I can. He kissed her. She tried to push him away for a moment, simply out of shock. Then other feelings took over, and she kissed him back until they both came away breathless. The world disappeared, replaced by the touch of his warm lips on hers, and the comfort of being enfolded in his arms. When she came back to the world, it was a different place. A very lovely one, she thought. I accept your apology, she told him when she could speak again. It was plain to see that Thappa's workers had been laboring diligently. They'd raised a sandy berm around the fortress, and atop it in regular intervals braziers set on iron tripods burned brightly. I came here years ago to deliver a prisoner. There was once a jail inside, Ram said. The jungle grew right to the walls then, and the ramparts were dangerously crumbling. They've repaired them then and added guns, Nimrod growled, thrusting a meaty finger at a black iron cannon sitting high up on top of the walls at a corner, pointing upriver toward them. Any boat floating by would definitely be in range of it. Yes, repaired them, and cleared the jungle for 100 yards around the walls, Ram said. On the berm, a smaller cannon pointed inland, ready to sweep across any attackers who tried to come from that direction. Looks as if we're between Scylla and Charybdis, Dr. Frail told them. What? Nimrod asked, perplexed. We're in a fix, Ram explained. Nimrod grunted, then one of his eyes squinted suspiciously, and he said, There's many more than 20 bandits here. Looks like there's 24 on guard duty right now, between the bridge and the fortress. True, and I think I spy a large camp of tents to the landward side of the fortress, Dr. Frail said, while looking through his glass. Jane asked, How many tents? Dozens, Dr. Frail replied. Perhaps his entire army has arrived, she replied. Wonderful, Nimrod groused. What do we do? Jane asked. Nothing but observe for now, Ram replied. And be ready. Tomorrow night the signal will come, and we must be off immediately. Later, as the anxious expedition members lounged while Ram kept watch, Dr. Frail pulled Jane aside. He handed her a silver crucifix. I want you to take this. She eyed it, then threw a questioning gaze his way. Well, yes, thank you. It always helps to have Providence on one's side. I shall treasure it. He laughed, then coughed until he had to rest against a tree for support. Are you quite well, Doctor? He waved her off. Of course. When did you become so religious? She inquired. Oh, I haven't. It is the ring suspended above it I would bring your attention to. She looked closer. By Jove, there was a ring hanging on the necklace and sitting at the top of the cross. She recognized it. The magical water ring. Yes, Miss Avon, the water ring. But you said I shouldn't wear it. True, and I still believe that. However, I think having it close to you might provide you with a much-needed boost, perhaps when you need it most. So I should put on the necklace? He nodded. Yes. I hope that the proximity will be like being near water. She slipped it over her neck and tucked it beneath her shirt. Ah, that's cold. Yes, what does that make you feel? A curl of energy, like flame catching some kindling, bloomed in her gut. I can sense the magic. Very good. Now I must warn you, I believe I know the origin of this ring. I believe it is one of several Egyptian rings worn by ancient protective guardians. It's the symbols, you see. There is the Ankh, which is a cross with a loop at the top, and also the Eye of Horus. I've read about these years ago in school, though I never thought to actually see one. If I recall correctly, there is one of these rings for each of the magic houses. The elements. Such as fire and earth? Precisely. There are only 6 of these rings in the entire world. Horus created them to give to his champions, men. Only men, Jane interrupted, and women who protected the earth from harm by denizens of the other realms. I must tell you, Doctor, every time you tell me a story, it grows harder to believe than the last. I can't verify this is indeed one of those rings, nor can I vouch for the authenticity of this story. However, if it really is such an artifact, treat it with care. It likely is very powerful, and like all powerful things, extremely dangerous. Well, if it provides me a source of magical fuel, as it were, for now that will be sufficient. Yes, quite. That's why I'm giving it to you, you understand. I'm concerned about us getting past this fortress. The last time we were in a battle, you know, things didn't go so well. He looked off over the river, tall and gaunt, and she was aware of the slender, spirited woman who he was thinking of. Thank you, Doctor. I'll take good care of it. From nearby, Ram said, Hank is close. He'll arrive at the fortress tomorrow afternoon. None of them questioned how he knew. They'd all met his bat by now. That means tomorrow night is the night, Nimrod said. Looks that way, Ram replied. And what of the fortress and the bridge? Jane asked. It is as we surmised. There are hundreds of bandits here, and hundreds more workers. The camp beyond the walls has the families of the bandits in it, Jane said while studying the brightly lit fortress. Hopefully Hank can pull this off. What will we do if they can't? Nimrod asked. Chapter 39. Enter the Fortress. Hank and Abdul came within sight of the fortress on a dusty afternoon. "Ya Allah!" Abdul exclaimed. "I swear to you there were not so many men, not even close to as many when I was here." Hank followed the line of the man's pointed finger and spied the fortress. Built with sandstone bricks, the structure was 4 high walls with the black barrel of a cannon at each corner. It reminded Hank somewhat of a cathedral or church, but without any adornment or ceiling, only the looming walls. There were few trees near the structure, only a few rows of scanty palms and yellowed grass, and Hank was relieved that approaching the fortress through stealth was not part of their plan. To the landward side of the walls, and separated by a cleared field, lay the sprawl of a camp. It was a chaotic place with dozens of uneven rows of mismatched tents and cobbled-together shacks, and a bustle and din noticeable, even from their distant observation. It was also obvious the guard complement was not just a platoon of bandits, not even when augmented by 100 workers. There were hundreds of each. Hank pointed a warning finger at Abdul. "Remember, Abdul." "I know. If I double-cross you, I put my daughter and my reward at risk. I swear to you, it was as I said. They've had reinforcements since I was here." Hank took it all in. His first reaction was to run, to turn around and find another way. Then a single-minded calm came over him. The mission hadn't changed, only the difficulty. "It may be that this will work in our favor," Abdul said. "It is easier for a stranger to blend into a crowd than when among just a few." Hank grunted. "Let's hope you're right, Sahib." The thief waved his hand at some guards observing them suspiciously from the road. "It is too late to turn back now, at any rate. They've spotted us." He snapped at the reins, and they approached a hedge of thorn bushes, ending in a rope gate guarded by a half-dozen slovenly bandits with orange scarves. Abdul drew the wagon to a stop in front of the rope, and one of the guards looked him over. "Abu Mazan, why are you here?" Hank didn't understand much of what they said after that, but he caught that Abdul was known as Abu Mazan here, and he was telling the guard about the load of foodstuffs he'd brought. They also said the name Thapa a few times. "And who is the—" The first guard asked something, thrusting a hand toward Hank. Abdul replied, "He is a fool, he only speaks—" More unknown words. Abdul gave a dismissive gesture in Hank's direction, and Hank felt his throat tighten. This was a moment that Abdul could betray him. It would probably bring the man a great reward. Hank pretended to relax, leaning back and yawning, but his fingers strayed close to the hilt of his sword. Then the guards pulled the rope aside. One of their number climbed into the back of the wagon, and they drove through the gate and into the camp full of tents. It was almost a city. Children dashed about and women tended cook fires, mended clothing, and performed other chores. Some tents were khaki-toned canvas, and the few bandits he saw lounging or eating in front of those wore pieces of uniforms that labeled them deserters from the East India Trading Company Army. They soon lumbered past the pandemonium of the bandit camp and down a narrow, dusty road that took them straight to an open iron gate under the walls leading into the fortress itself. It was not much of a fortress, an almost empty shell inside, perhaps 100 feet long on each side, with stone ramparts of dubious stability, and a crumbling western wall where the bandits were building wooden ramparts to make up for the damaged ones. The timber of the new fortifications was the bold white of freshly cut wood. In the center loomed the only permanent structure inside the fortress, a large blockhouse building not much different than the bungalows in which they'd stayed a few times. The building was a square of bland grey brick, with iron bars covering the windows, and Hank had the impression that the local government might have used it as a prison at some point. Workers swarmed about the interior of the fortress, rebuilding the fallen western wall, improving the towers at each corner of the ramparts, and using cranes to raise piles of cannonballs up to the black iron guns. The bandit Lord Thapa stepped right up to their wagon, with a scowl on his face. He wore ostentatious ruby earrings, but he was a short man, unassuming and thick. Some might have thought him fat and harmless, but it seemed to Hank such an assumption would be a mistake. He eyed Hank for a long moment, then turned to Abdul, speaking with familiarity. Thappa stepped back to the wagon and dug around a bit, examining some goods they had brought with them. Abdul tapped Hank's shoulder. They had rehearsed this bit, and Hank reached back and brought forth a small bag of saffron, the pungent scent of it nearly making him sneeze. They had acquired it for the low cost of their own attempted murder by a spice merchant and his friends. He offered it to Thappa with his head bowed. Thappa grinned at the gift, obviously pleased. Abdul had explained that the spice was rare and coveted, and that Thappa had a taste for excellent food, though what he likes more than anything is to be treated like a nobleman. He will prize the gift because it is what a man of importance would do, Abdul had explained. The two men conversed for several minutes before Abdul drove the wagon to a nearly deserted corner with several other carts and wagons. "What's happening?" Hank asked. "He invited us to rest here for the night, and he wants our wagon and horse as well as our goods," Abdul whispered, now that they were alone. "There are a lot of eyes here. It will be difficult to get up to the ramparts," Hank said. "He gave me a good price for the goods," Abdul said, rubbing his hands together, excited. "We're not here for that," Hank reminded him. "Certainly not, but why not make a good profit as well?" "What did you tell them about me?" "No one cared about you. It is very normal to have servants. And with the castes, they would have found it disrespectful if you did speak. You'll remain with the wagon while I eat with Thappa. He's anxious for news." The sun fell below the high walls and blue shadows gathered. The work on the ramparts slowed somewhat, and half the workers streamed toward the gate. "I'm going inside to wash," Abdul said in slow Hindustani, and Hank caught most of it. Not trusting himself to speak, he nodded. Abdul strolled toward the large central building, and Hank watched the man go with concern. He could undo everything with a word of betrayal. He was a devious sort, and Hank was sure he was weighing his options. Hank mopped at his sweaty brow with the back of his sleeve. He would have liked to wash the dust of the road from his body as well, but was left to care for the horse instead. So he found a wagon with straw, pusa as it was called, and fed the horse while looking up at the walls. He took a handful of it and scrubbed the animal down, feeling the old mare shiver under the attention. There were so many guards. As he watched, servants went about lighting torches, and a new crew of workmen entered. Though not as many as the day crew, there were still a couple of dozen. They picked up where the last group had finished. Round-the-clock construction. He'd not expected that. Perhaps he'd mingle in with them. He knew his way around a hammer, and there were many men just carrying materials up the steps. He could certainly accomplish that, and hopefully things would settle in the early hours of the day. But whether the work trailed off or continued, tonight he would need to disable the guns. The wave of an arm caught his attention, and he glanced back toward the iron gate of the fortress to see several horses arriving. The first rider was a scarred man, wearing a neckerchief with a skull clasp. It was the Strangler. Hank quickly turned back to pretend to inspect the wagon, hiding his face. If the man saw him or Abdul. Surreptitiously he watched as the rider dismounted, leaving the others mounted while he strode toward the building where Abdul had gone to dine with Thappa. They were about to be caught. Hank dug around in the back of the wagon, trying not to appear too hasty in case someone was watching. He shoved a few of Frail's light popping sticks into his belt, grabbed a sack with 4 of the fist-sized bombs, meant to disable the guns and a barrel of pickles, and then headed toward the construction efforts, keeping his head bowed. His plan was to pretend he was taking the pickles up to the guards on the ramparts. Outside, the sun must have set, because the amount of skylight above dimmed to a grey, cloudy twilight as he fell in with a line of workers headed toward the stairs. As the night took hold inside the fortress, several of those shadow creatures, minions of the Demon King, suddenly slid out of patches of darkness. Hank let out an involuntary gasp, but he was definitely not the only one. However, most of the workers recovered quickly, and so he thought this must be a normal occurrence. The shadow creatures made no threatening moves, nor did they seem to have any special interest in him. They stood sentry, sliding along in dark places like puffs of smoke when they wished to move, then reforming. The shadow creatures, they should have assumed they might be here. Hank blew away a trickle of sweat that hit his top lip. This task had just gotten immeasurably more difficult. Lathi. When a crocodile came along to inspect him, and perhaps to take a little bite, Nimrod gave it a good poke near its eye, and the thing splashed in pain and disappeared back into the murky green. Crocodiles had been his primary concern when the idea occurred to him, and Dr. Frail had frankly forbidden the plan until Ram had procured the Lathi. "I believe this to be a horrible idea, Mr. O'Toole. I don't fancy the idea of losing you in the river," Frail had told him. "It is an insane notion, but if he can pull it off, we will launch our boat and be there in minutes to support him." Ram had argued in support of the idea, and in the end they decided it was worth the risk if Nimrod could indeed get close enough to disable the small cannon on the bridge. "This was not part of our original plan. I wish Mr. Bravo was here to veto it. I'm sure he would agree with me that it is too dangerous," Frail had told the pair of co-conspirators. Nimrod had known what he could do to distract Frail, however, and so he asked, "I'd like to take my rifle as well. Do you have a method for keeping it dry?" Frail knew what he was doing, but still the doctor was a slave to his curiosity. The man didn't like to see a problem proposed without trying to solve it. In the end, they'd fashioned a bamboo tube with caps, slipped the rifle and some flares in it, and tied it securely to Nimrod's back. All went well with Nimrod's idea until the very end of his swim. There were complications, of course. Not breathing took some getting used to. He'd panicked a bit when he first went under, but then had found he didn't need to breathe at all with Frail's special berry drink. The darkness of the water, with millions of bits of dirt and muck, had also been off-putting, but Nimrod would not let some little fishies frighten him away. What they hadn't known was that the guard set out nets across the Kripajal every night to catch fish for the defenders of the fortress. Nimrod only discovered this when he became ensnared in one, not understanding what had halted his progress until he was well and truly trapped. And it was then, when he was all knotted up in netting and not sure what he was going to do, that Frail's berry concoction failed. Chapter 40. The Night Watch Boys. "There's a mugger in the nets," the older boy said to his little brother, while they watched the beast thrash and churn the water white. They were night watchmen, though they carried no weapons. They slept on the beach, there to protect the fishing nets and to haul in the catch in the morning. The muggers were usually too smart to tangle themselves in the nets, but this one was obviously an exception. "I enjoy crocodile meat," said the younger brother, licking his lips. "Should we alert the Havildar? If we do, they'll take it from us. Can we hide it? It appears large to me." "Yes, we'll drag it up onto the island and butcher it, and when we've had our fill, we'll share it with the others in secret." The younger brother did not ask who the others were. There were 24 boys from villages around Bengaluru here working on the fortress, all tricked into believing they were coming north to make their fortunes. Once they'd arrived, they learned their employers were bandits and nothing they said was true. The bandits had reduced them to little more than slaves, toiling away at the fortress for long hours with no pay and with little food. Now, weeks later, they all despised this cruel northern land with its unfriendly people. The bandits were cruel, and they even ate sacred animals, and had little forbearance for those with different beliefs. If that had been all of it, the boys from Bengaluru would have gone home proclaiming they'd learned a valuable lesson. But that was not even the beginning of the terrible events of their lives in this place. Of course, all the indignities paled compared to the worst one of all. Thapa's men forced them to consort with demons. The creatures had yet to hurt any workers, but when one of the bandits was caught sleeping on duty, the Havildars and taskmasters turned out the whole assembly and, while everyone watched, the shadowy creatures had slapped him hundreds of times with their hands. At first these strikes seemed to have no effect, but the foolish bandit had groaned and cried out in pain, and when the Havildars cut him down from the pole, great strips of his skin fell apart where the long slaps struck him. It was as if the hands of the shadows were sharp filleting knives. He'd bled to death while crawling toward the crowd, crying for help. After that, the boys decided to sneak away as soon as they could without being killed by Thapa's bandits. But they'd had found no opportunities yet, so here they were. The younger brother asked, "Should we shoot it or cut the net?" "We cannot shoot the mugger if we wish to keep it a secret." They were 200 feet from the bridge, and it was a moonless, cloudy night. "Tell the sergeant the net is snagged and we're going to take out a boat to fix it, and bring back a lance so we can spear the creature." The younger boy trotted off, excited about the idea of fresh crocodile meat. They ate porridge every day, most times with no vegetables or spices, and definitely with no meat. The bandits did not spare meat for the workers, especially not for southern boys. Soon the boy was back, struggling with a sharp-bladed lance taller than he was. "Did you tell him?" his older brother asked. "He was sleeping, as were most of the guards. I didn't dare wake him, or he'd beat me." They put out in their small boat, which had a rope line tied to it to keep it from floating away. They paddled out to the net. The river lay still. "Is it dead?" "I cannot see. We should have brought a lantern." "There, you see its white belly. It has worn itself out with its tumult. Perhaps it is dead." "Stab it to be certain. Father always says never trust a crocodile." "I cannot see him," Frail whispered, lying in the boat near Ram, using a spyglass. "Nor I. And Hank's given us no signal from the fortress." "There are so many bandits. Do you think Hank can sabotage the guns?" the doctor asked. Ram shrugged. He had asked the bat to check the fortress, and the creature now flew circles over it, high in the sky. But the ramparts were so well lit that it would have been dangerous to get closer. "I don't see any movement on the bridge," Jane told them. "Are you saying you think we could sneak past?" Ram asked. "Perhaps if we clung to the left bank once we passed the bridge, they'd not even notice us." "We should have thought of that plan before we let Nimrod float to the bridge," Ram said. "How can you see it at all?" Frail asked. "It is pitch black except for the torches near the fortress." Inside the fortress, Hank could not reach the ramparts. He'd gotten halfway up when a bandit on a landing waved him away, and that's when there was a shout below him. He glanced down and saw the scarred strangler along with a dozen of his men. They pointed at him. Knowing they'd discovered him, Hank turned and punched the bandit next to him in the face, knocking the man off the platform where he crashed into some of the wooden crossbeams of the scaffolding below. A bandit fired a rifle, and the bullet struck a stone step near Hank. He cringed. He must disable the cannons. Even if he could only sabotage one of them, it would help improve the expedition's chances of floating by. Below him, the line of bandits climbed the steps with the scarred man in the lead. Hank hurled the barrel of pickles at the man. His aim was true. The scarred man dodged it, but the jar struck the man behind him and two others, tumbling them down the steps in a wash of pickles and vinegar. Then a shadow servant formed above Hank on the stairs, and a frightened worker fell backward toward him. Hank stopped the worker's fall and helped him to his feet. Then he saw it was not a man at all, but a boy no more than 10 years old. Below him another shadow poured like liquid down onto the stairs, and a tall, severe woman with a bony face and bald head formed. She resembled Anand, Ram's brother. "A night shadow," Hank whispered. The woman's red eyes glowed. He weighed his options. There was a line of porters near him. Many of them might be as young as this one near him. If he hurled the explosives, it would kill several innocents. Jumping down to the ground and hoping his body would take the impact was also an option, though it was a good 20 feet down to the hard-packed sand. Or he could fight right where he stood. He looked into the young boy's frightened eyes. Abdul called from down below. The scarred man's warriors encircled him. "Give up, Hank Bravo. Surrender." The night shadow smiled, but it was more a sneer than anything else. "Surrender and live, Hank," Abdul told him. Hank dropped his bag and put his hands in the air. The scarred man and several others marched up to take him prisoner. "You're sure he's dead?" "I stabbed him many times," the older brother stated, "but I saw no blood," the younger brother replied. "Perhaps he was already dead." They tied up the boat and wrestled with the net, pulling the body up onto the shore. "It is a fat one." "Wait, what is that?" "It is no crocodile." The first bent down to look at the pale thing they'd caught. He'd heard men say they'd pulled giant fish from some rivers, sometimes even sharks. But this creature had arms. He realized with a shock that it was a man just as one of Nimrod's large hands reached up to wrap around his throat. The younger boy asked, "What is the matter?" He stepped closer to see. Nimrod, still choking the older brother, swung the Lathai club upward, ramming it into the younger brother's gut. He collapsed. Nimrod rolled over, waiting to see if the commotion had alarmed anyone. Nothing moved on the bridge. He felt for the pulse of both boys. They were children, and he was relieved when he felt the faint beat of life through their skin. He used the net to bind them and gagged them with their own clothing, all the while expecting some attention from the bridge, though no one raised an alarm. He turned back to where the expedition boats waited, hoping they saw him. Then he rose and stalked along the island path toward the bridge. He retrieved his frail rifle from the bamboo tube, holding it in one hand and his lathi in the other. He also pulled 3 flares out of the bamboo tube and shoved them in his belt. Ram reached out to the bat one more time, and the winged creature again flew over the fortress. This time it sent back warnings. Bandits scrambled all over the interior of the fortress, appearing as ants from so far below. "Mr. Bravo's in trouble," Jane said. Ram had been about to say the same thing. He saw her eyes were glowing pale blue. She was caught up in a vision. "There is a night shadow in the fortress," she whispered, her lovely face contorting into a scowl. "And many of the servants of the Demon King. Mr. Bravo has surrendered, but they haven't killed him yet." Ram leaned over to pick up his frail rifle. "What are you doing?" Jane asked, her eyes returning to their normal shade. Ram strode toward the boats. "I'm going to help him." "How will you even get to the fortress? If you try to sneak in by land, it'll take hours to backtrack," Jane asked. Ram studied the well-lit perimeter. Jane was correct. He couldn't just go straight to the walls. "What choice do we have? I might be able to get close using those drainage ditches. Or you could float in using the same method as Nimrod," Frail offered. "I don't fancy that." "I'd rather just get as close as I can in the boat," Ram said. "Perhaps we can provide a distraction." Frail dug around in his crates, concealed in some thick bushes. "I might have a few ideas." Jane lifted her hand and a glowing golden ball formed. "I believe I can help as well." Chapter 41. Change of Heart. Bella awoke, standing in the portal room deep inside Ruksha's dark temple. Only one of the green glowing lanterns gave any illumination. Her hand hovered just over the Chaya Talwar. Tiny threads of black coiled off the sword and touched her skin. She yanked her hand back, not aware of how she came to be here. This close, the portal resembled smoky glass with 1,000 fissures, spreading out from where the sword blade plunged into it. On the other side, a circular shape moved, skittering closer. It leapt at the portal and struck it, causing Bella to flinch. "What are you doing in here?" an imperious voice asked. She turned and found Veronica, the master vampire. "What are you doing in here?" Bella echoed in retort. The woman hissed and her eyes blazed with red fury. Bella felt the woman's charm pull her, followed by a strangling yank forward. She walked toward the vampire involuntarily, leaning back and trying to arrest the forward motion, but with no luck. "You little tramp, you'll not bandy words with me," the woman said, her face locked in a rictus of anger, fangs extending. Bella attempted to reach for her sword. Her hands would not cooperate. Her body was not her own. "I'll turn you. That's the best thing for you and for Ruksha," the vampire said, the anger gone from her voice and replaced by a lilting, mocking tone. "Let me be." Bella slurred her words. She slid a foot backward, the heel grinding across the stone. Veronica flinched. "What is this? You have a backbone, do you, girl? That is excellent. You'll be a worthy pet." "I said let me be." Bella growled but took a step forward as the powerful vampire beckoned with a finger. The hell of it was that she wished to go. What could it hurt to please Veronica? There'd never been a kinder, more benevolent mistress, her brain told her. The blonde vampire threw up a hand when Bella was a step away, and the gesture arrested her forward momentum. Lacking control of her body, her head and arms whiplashed forward as if they'd been unaware of the stop. Veronica ran a finger across Bella's exposed neck. She was a few inches shorter than Bella, but as she circled around her, Bella felt like a child in the presence of an adult. "Porcelain white skin, hardly a blemish upon it," Veronica said. Her smile quivered. She licked her lips, and heat emanated off her in waves. Bella felt as if she stood near a large oven with the door thrown open. A bead of sweat broke out on Bella's forehead. Veronica drew a nail across Bella's neck and blood welled. She wiped it across her finger. "Such a pale neck, the color of cream," she whispered. Rage boiled inside of Bella, and she found she could control her arms. She cocked a fist back and punched the vampire. Veronica stumbled backwards, her poise and arrogance gone. Bella drew her sword and pointed it toward the vampire. "Get away from me!" The vampire lunged at Bella like the rush of a very small bull with the speed of a lightning strike, wove around her sword and shoved her. Bella slammed against the wall, the wind knocked from her lungs. She fell, gasping. "I came here to seduce him. You are aware of that, I'm sure, you slattern," Veronica told her. She was several feet away, but in less than a blink was bending and lifting Bella up, her cold, clawed hand round Bella's throat. "It should be he and I together. There is no one in the world who could stop us if we stood as one." She slammed Bella's head back against the wall. The world went away, then came back, as the woman shook her hard enough to rattle her bones. "Wake up. I haven't told you it is permissible to sleep." Bella spit blood, shaking her head to clear it. "He needs guidance, you understand. He still holds on to these archaic ways of his, believing that we should care about the chattel of the world." She petted Bella's hair with her other hand. "You are valuable, my sweet one, like livestock. You should be herded up and penned in and ready for our pleasure." Bella tried to spout some heroic threat, but mostly gurgled and choked. "What? Still defiant, eh? I'm not sure whether I should turn you or snap your pretty little neck. Which would you prefer?" Bella gripped the woman's hand, trying to pry it off her neck. The clammy flesh of her hand was like that of a dead fish. Despite this tepid, clammy feeling, however, the woman's hand gripped her tight as iron. "I think I'll turn you into a wight. It will amuse me to know that your brain is still in there, watching the world, yet unable to do anything but what I command." Bella fumbled for one of her pistols, yanked it free, and fired it into the vampire's face. The blast deafened her. The acrid smoke burned her eyes, mouth, and nose, but she was back on her feet, under her own control. Veronica lurched backward, holding her cheek, which sizzled. "Silver!" The vampire screamed in pain, bellowed in rage. She stumbled, hands held near her face. Bella reloaded, her practiced hands working deftly. She fired both pistols point blank into Veronica's chest, and the vampire tumbled back, slamming into the wall. Then a dozen wights streamed into the room, their black swords bared, their faces locked in a rictus of rage. Ruksha and a handful of his shadow servants poured from the ceiling. "What is happening here?" he demanded. "She attacked me, so I killed her," Bella said, then fell against Ruksha as the pain of the attack took hold. From the other side of the room, an angry voice called, "I'm not dead yet," and Veronica rose to her feet. The silver musket balls disgorged one by one from the wounds, followed by spurts of inky black. Bella recoiled in shock, 2 silver balls right into her chest, one in the face, silver. No vampire could survive such wounds. She picked up her sword and charged the vampire. Simultaneously, Veronica hissed and lunged. Ruksha stepped between them and Veronica halted, her claws only inches from his face. "You'll take this knit side over mine, over me." Veronica's veins came close to the surface of her skin, which, as she showed her rage, grew waxy and thin. "You both need to calm yourselves. We're allies," Ruksha said. Veronica roared and her wights and vampires stalked up on both sides of her. A few snarled. Bella saw Creed among them. Ruksha's shadows floated up alongside him, facing off with the vampiric creatures. "I want her blood," Veronica spat the words. The bullet hole in her cheek was drying to a blackened, ugly scar. "I want her blood," Bella mimicked the vampire. The blonde woman's eyes swiveled to Bella, filled with pure hatred. Bella did her trick of speed reloading, wishing she had the frail revolver. She'd put 5 or 6 silver bullets in that wench's eyeballs and see if that did the trick. Her hands were steady, but her legs held the nervous energy of a racehorse at the starting line. "Calm down," Ruksha's voice boomed like thunder. The wall shook, the air shimmered. On the wall, the lantern quaked, the light dying for a few seconds before emerging once again. "Veronica, Bella is here helping me just as you are. You'll not harm her." "Does she look harmed? I'm the one who's injured. Look at my beautiful face," she screamed. One of her vampires, a balding man, tried to dab at her face with a cloth, and she hissed at him, spittle flying from her mouth. "Please go and calm yourself, Veronica," Ruksha said, his voice icy. Veronica spun away and stalked out, crashing into her minions, who were not fast enough to get out of the way. Though she was slim, she knocked each minion over with all the force of a much larger woman. One of them was Creed Bravo, Bella noted. He picked himself off the floor gingerly and gave Bella a discreet salute as he followed the rest of the vampires out of the chamber. There might have been the ghost of a smile on his lips. What did that mean? Was he perhaps not loyal to Veronica? Ruksha stepped in front of her, his face set in a grim scowl. "What are you doing in here? And why crossblades with Veronica? She's very dangerous." "I'm aware, though I held my own. If there is one master vampire you don't want to get in a tussle with, it is her. She's not as tough as Samson or as powerful in magic as myself, but she's the most vicious of all of us. She might have your entire family killed or turned because of a small slight." This was more than a small slight. I hope she carries that scar on her face forever. Ruksha let out a long hissing breath while studying her. His lip quirked, though he stayed stern. "I guess you're fairly vicious yourself." "I am at that." He gestured around them at the dank chamber with its smoky black portal. "Why are you here? You shouldn't come to this place." "I never intended to. I was in my room preparing for dinner, then I was here." "What?" "It's true. When I woke, my hand was nearly upon the Chaya Talwar." She gestured at the sword hilt. Ruksha's eyes darted about and he bit a fingernail. "The influence of the thing is growing stronger in you. I'll see that the chamber is sealed and guarded." A wise idea. Magical portal to a realm where there are a million vicious spiders and a powerful magical sword. Probably should post a guard on it. "Are you mocking me, Bella?" "I believe I am." They walked out into the hall and back toward the portal that would take them home. "I've thought about my servants, about them changing. The only thing I can determine is that it is you who has changed them." "What would lead you to that conclusion?" "I believe you being here has diluted the influence of the taint. You're sharing some of the load of it." He slowed. He had a little furrow between his eyebrows as he thought. When he finally spoke, Bella could hear a note of concern in his tone. "The effects of the taint are why you woke up here tonight." Bella looked back at that dark room. What would have happened if I'd not awakened? Ruksha clasped his hands together and rubbed them as if warming them. His face hardened. "Bella, I want you to go." "To go?" She reeled. Did he mean it? Just like that, he would let her go. Not that she'd really been much of a prisoner the last week or two. She could have snuck away many times. "Why do you want me to go?" "I don't want you here any longer. I will have one of my servants take you back to your comrades." His words stung her, she realized. "Why?" "I don't need you here now. With what happened with Veronica, I think you'll just be in the way." "I'm trying to understand your sudden change of heart. Tell me why I'm now a burden." "Now? You've been a burden since the very start. You're always underfoot, and now you're causing trouble with Veronica. I don't need the extra work. I thought I was important because of my blood. We will find another. It is a common condition. I lied about its rarity." Heat rose in her cheeks. She wanted to strike him. Then she noted he would not look at her. It occurred to her. He was lying right now. "Tell me the truth. Why do you want me to go away?" Tension ran out of his shoulders, and he told her, "I won't see what has happened to me happen to you. Look around at these gloomy walls. I fear the taint is corrupting you. It destroys everything it touches, and I don't want you to become as I am. You've spent centuries battling this evil, and you know what is at stake. You'd risk the world being overrun by the Spider Queen and her evil to prevent me from being hurt." He wouldn't look at her, but his eyes looked haunted. She took a deep breath, unsure about what to do. She thought she knew. Chapter 42. Bridge Assault. They took Hank to the old building. As he'd surmised, it was a prison, the bottom level a single hallway with cells on both sides. They tossed him roughly into one of these. The night shadow floated back and forth on the other side of the cell. Several of her servants stood behind her, featureless and unmoving, yet ominous nonetheless. Hank still recalled their viciously sharp hands, able to cut him with surgical precision. "You are the Rakshasa?" The night shadow's voice was coated with whispers that Hank couldn't quite make out. "Rakshasa?" he responded with his own question. You can shift your form, turn from man to beast. Yes. Impressive. You killed my brother. He hadn't actually done the killing. That had been Jane, but he didn't bother to correct her. Instead he said, "Sorry about that. I rejoice in his death as I shall in yours. You must be a proficient fighter. What made you surrender, rather than dying a fighter's death?" Hank thought of the child up on the steps, who would certainly have died if Hank had fought. He didn't think this woman would appreciate that sort of sentiment. "I was at a disadvantage," he said. She thought about that, then nodded. "Yes, but you're at a greater one now. As soon as you tell me what I want to know, I'm going to kill you." The beast was there suddenly, and Hank heard it in his voice. "I'm not going to tell you anything. It won't matter. We know they are here. Some of them must be on the river. I've already sent reinforcements to the bridge. We'll put out 2 more boats full of raiders, and some of my own servants will be with them." She pointed to the side with a spindly long talon. "And if you've somehow brought an army here, we are prepared for that as well, with 700 bandits watching the land surrounding these walls." "Then why am I still alive? Merlin's heir, where is she?" Hank laughed. "Merlin's heir? I have no notion of what you're talking about." The woman smiled. Hank had seen some cold, heartless people in his time, but this smile chilled him. Her eyes glowed a deep shade of crimson. She gestured and her servants launched forward, pushing through the bars in a cloud of mist, then reformed all around Hank. He let loose the beast, but it wasn't there. A chill took his bones. Where had it gone? Somehow he knew it was the woman. He looked into her eyes and she smiled. "I don't believe I'll allow you to change into your wolf form. Go ahead and hurt him, but don't kill him yet." The shadow creatures balled their hands into blunt fists and lashed out, beating Hank. A man on the bridge cried out groggily, then gurgled, and a wet, heavy mess hit the edge of the water near him. A quick glance showed him a bandit, cut from ear to ear, and with a large black swath of liquid across his chest. Another man on the bridge shouted, and there were kicks and arguing. If Nimrod had to guess, he would say the sentries had been caught sleeping, which was too bad. He might have had an easy time of it if those shadow things hadn't shown up. Though he'd not fought them himself, he was well aware of their proficiency. Hank Bravo had told him all about them. They were insubstantial when struck, but they injured easily with swipes of their hands, which were as sharp as claws. Hank had also told him they were so thin when they turned sideways that they disappeared. Back where he'd left the 2 boys tied up, there came a shout. One of them had apparently wriggled free. One of the shadow creatures floated down the steps near him, heading toward those kids. Now, what was he to do? They'd all thrown on dark cloaks with the hoods up, the better to hide themselves in the night, the better to hunt shadows. Sometimes they pulled themselves hand over hand by branches or weeds, while other times they pushed clear and floated free, the man on the left side of the boat using the oars to keep them out of the deep current. The night smelled of cook fires, the river, and castor oil burning in pans on iron tripod braziers round the fortress. Voices carried across the water to them, barked commands of the officers and havildars, Indian sergeants. Jane's heart tapped in her chest like a trapped hummingbird. Would her magic work tonight? Ahead of them, the fortress had come alive. On the ramparts, she counted 40 men just on the near side, and the guards outside it had doubled, with squads of bandits searching along the shoreline. "There, we go ashore there," Ram whispered, pointing to a stand of cattails and reeds. It was thick foliage, and she hoped there was some stable ground where they could climb out. Much of the riverbank on this side hung out over the river itself, cut away by the current. One of the sepoys grabbed the reeds and pulled their boat over the top of cattails with a swish of dragging wood. He hopped out and Ram followed, keeping low. The others piled out, all crouching and gazing off toward the lighted ground nearby. Jane was the last one to exit the craft. She had a dark coat thrown over her shirt and was glad of it, as the breeze off the river held a chill. They surveyed the bushy terrain in front of them for a solid minute. Jane had no experience of these sorts of military missions, and she wanted to tell Ram to get one with it, but kept her peace. He and the others were watching the patterns of the soldiers, she supposed, and looking for some advantage. Then, near the edge of the brush, a shadow sprang up out of the low bushes. Then another and another. They'd been waiting. "Ambush!" Ram growled as the shadows leapt at them. "Now you will tell me, where is Merlin's heir?" Hank spit out a gob of gooey blood. "I'm not sure." The woman gestured and the servant let go of Hank. He collapsed on the stone floor, cracking his shoulder. The night shadow stepped through the cell door and bent near Hank. She held a sprig of purple flower. "Do you know what this is?" He tried to see it through watery eyes. 4 flowers shivered and bounced around. He focused hard, and the extra images disappeared. It was a spiky stemmed plant with hooded flowers of deep blue and purple. The night shadow told him, "Wolfsbane, it's called. Very dangerous to your kind, I hear." "I've heard the same. Might just be an old wives' tale," he said. "A wife's tale?" He wasn't sure he wanted to spend his final moments educating a vampiric creature on common sayings in the Western world, but he explained, "A common story that is often not true." She nodded, then yanked him up into the air as easily as a person might lift a feather and pressed the wolfsbane to the skin of his arm. Hank howled in pain. Nimrod readied the rifle in one hand and the lathi in the other. Despite his predicament, he smiled. No more words, no more waiting. All the days of travel to get here were over now. It was time to do the only thing he'd ever been good at. If he fell tonight, he'd die happy. He spared a moment for Lizzie. Would she know how he'd died? Would she know that he'd loved her? That in the end, he'd done this all for her? Well, he'd left a note with Primcourt, though he'd had Dr. Frail help him write it, resulting in a somewhat sterilized version of what he'd originally wished to say. He hoped when she read it that she would know how he felt. Readying himself in a crouch, he was about to spring out when something struck the river near the bridge, and a spout of white shot 10 feet out of the water. There were shouts from the guards. What was that? Moments later, an explosion of red fire blossomed on the bridge. Nimrod looked up along the river. He heard a whomp sound some distance away and whispered, "Frail," just as one of the doctor's viciously bright flares smashed into the top of the bridge. Nimrod didn't wait. He raced up the steps to the bridge. Jane couldn't use magic the way she had when she killed Anand. The magic was a small cup inside her now. There was no large reservoir she could pull from, no access to the energy of Prithvi, the living earth. Something fell from the sky, striking the brush 30 paces away, and one of Frail's flares popped so brightly it made them all squint, with spots dancing across their vision. It wasn't close enough to unveil the true nature of the shadows, however, and they kept attacking. Then she heard a whistling sound coming directly at them. "Cover your eyes," Jane yelled, and one of Dr. Frail's exploding lights struck right in their center. "Kill them," she called, as the powerful flare revealed the shadows' true nature, their sickly grey bodies emaciated and withered. She fired her pistol into the chest of one, and it screeched like a train's steam whistle, then fell and died. Ram and his men needed no more encouragement. They set about them with their blades, and the shadows died. "Ah, that's smarts," Dr. Frawley called out, as searing pain shot up his nerves, letting his central system know he was injured. But there wasn't time to care for himself. He lifted his glass to his eye and looked at where the last round had struck the brush near the beach. He saw Ram and the others fighting the shadow creatures. He had just put one dangerously close. "Just one click left windage," he told Yuvan. The old man did so. "Fire again." They both covered their ears, but the whomp of the tube shooting still made his ears ring. Yuvan grabbed a cloth and dipped it in the river, then wrapped it around Dr. Frail's hand. He also spooned some water over the tubes with a cup, just a trickle, as Frail had instructed, and it steamed. Frail hoped the tubes would hold. It was his first time creating a mortar. Next, he pointed the glass toward the bridge. Nimrod was upon it now, swinging that giant iron club Ram had provided for him. The flare up there was dying. "Another flare in tube 2, he said. He didn't dare move the left mortar. It had been such a lucky shot to hit the top of the thin bridge. Hopefully, the mortar would fire true again. "Fire 3 of them, just in case, Mr. Yuvan." "Aye, Sahib," Yuvan told him. Chapter 43. Battle Inside the Fortress. Nimrod smashed the ugly, distorted grey shadow creature again. It fell to a knee, but the flare was dying and there were others closing in, full shadows hidden from the bright light. One of the bandits fired a musket and the ball smacked into Nimrod's face, knocking him to his back. Another leapt upon him, slashing down with a saber. Something struck that man on the top of the head, and a blast of fire erupted from him like a volcano. Nimrod leapt to his feet and clobbered the man. He should not have struck the man's head, however, because the fiery material from his head splashed onto Nimrod and flames, rolled across his skin as if he were made of paper. Hank could not move without severe pain. The night shadow had applied wolfsbane to his body in several places, and where it touched it burned, the muscles around it unresponsive, and the pain like receiving 1,000 shallow cuts across his skin. He tried to lift himself off the ground, bracing himself up with his arms. "I guess they are here," he told her. She growled at him and waved her arm, and a swirling black ball of energy formed above his head. "I'll be back to finish you, fool," she said. She beckoned to the scarred man and 2 of her servants. "Watch him." Then she strode through the wall. Hank groaned in pain, then shook himself. He informed the scarred man, "You are one ugly fellow." The man snarled. Hank tried to push up to his knees, but a sizzling lance of black lightning shot down from the floating ball and rocked him with more pain. But even if they managed that, behind the shadowy opponents 100 bandits came charging across the sand toward them. An explosion of sand struck right in the middle of the charging bandits, hurling several of them to the ground. The bandits hesitated, some turning to run. That had been no flare, but something larger. Frail was in top form with his artillery. A shadow creature charged at Jane, and she unleashed one of her thin slices of ice that cut right through it, and it fell in a shriveled mess. Another explosion rocked the beach in the middle of the bandits. "Mr. Yuvan, be careful of tube number 1. Move to the other side of it, please. I'm afraid it might harm you if you sit there." The old man licked his lips and shifted around. Their mortars were set up in a small clearing with flat ground. "How is Mr. Nimrod, Sahib?" Yuvan asked. Frail swung the glass to the bridge and noted his friend was lit up like a pyre. "Oh, no." "Ah, that was less of a flash of light than you promised," Abdul said, grimacing. The 2 creatures streamed toward him. "Leave him be," Hank called. He'd assumed Abdul had betrayed him, and that the criminal was probably halfway to Delhi by now with a bag full of gold. But now he could see that his face was bruised. The biggest thing in his favor, of course, was that he was here attempting to break Hank out of his cell. One of the creatures passed through the bars, stretching its sharp claws toward him. "No," Hank bellowed. He fought to his feet, but 2 blasts of lightning from the black ball struck him. He bit down on his tongue and felt blood in his mouth. The flare that had fizzled suddenly exploded with a brilliant flash of light. When the light died down for Hank to see through the spots across his vision, he saw that the black magical ball had vanished, and the 2 shadow creatures were exposed, their grey-skinned real bodies the shade of the dead. And one of them was stuck halfway through the bars, though his long arm had already jabbed into Abdul's chest. Eye Thief stumbled back to the wall and sank down, blood pouring from his wound. The beast came to Hank suddenly, and he let it run, the way a rider might let a spirited horse run. Hank unleashed his claws while transforming, tearing apart the shadow creature in the cell with him. He then staggered to a knee as the change rearranged his body. His skin and limbs stretched and popped. They twisted. Fur grew from his paws, his mouth extended into a long muzzle. He called out in savage pain, his body arching. The burns where the wolfsbane had touched him tore, those places not changing. There was a place on his arm, one on his chest, his leg, and his cheek that bled and ached. The beast whimpered and wanted to hide and lick its wounds. But Hank was in charge this time. He killed the shadow servant stuck in the bars, then threw his body against the door, rocking it in its frame. He growled and tried again. "The key," Abdul said. He was pale as a ghost as he stood up and unlocked the door. Blood soaked his tunic. Then he fell back, sighing. "That is painful, Hank Bravo. I told you I was no soldier." Hank bent to the man and tried to speak, but his blood was pulsing, and he knew the words were almost unrecognizable. Thank you. Abdul frowned. Go and disable those guns. We didn't just come here to sell food, you know? Hank turned to go, then stopped. The girl we hold to ensure your good behavior. Your daughter. No, just a young woman who has a bit of family resemblance to mine. Still, I would not have deserted her. Hank saluted the man, then raced out the door, howling. Shh, Havildars. Jane's rage was intense, but it mattered little. There just wasn't enough magic to do more than kill a few of them at a time. Raja, what should we do? A sepoy asked. We fight, Ram said. He dropped his sword and held his hands out in front of him. Ram looked up at her, his eyes still the dark bits of coal that had such an effect on her. She smiled and he snarled as he turned his head back toward their enemies. The sepoys did not react quite as well. They backed away. They certainly were not the only ones. Many of the bandits turned and once again ran. One of the Havildars, a brave sepoy veteran according to the insignia on his coat, bellowed and charged forward. Many of the others found courage at this display, and he soon had a dozen men with him. Then the bat swooped out of the sky and snatched the brave man, letting out a wild screech before disappearing back into the dark sky, with the Havildar dangling from its claws, screaming in terror. The bandits saw this and their bravery vanished. They wavered, not sure what they should do. Meanwhile, Jane told the frightened sepoys, "Hold your ground, it is your Raja. He's been blessed by Shiva." She didn't know if it was the truth, but her words at least halted the soldiers, and they looked from her to their prince. Finally, they stopped and came abreast of her, hesitantly watching the tiger. Ram let out a loud growl and charged the bandits, and that settled it for most of them. They had seen this man become a tiger. Only a demon could do such a thing. They ran, intending not to stop until they'd covered miles. The tiger pounced on one, slashed another, bounded into a group of them, tearing and striking with its powerful claws. A wash of odors came over Hank. Fear is a single word, but it contains 1,000 smells. Hank basked in them as he surveyed the scene. He singled out a few of them. Most of the workers possessed the fear scent of confusion, at least until they saw Hank. Then the screams began and panic set in, the fear scent of the rabbit bolting for its den. But there was nowhere for these men to hide. Hank leapt on the back of one and carried him down as the others raced away. The wolf reveled in the terror and howled. There were a few hardy souls who did not flee. A half-dozen dark-clad stranglers who had arrived with the scarred man emerged from the panicked crowds, surging toward Hank with their curved swords drawn. These men were no scared bandits who only attacked when they had the advantage, nor were they untrained workers. They were trained swordsmen and killers. A detached part of Hank watched as they set themselves in various battle stances. Their blades gleamed with an oily coating. A pair behind him attacked first. He felt the tremors of their feet striking the hardpan as they charged, and heard the creak of leather belts, the sinuous hiss of sharpened blades slicing through the air. The wolf whirled and launched headlong at the pair, claws outstretched, and Hank growled as he scented the fear of death in the pair. His claws rent cloth and flesh, catching on bone before grating across it. Both men fell with nasty gashes, their lifeblood turning to mud as it spilled. But the others were not idle. 3 more launched at him. He rounded on them, and the battle truly commenced. It was a melee as the swordsmen attacked from all sides at once, and the combatants gave each other no quarter. He hadn't felt pain in many years, and he'd never felt this overwhelming burning all across his body. Truthfully, he hadn't even known he could still feel pain, but that had been an ignorant assumption, he realized. But the witch man wanted more. "You're gonna steal and kill for me, boy, when you're old enough," the witch man had said. He was black as tar, this witch man, and his eyes the brown of honey. Those eyes could put a person to sleep, and he'd done that to Nimrod, stealing him away from home. They done more than that too, the coven of witches. They did more than that to his ma and pa, and to little Nell. Once that witch man done his spells over Nimrod, they'd let him go. The evil man promising he'd find Nimrod when it was time for him to be useful. And so, no longer a normal boy, but not sure where else to go. He'd gone home and found his family dead. The farm burned. One of Frail's flares exploded, breaking them apart. and the creature threw up her hands to shield herself from the white-hot light of the device. Nimrod struck her with the lathi, but he might as easily have struck a brick wall. She lashed out and caught him across his face. She pummeled him, smashing and slicing him, burning and knocked senseless. He tumbled off the side of the bridge and sank into the depths of the river. Then the night shadow heard the whomp of a mortar tube. She whirled and saw a flash upriver and followed the shadows toward Dr. Frail and Yuvan. Chapter 44. The Shadow Hunters. Ram loped across the sands, killing bandits. When a shadow creature attacked him, he tore at it with his claws, and streaks of golden-orange light followed each talon. The shadow screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Then it whined, hissed like a tea kettle, and melted into a black slop that boiled in the air. Jane watched, astounded. It reminded her of when Ram had killed shadows with his sword, the tiger claw. There had been a similar cadence to the death. Close to the walls now, she passed the berm of raised sand with its iron brazier torches, and they winked out one by one from the cold she left in her wake. A bandit sniper, hiding in some bushes near the walls, rose to shoot her. She fumbled with the words of the spells in her brain, but fired off a snowball that threw his aim, and the ball passed wide of her. The tiger heard the shot and charged back, the bandit whimpering and fumbling with a fresh cartridge, and the great cat pinned the man against the fortress wall and tore his throat. The havildars put some spine in the bandits, and they grew braver. Packs of them, in pairs and trios, turned back intending to engage Jane and Ram and the few sepoys. If the cowardly killers regained their nerve, there was no chance the pitifully small expedition could prevail. And worse yet, Frail must have run out of his mortar rounds, as he'd not fired any in a few minutes. She glanced back that way but could see little through the brush. He was their only advantage. If his mortar was damaged, she hoped that he would bring the boat up to support them with more of his gadgets. Then a night shadow, very much like Anand but a woman, pushed up from the darkness in a ditch, and 5 of her shadow wraiths joined her. These were her personal guard, and did not resemble the shadows they had already encountered. These wraiths never turned fully corporeal, and never developed legs. They trailed a misty smoke, floating along the ground with hands raised and long claws bared. They had slashes for eyes and gaping, jagged mouths. The spectres pushed in front of the night shadow, and she called, "Surrender now, heir of Merlin, and you'll live. Fight on, and I'll kill you all." She lifted her hands, long spiny fingers outstretched, and 3 magic channels formed, black as pitch, hovering over her hand. Black lightning arced between the channels, crackling and hissing. Hank staggered and leaned against the steps, which would take him to the ramparts and the cannon. He bled from a score of sword wounds. He'd felt weak as the wolf before, but now his limbs became heavy, as if lead weights were tied to them, and his wounds bubbled and bled a sickly yellow pus. He heard Thapa bellow, screaming at his men. The bandit leader stalked across the ramparts, sword at the ready. His cannoneers worked at the cannon, trying to depress it enough to fire on the beach, where Hank assumed his friends fought. Hank fought his way up the crumbling stairs to the ramparts. A dozen musket-wielding bandits waited for him to get close enough and fired. The great blast of smoke from their shots and the grey lead struck him at the same time, tumbling him to the ground. His shoulder snapped on impact, and he lost several teeth, including the fang on the right side of his mouth. He spat them out, lying about the ground until the world stopped spinning. A wave of lightheadedness swept over Hank, and his attempts to rise failed. His head boiled with clammy heat. A trio of bandits with bayonets on their swords cheered at the sagging werewolf and charged down the steps, ready to run him through. He howled, releasing all the rage and pain inside, but instead of a burst of adrenal power, the beast abandoned him. His claws shrank and vanished. His limbs and torso became that of a normal man. The bristling fur receded. His muzzle reverted to his mouth. The loss in stamina, as he reverted to a man, staggered him. Just at this moment, the 3 men with the bayonets reached the ground and charged him. Nimrod had lost his lathi when that great brutish shadow had knocked him around, so he picked up a bandit musket on the way. But then he hesitated before standing back up. He had never been scared of a fight before. He'd known he was invincible when he was 14, and a man in a tavern who'd been beating a girl had taken exception to him stepping in the way and shot him in the gut. But the ball had done nothing, not even breaking the skin. He'd known then that the witchman had somehow made him invulnerable, and that had remained true. He'd been shot dozens of times, stabbed, hanged for an hour by his neck. Piles of ruffians had beaten him, but he'd never suffered even a scratch. He held up his fist and saw a bloody gash across his skin. His side leaked black liquid down his trousers, and a puddle of it collected on the top of his foot. He was dying. Standing to his full stature, he winced. No one had seen him yet. He could slip off, maybe find a doctor. If he made it back to Frail, he knew the doctor would patch him up. He could make it back to Lizzie. But there was Jane shouting at that shadow lady who'd beaten him up, and she with some wicked-looking creatures. Jane was naught but a waif, but she would never run. And neither would Nimrod O'Toole. If all they carried back to Lizzie was word of him, he wanted them to tell her that he'd died a brave, moral man. He had lived the last weeks of his life in an honorable way. Nimrod turned to Jane. "What's with the tiger, Missy?" "It's Ram." For his part, the tiger gave a barking huff. Nimrod nodded with his mouth forming an O. "Really? A tiger, eh?" "I appreciate you coming to help," Jane said with a polite smile, as if he'd come to help her weed the garden. "I'm ordering you to depart and you'll live," the night shadow spat, growing in rage that they were ignoring her. "How much magic you got?" Nimrod asked Jane. "Not enough. She looks powerful." "Hank?" "Haven't seen him," Jane replied. "Ah, sounds as if we're caught between a rock and a hard place once again," the big man said with a scowl, and Jane couldn't help grinning until she got a good look at Nimrod. His head was bleeding, as well as his side, and his left arm looked mangled. Her grin faded. He'd seemed invincible to her, and seeing him now in such an awful state did little to help her mood. The night shadow called, her tone grim. "Your opportunity to escape has ended. You'll all die now." The first man was an ex-soldier. Hank could tell by the way the man thrust the bayonet forward with a step of his foot. Reflex more than skill brought the pickaxe up to knock the bayonet off course. He reversed it and shoved the metal head into the man's face. The other two were less proficient, and he killed one by heaving the pickaxe, burying it in his chest. The other fled out of the fortress. Hank stumbled and vomited again, and then Ram's great black bat was lifting him under the arms, the huge wings beating at the air and climbing until they reached the top of the wall. In the moment before he fell, he saw a tangle of bodies on the sandy beach. He also noted Jane and a tiger, along with Nimrod, fighting several shadow creatures and the woman Night Shadow who'd hurt him in the cell. And up the river an enormous bonfire roared, though Hank did not know what that meant. The bat dropped Hank down onto the ramparts, where he crashed into a trio of bandit gunners, trying to maneuver their gun around to point at the beach. If there is such a thing as a third wind, one came upon Hank. His comrades needed him. Weakness was not something he could give into. He snatched a sword from the gunner's belt and laid about him with it, then turned to find Thapa when they'd all fallen. The wolf was still distant, but his blood sang as he raced across the rampart, killing men with a metal blade. And when that broke over a bandit's head, he left it and picked up one in each hand so he'd have a spare. A fusillade of musket balls peppered the wall, and some crates where Hank stood. A dozen bandits still stood on the parapets, and they all fired at Hank, then began to reload. The bat deserted Hank, swooping off the side, off to help Ram. He was sure he understood that. Suddenly a roar came from the stairs below, and Sir Radu Tanase, sworn knight of Transylvania and oath protector of Hank Bravo, charged up the steps. "Murderers of the innocent, your time has come," the knight yelled, bowling into the group of bandits. He held his trusty broadsword raised high overhead and wore his ringmail. He howled like a spectre and turned to butcher's work. Hank had never seen the knight in a rage, but he was in one now. It was a terribly wonderful thing to behold. Thapa, caught between Hank and the frenzied zombie, chose Hank. He charged with his sword at the ready. Hank pointed his stolen swords at the bandit. They were off-kilter slightly and poor metal. Still, he made his point when he snarled and said, "Thapa, "You're a dead man." Their engagement was brief. It had been said that Thapa was a great swordsman at one time, and perhaps he had been. Maybe it was lack of practice, or perhaps guilt for what his men had done, but whatever the reason, he put up little fight. Hank turned aside Thapa's sword with one blade, then chopped deep into the bandit scum's neck with the other. Thapa's death was a difficult one, as the poor blade did not cut his jugular, but instead crushed his windpipe. The leader collapsed, clawing at his throat and turning blue, suffocating. Chapter 45. The Last Thing Jane Saw. Jane learned a good deal about magic in the few minutes she battled the woman Night Shadow, though she was not sure she'd live long enough to use her newfound knowledge. The woman worked spells in sequences, the way a seamstress might create intricate patterns by weaving threads together. Jane watched in awe and terror as the 3 channels the woman held open fired streams of pure energy that threaded together with the others, ending in a powerful effect. The foul creature called black lightning that sizzled and blasted the sand, throwing Nimrod into a ditch, his skin smoking. She pummeled him with blasts of air, like fists striking, and he whipped and jerked around as the blow struck him. He tried to hit back at the air, but merely looked the fool, making the cruel enchantress laugh. She tossed angry balls of black flame at Jane, driving the woman to the ground with one that zipped past right where her head had been only a moment before. She also aided her spectre shadows. When one lagged, she would fire off a ray of molten orange that sank right into the crumpling creature, reinvigorating it. She could also throw up shields to protect her spectres, black discs that hovered in the air. One deflected Ram away from the misty servant he was mauling. The tiger scraped and jumped at the shield, but his sharp nails couldn't find purchase on the glassy surface. She fired rolling combinations of attacks that exploded like bombs and sent balls of fire screaming at the expedition's warriors. But Jane and her comrades were not idle. The bat dove into the misty wraiths, its claws enough to harm them, but their claws also leaving bloody marks on the flying creature. Ram was coated in blood, some under his muzzle, spilled from the bandits he'd attacked, but also from wounds along his haunches. The good news was that his claws could hurt these shadow creatures, though they didn't instantly die as the regular shadow servants had. Soon, however, as a few straggler bandits came to rejoin the enemy, the expedition members found themselves standing back to back, surrounded. The Night Shadow raised her hands high above her head and howled like a beast, and black lightning from all 3 channels coalesced around her. It gathered in the air, crackling and combining. "It is time for you to die now, fools," the evil woman said. Then the sand around her exploded, a great burst of it rising into the air. Jane registered the sound of the cannon a moment later and turned to see Hank and Radu on top of the ramparts near a cannon that they'd somehow managed to turn to point down to the beach. Apparently, their effort was a one-shot deal because the cannon fell to the sand and landed with a sonorous clang like a church bell. Jane grinned and waved at her friends, then turned back to see many bandits wounded or dead. The Night Shadow was still on her feet, but her channels and the great ball of energy gone. Her grim face set in a hard line. She stalked toward the last few expedition members, snarling like an animal. Her shadowy spectres fell in line behind her, sharp claws bared. Only then did Jane remember the ring. She reached up to touch the necklace. It grew cold as she thought about the ring, and that curl of energy, like a fire being stoked up, filled her gut. It was an odd mix of temperature extremes. She sweated and shivered at the same moment. Unconcerned with the how or why, she used it to hurl a beam of ice at the Night Shadow. The woman lifted a disdainful hand and formed a shield. The ice beam struck it, and both winked out. A slap of pain coursed across Jane's skin. She reeled, crying out. What had just happened? The woman had broken her power beam of cold, but also hurt her in the process. Blood trickled from Jane's lip. Then Hank fell upon the Night Shadow from the sky. It was just Hank, not the werewolf. He slashed her with 2 swords that had little effect, but stunned her enough that she stopped and turned to regard him. Seeing him, she laughed. "What's wrong? Can't change into a werewolf? Pitiful." Ram, meanwhile, was engaged with a pair of the Night Shadow's spectres and hard-pressed. Nimrod also fought one and sported new cuts, his blood soaking into the sand under his feet. Given a slight reprieve by Mr. Bravo's arrival, Jane wasted no time. She had enough power for another beam of energy, though she didn't know if her little reservoir of power could be refilled after that. The ring emanated energy, but she realized there was no direct correlation between what it put off and what she could take advantage of. It was almost as if the energy existed in a form she could not recognize, like it was foreign or inefficient. Whatever the reason, she gathered enough magic for a single concentrated beam of her ice power, and she gathered it until Sir Radu fell from the sky. This time Jane had enough awareness to see that the giant bat dropped Sir Radu into the melee after carrying him down from the ramparts of the fortress. He smashed headlong into the Night Shadow, and she growled with anger, tumbling back a step or two. "Where do you all come from? Get away from me, feeble fools!" In that moment, Jane fired her beam of energy at the Night Shadow, feeling a pulse of triumph as it shot across the open ground. Her feeling of elation died an instant later, however, as one of the Night Shadow's spectres stepped in the beam's path, and the slice of magical energy killed it. Her beam winked out, and with it, her energy. There was nothing more to give for now, the little trickle of it pouring back into her reservoir like a dripping fountain. It would take forever to refill her well. She was an empty husk. Her shoulders sagged and her chin fell to her chest. The Night Shadow laughed and waved her hand, and a fresh platoon of bandits, smartly dressed and led by an experienced havildar, marched out from behind the fortress to stand alongside her. Her surviving spectres floated up to join her, and another line of hidden bandits trotted out to stand behind the berm, leveling muskets at Jane and the others, while a few of them loaded a small cannon set on the man-made hill. Mr. Bravo, Sir Radu, Mr. O'Toole, and Ram the Tiger pushed back to stand near Jane. All the sepoys were down. "Anyone have any ideas?" Mr. Bravo asked. Though the situation seemed impossible, the proximity of her comrades buoyed Jane up. They wouldn't give up. "Surrender?" Nimrod asked, a grim smile giving away that he was jesting. "I'll ask them, but I doubt they will comply," Mr. Bravo quipped in reply, and the expedition members had a brief laugh. "Something is amusing," the Night Shadow asked. "We wonder if you would be so kind as to surrender," Mr. Bravo said. The Night Shadow's face darkened. "I have something funny as well. Would you like to see?" A feeling of trepidation came over Jane. The others must have had a similar apprehension, because none responded. The Night Shadow grinned, though on her bony, long-faced skull the gesture was hardly friendly. She tossed something to the ground near Jane. It was a hand, the severed end jagged and bloody. Whose hand is that?" Mr. Bravo asked. "Your doctor's. I took other parts of him as well. Would you like to see them?" "No, that cannot be," Nimrod bellowed. Jane felt a similar disbelief. The shock of the news was like plunging into cold water. Nimrod reacted first, and in a fury raced toward the Night Shadow. The platoon of bandits fired their muskets, and Jane felt balls whipping by her. Something hit her side, like someone had punched her. When the smoke cleared, Nimrod was on his knees, bleeding from several shots. "If it is time to die, I will die fighting," Radu said. "As will I," Mr. Bravo said, clapping his friend on the shoulder. Jane put a hand to her side and came away with blood. They had shot her. They were all going to die. She was sure of it now. There was nothing that could be done. The Night Shadow raised a hand and said, "Fire," and the bandits on the hill shot more musket balls. Something caught Jane's leg and she was twisted round and thrown to the ground. The pain was like being burned and struck with a hammer inside one's body. Nearby, Ram pulled himself toward Jane, his back legs dragging. Blood rolled down his side. Sir Radu and Mr. Bravo lay near her, unmoving. She pushed up to her hands and knees. Hot tears dripped down her nose. She collapsed again, and as she did so, the crucifix and ring clinked against her skin. "The ring," she whispered. She reached inside her shirt and tore off the necklace. The Night Shadow stepped up to her. This close she was a hideous sight, her skin the color of a rotting corpse, a network of veins pushed close to the surface. Her eyes were black and ringed with a ghastly yellow-green. "Now it is time for us to go, Merlin's heir, but don't worry. I'll have my minions see to your friends," she said, and Jane knew that she was going to kill them. Jane put the ring on her finger. The world spun on its axis, lurching as if knocked from its orbit. Waves of dizziness rolled across her. The ring wiggled, alive. It bit down on her skin, and fiery pain shot down her finger and across her hand. Voices whispered in the surrounding air. Cold wind wrapped around her. In her head, there was a surge of blood, filling up her veins, and a blast of molten energy poured through her. Jane rose to her feet, floating. Magic was all around her, though she was also ill, and knew she'd unleashed something upon herself that would likely have a cost. The night shadow flinched in surprise at her sudden recovery. Then it growled. "You just won't quit until I've killed you, will you? Suit yourself," the woman said, then struck out with her oversized claw at Jane. Opening up 3 channels, Jane blocked the swing, barely. The exertions of the night and her wounds had weakened her, and using magic was like sprinting. She staggered back, wheezing. Ram dragged himself over and raked his claws down the night shadow's side, and then all her comrades were on the creature, swinging and slicing and attacking. The creature gave as good as she got. Jane packed all the power she could pull out of the ring, squeezing it like wet sand in her palm. Then, to avoid harming her friends, she stepped up close and touched the night shadow, releasing it all at once. The blast knocked them all senseless in a brilliant explosion of white. The last thing Jane saw was the night shadow screaming in pain as the light pierced her in 1,000 places, tearing her body to pieces. Epilogue. Jane woke. She cried out at the pain of her gunshot wounds. Her wounds were bandaged, however, though she didn't know who'd done it. The world beyond a few feet was sparkling, out of focus, and whitewashed. "You're awake, Miss Avon?" Sir Radu asked, coming into focus a few feet from her. He smiled, his glowing white-blue eyes childlike and serene. She attempted to speak, but her throat was dry and scratchy. The world spun for a time, and she settled back down to rest. "She's in shock," a voice said. "Likely true," another responded. She slept. Then she felt his body at her side. He was no longer the tiger, but he was sleeping, several bandages wrapped around his torso. A wash of exhaustion swept over her, the way the current might overwhelm someone wading in shallow water who steps out a bit too far. She focused on successfully breathing. It seemed an important accomplishment. Off her left shoulder, the river Kripajal shone blood-red under the crimson ball that was the morning sun, the surface calm except where traversed with the wakes of muggers come to feed on bandit bodies. Dead men lay all around her, and along with them piles of ash. There were living bandits, she saw, but any who could move was leaving with haste. After a time she was able to hobble around, and nearby was Dr. Frail. He wasn't dead but was unconscious. The blanket that covered his body was shorter where one leg was missing, and he had only stumps below his elbows. The night shadow had mangled him and left him for dead. But when Radu and Mr. Bravo went to find him, they'd discovered the one-eyed cook Yuvan dead near him. The old man had used his last moments, bleeding out himself from a dozen deep cuts, to bind Dr. Frail's wounds, using a tube of the medical sealant that Dr. Frail had insisted they bring with them. "It is a terrible thing," Ram said to her. He sat with her watching the doctor, holding her hand. "I do not know if he'll live," she said. "Maybe it would be better if he didn't," Ram replied. "Don't say that," Jane said. "I simply am not sure he would wish to live. He is an industrious man, every moment he's awake, filled with work." She agreed, but still fixed Ram with a squinting scowl. "We'll do what we can to save him." Mr. Bravo limped up to them, already looking better as his body healed. "Of course we will, and perhaps in time he'll find some use for himself, even without his hands and leg." They'd also rescued a number of the workers. Several men and boys wandered down to the beach and clustered around her and the others. "May we go home now, Mem Sahib?" one asked. They told her stories of kidnappings, of forced labor and near starvation at the hands of Thapa and his cronies. "You may leave at any time," she had replied. Some of them did wish to go home. A dozen of the workers asked to join their expedition instead. So they started the morning with a good complement of help to begin their next leg. though with everyone in such a sorry state she didn't know if they'd press on or retreat and give up this ill-fated quest. "Once again we've been beaten down," Nimrod declared. He was limping and bloody, the top of his head burned black. "Will we go on this time?" No one responded. On Jane's finger the water ring pulsed, sucking away at her life force. Ruksha wore a western suit with tails and a high collar. His eyes trailed mist today, and he seemed unable to stop it, he told Bella. The officiator was a scarred man that Hank would recognize as the one who had tried to strangle him and who Abdul had shot in the jail. He appeared no worse for wear, and despite his rough visage, the words he said as he married them were eloquent and filled with wishes for the happy couple that wouldn't have been out of place in any a wedding. As the scarred man finished his oration, Ruksha kissed Bella. If one went back into the halls and took other paths, one would arrive at a set of apartments where guests of the Demon King dwelt. The vampires who should have been guarding the room were instead locked in council in the small hall that Ruksha had given them, along with their rooms. There were candles everywhere about the room, and lanterns turned up so that the ghostly green flames popped. Some candles were under the table, while others lined the walls. The vampires wanted no shadows in the room where Ruksha's minions could hide and hear their conversations. The blood drinkers spoke in hushed whispers. Their mistress, the Princess Veronica, vehement and spitting as she told them her plans. Creed listened to them plan the bloody takeover, his mistress's eyes flashing red and her voice close to a growl. He did not believe she meant they would attack right this instant, but she had a murderous glint in her eyes. He thought of Bella. What was he going to do? Where did his allegiance lie? On still another path, the last night shadow, the stocky younger sister knew instantly when her sister died at the fortress of Kashir Bhavan. She smiled, glad that another impediment to her ascendance had been removed. She was alone in Ruksha's throne room, holding a small glass tube topped with a brass lid. The bottle contained a sickly black and yellow ooze, a gift from a new ally. She climbed the steps and sat on the throne, kicking one leg up over the armrest. Someday soon, this throne would belong to her. A major in a khaki field uniform entered, holding his kepi hat under his arm. "Sir, the men are ready." "Very good, Major. I'll be along shortly," Primcourt told him. His side ached. That slippery bastard Werthel had nearly killed him. The Major left. Another man stepped into the reflection of the mirror, though he was not present in the room where Primcourt stood. His skin was black as coal, his garb animal skins, feathers and beads. This sudden appearance did not surprise Primcourt. "We are ready," the savage-looking man told Primcourt. "Let us be off then. We must catch the expedition before they reach Narakund." Draft preview of The Demon King. A flash of urgency hit Bella's mind, just as she was putting a spoonful of soup to her lips. A premonition. Something wrong. Across the dining table from her, Ruksha jumped to his feet, knocking his chair over and spilling his wine. "Spiders!" he declared. Bella stood as well. She couldn't read the sending of the servants yet, but recognized a tone of alarm, just like one might tell that a person speaking another language was angry or worried. Several servants ran in from various duties about the estate. Many were almost human now, patches of shadow clinging to them here and there, but skin showing through as well, so that they appeared as if someone had painted shadowy lacquer on them in places. "We must go," Ruksha told them. Bella strode for their bedroom where her sword and pistols were. "You will stay here, please, Bella," Ruksha said. She growled at him. "You think to keep me from the fight?" "No, to protect the baby." She reached down unconsciously and felt the little bump, slowing to a halt. "I won't be coddled." "I'm not coddling you. I'm coddling my heir, who happens to be in your belly." She humphed at him, but knew he was right. "Be careful," she said, and he was off, forming a sword of dark shadow, though funny enough it had a glow to it today. He smiled when he saw it, and right before he stepped into the portal he looked back at her and held it up. "This is because of the light you bring to this house, Bella," he said, and stepped through the liquid film of the portal. Despite her irritation at being kept from the fight, she smiled. He was a sweet man, Ruksha. One of the best she'd ever known. Hardly a demon. Even the fact that he was a vampire no longer bothered her, at least in part because he had complete control of himself. She strode toward her room, only waddling a tiny bit. She'd found that her clothing didn't quite fit as it had. The female servant, whose face was now devoid of shadow completely, stepped into her path. With her mind she sent, "Please, I just want to see if all is well. I will not fight." The servant nodded, then stepped aside. "Caution. I'll travel with thee," she sent back. Bella and the woman had grown somewhat close and obviously had begun to communicate, though Bella had no ability to do this mind-talking thing with any others. Once back at the portal, armed, Bella looked the servant in the eye. "We return immediately if there is still fighting," the servant warned her. Bella winked at her and stepped through the portal, pistols raised, and nearly tripped on the body of a large dead spider. She did slip in the blood, and if the woman servant had not caught her, she might have fallen. The hall near the portal to Ruksha's golden domain of Narukand was the site of a massacre. A dozen of his servants lay dead. 100 spiders, if she counted body parts correctly, entwined with them. The rank smell of the dead greeted her, and she vomited up her lunch all over the furry body of one of the large spiders, and the sight of that slick, furry mess with chunks of her meal sloppy on top of it made her vomit again. The female servant held her hair out of the way until Bella was done. At the end, she was bringing up nothing, though her stomach still quaked and her throat burned from the passage of the bile. "Ugh, I hate this," she said. She'd never been the squeamish kind, had a stomach of iron, had meaning past tense apparently. The female servant sent, "It is foul, the spiders have the stench of rot about them." Bella nodded, putting a hand on the servant's shoulder. She cocked her head and listened for sounds of fighting, but heard nothing. She stepped around the bodies of a trio of the small spiders they'd taken to calling dagger legs, burned to ash. A sign that Ruksha had fought them. One of them had tried to flee, but lay like a tomato someone cooked until it burst. The sharp legs exploded off with the intensity of whatever hit it, which she knew was Ruksha's magic sword that killed it. The halls leading to the throne room consisted of the same wreckage. "There are many of them," the servant sent. "Yes, many more than last time," Bella replied. Seeing the dead shadow servants now brought a stab of pain to Bella. They were humans, after all, and their faces became clearer every day. Here was the body of the one who Ruksha often sent with messages, a thin-faced man who appeared dour at first, but who always had a smile for Bella. Sitting against the wall, propped up by the body of the spider he'd killed with his dying breath, sat another servant. This one had tended their garden. He brought in fresh flowers every day. "It causes me pain," the servant sent, though those words were inaccurate and incomplete. Her sending was of community and family, and holes underfoot, where one expected to find solid ground. "It hurts me as well," Bella replied. The throne room was a disaster. The mirrors shattered, the throne itself askew. The worst of the fighting had been here, apparently, and it was not possible to step without touching the remnant of some creature. Ruksha sat on his throne, a trio of his servants nearby, all battle-weary. He held one of the spider legs, tapping the razor-sharp limb on the armrest of his throne. He took a deep breath, then said, "We pushed them back, but only to the portal room. We sealed that door." "How long will that hold?" Bella asked. "I don't know, but I'm glad you advised me to put barriers in place. That saved us today." Veronica swept in, a handful of her vampires with her. Creed was not among them. "The spiders have all been dealt with," she said. "I can't help but note that none of you look the worse for wear," Bella said. "We fought as hard as any other girl," Veronica replied. "The first door has fallen. We must hold them there," Ruksha said. "We must create new night shadows," Veronica suggested. "Perhaps. To create one, we need humans," Ruksha responded. "There's one." The vampire woman pointed at Bella with a mocking smile. "That scar in your cheek just isn't healing, you poor thing," Bella said, looking at the musket ball-shaped mark in the vampire's cheek where Bella had shot her. Veronica hissed, drawing herself up to either fight or spit some insult. "We don't have time to fight amongst ourselves. We must find a method to stop the spiders, something more permanent." "I've told you the method to solve the problem. Once you come to the same conclusion, tell me. I grow tired of throwing away my army because of your foolish reluctance, Veronica said. She whirled, holding a hand to her cheek where the scar was. Once her servants had departed with her, Ruksha said, "You needn't goad her, Bella." "No, I shouldn't, but I find it lightens my mood. She's a dangerous foe to have. Almost as dangerous a foe as an ally. Did her people truly fight? I saw no vampire dead or whites in the halls." "Truly? I thought she was there fighting alongside me. I certainly saw your friend Creed. He was in the thick of things," he replied. He stood. "Come. It is time I show you something." He stepped to the side of the portal and slid his hand along the side of it, touching a stone symbol carved along with several others on the side. He pointed it out. It was a triangle. "This changes where you go if you—" He held his hand close to it, and a tiny flicker of white energy bled off his fingers into the symbol. "Feed a little magic into it. Do you see? Look at how bright that magic is." He turned and gently lifted her off the ground and kissed her. His strength as always thrilled her, though she said, "Put me down. I'm no sack of potatoes." He did, gently, trying to keep his face sober and repentant. He was terrible at it. That smile of his was dangerous. "My apologies, I'm changing. It must be because of you, Bella." Again a thrill came to her. According to him, she was making a difference here, improving everything just by her presence. He called her his Roshni Ka Farishta, which meant angel of light in Hindustani, a silly name that still made her blush, though it was nonsense. He beckoned and they stepped through the portal. She came out under a blistering, stark sun, standing on the oddest plain of multicolored gravel. "What is this?" she asked. "A failsafe," he said, gesturing toward a small but intricately adorned, in the Indian way, stone enclosure. Thank you for listening to Shadowhunter, Book 3 of the Beast Brigade series. Please help us out by subscribing to our channel. This support helps us be able to continue to create content, such as the book you've just listened to. If you'd like to pick up a copy of the book, you can find it on Amazon. Thanks so much for listening.